Meet Chen Yi, 23 years young and currently starring in his own life as a total NPC. He calls himself a fresh grad with a fancy internship, but let's be real, he's just a glorified barista grinding for minimum wage. Trudging down the street after another unpaid overtime cleanup shift, he's muttering curses under his breath. The regret is hitting hard tonight. If he had actually cracked a book in school instead of slacking off, maybe he'd have the cash to blow on that new gaming collection instead of staring at skyscrapers and fantasizing about being rich. Suddenly, a working girl from the red light district slides up. Finally back, handsome, I've been waiting for you. Chen Yi hits the brakes. Wrong guy, lady. She thinks he's playing hard to get and offers him a special discount. Curiosity gets the better of him. Discount, huh? How much we talking? 300, she purrs. Cash or transfer? He scoffs and keeps walking. Definitely the wrong guy. If I had 300 bucks, I'd be leveling up my Steam library, not my love life. The girl is left standing there totally confused. He picks up the pace, gotta get home before the grub gets cold. Bam, he slams right into a delivery driver. Talk about instant service. The guy is holding Chen Yi's exact order. Here's your takeout, bro. Chen Yi grabs the fried chicken and heads upstairs, spiraling into an existential crisis. Some guys get abs, some get charm. But Chen Yi, he got a face so generic he's apparently the default avatar for that guy. 20 years of mistaken identity proves it. He wrestles with his janky door. Open up, you piece of junk, just as the hallway light flickers and dies. Pitch black. Then come the whispers. Delusional, maybe. But when the voices get louder, he freezes. Great. Haunted apartment. Just my luck. He remembers hearing these old buildings are spooky. Voice shaking, he stammers. Yo, spirits. Wrong guy again. Cut to a whole different dimension. A creepy old dude sits on a throne, demanding a sacrifice for the magnificent Lord of Ashes. A girl is dragged forward. Screaming for mercy, the old cultist starts chanting, prepping to offer this demon girl to the dark gods. He casts a gnarly spell, commanding her to bleed and strike fear into their hearts. Suddenly, the old man starts shaking violently. Did it work? It's been centuries since a successful summon. He bursts into manic laughter. He is here, Lord of Ashes, arise. The cultists lose their minds, chanting Ariz like they're at a heavy metal concert. The girl's eyes snap open. A living sacrifice, the elder screams. We puny mortals aren't worthy to watch this greatness. He orders everyone to bail. The girl starts praying to the Lord of Ashes as thick smoke floods the room. She's fading fast, dizzy, and weak, suddenly coughing fit. It's Chen Yi hacking his lungs out in the mysterious fog. I'm dying, too much smoke. He spots the silhouette in the haze. Is that the ghost? He squints, trying to see through the gloom. Wait, definitely solid, definitely tied up. Okay, pretty girls usually aren't ghosts, he mutters, reaching for the ropes. You can't be that bad. She's burning up, totally drenched in sweat. He taps her cheek. Hey, you good? Wake up, do we need a hospital? You look absolutely wrecked. Boom. She drops to her knees in worship. Lord of Ashes, Chen Yi sighs. Look, I know I have a generic face, but you definitely got the wrong guy. It happens all the time. She isn't hearing it. Mighty Lord, your vessel is magnificent, exactly like the legends. A true believer would never mistake you. Chen Yi pauses. This feels a little more complicated than just another case of mistaken identity. What exactly are you seeing here? She rattles off accolades mighty. Magnificent. He who shall not be named. Chen Yi whispers. You sure about that? She looks terrified, and then just drops to the floor unconscious. Did she just faint from fear? Or is she scamming me? He digs into his bag. He pours a cup of coffee from his thermos. Time out. I need caffeine to process this madness. Thank God for anime and video games. Any normal person would have lost their mind by now. Suddenly she peeks open, one eye. Aha, I knew you were faking it. But then it clicks. She's not a scammer. She's a stan. She truly believes he's an evil god. He did just cross dimensions. So maybe the villain aesthetic is part of the package. Chill out, he says. What's your name? She trembles, shocked that the white-hazed villain destroyer of worlds is actually speaking to a scrub like her. Ina, she squeaks. Chen Yi rolls his eyes internally. Destroyer of worlds. Bit dramatic for a guy who just wanted fried chicken. Anna. Simple. Punchy. Impossible to forget. He slides the steaming mug across the table toward her. Chill out, kid, he says, voice smooth. No need to look so terrified. It's yours. Go on, take a sip. To her, that dark liquid isn't caffeine, it's molten lava. Is this how the eldritch gods claim their tribute? By melting them from the inside out. Her fingers are shaking like leaves in a storm as she clutches the cup. I surrender my life to you, my lord. He blinks, confused. Whoa, who said anything about dying? He leans in, eyes narrowing. Who are you really, and why did you drag me here? Don't lie to me. I am merely the vessel, she whispers, head bowed. The lamb for the slaughter. My entire existence belongs to you. I would never deceive a god. He freezes. Sacrifice. Wait, back up. That sounds like cult talk. She spills the tea. This city is crawling with fanatics who just torched a living soul to call up the big bad, the Lord of Ashes. Shen Yi connects the dots. Great. They dialed the wrong number and got me instead. Mystery solved. He glances around. So is the ritual over. He locks eyes with her. Here is my absolute command. Live. Be happy. And poof, he fades into thin air. But the moment he's gone, the cult goons swarm her. Grab the girl. She still owes us. Drag her out, they bark. She was born for the altar. She's unfinished business. She should be honored to bleed for the cause. Tears stream down Anna's face, but she smiles. I will live happily, she vows. I will spread his glory for eternity. Generations will know his name. But inside, she's reeling. Why did the Chaos Cult get this reward? They've worshipped the Ash Lord forever. Yet, in thousands of years, he's basically ghosted them. Zero show-ups. A weird thought creeps in. Does the Supreme Dark God just have a thing for teenage girls? She shakes the blasphemy out of her head. I'm just a speck of dust. Who am I to guess a god's vibe? She clutches the cup, now filled with divine blood, tight against her chest. She steps into the downpour. But the rain, it sizzles and vanishes against her fire shield. His protection, she gasps. Even the fury of the elements can't touch the Ash Lord's chosen one. It's nothing like the orphanage. Back there, she was a prisoner. No unauthorized exits. This is her first solo run in the urban jungle. This freedom, this is the real gift. She wanders through Baranda, the crown jewel of Nolan. To her dazzled eyes, it's paradise on Earth. She pauses in front of a looming structure. It radiates a strange energy, something special. Focus, Anna. She snaps out of it. Gotta get back to the church before they freak out. Meanwhile, zap, Shen Yi crashes into a random cafe. Where the hell? Thud. Lights out. He snaps awake. Morning sun smell of roasted beans. He scans the room. Definitely a coffee joint. But something feels off. The air, the gravity. He's definitely not in Kansas anymore. Still stuck in creepy church world. Then he spots the wall decor. Photos. Is that me? Before he can spiral, a customer walks in. One iced latte, please. He stares at the portrait again. Why is his face on the wall? Is the owner a stalker, or does he just have one of those generic NPC faces? Whatever, he shrugs. I'm lost, broke, and confused. Might as well make himself useful until the boss shows up. Maybe he can finesse a job out of this. The bell chimes again. Iced Americano extra shot. It's late. He's elbow deep in greasy dishwater, spiraling into an existential crisis. How does a nobody-wage slave end up glitching into a whole different universe? It makes zero sense. He loops the thought over and over, brain still buffering. At least the shop is killing it lately. But where is the owner? If he bails now, he just pulled a 12-hour shift for $0. Nope. He spots a bed and a stocked fridge in the back. Squatter's rights, baby. I'll take room and board as my paycheck. Meanwhile, the plot thickens. The cult drags Anna to Dr. Neon's creeping lair. Knock knock. The door creaks. Neon peeks out, eyes gleaming. Here for the procedure. He looks down. Ah, the little specimen. Bring her in, he hisses. The basement is prepped. It's time for the grand metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. Sounds painful. He leads them down into the gloom. We're here. Now. Where is the fireblood? The cult leader hands over the container. Prepare to be amazed, Doc. We've never scored loot this high tier before. Dr. Neon's grin widens into a smirk. Girl. Raincoat off. On the table. Now. She obeys. Click. He straps her wrists down. Re-ip. He tears the fabric from her arm. Relax. Just a little sedative cocktail to start. The needle slides in. Once you're under, he whispers, the real fun begins. He cracks open the container of divine blood. He freezes. He can't believe the purity. This is perfection. A dark thought crosses his mind. Does the Lord of Ashes have a type? Silver hair, crimson eyes. Is that the key? He's racking his brain trying to figure out why the Lord has such a beef with blonde girls who have blue eyes. Then it hits him a twisted possibility. Maybe the Lord of Ashes just has a thing for younger girls. If that's the sick reality, he figures he'll just play along with whatever the high priest demands. No one drops the news on Anna. She's going to be the shrine maiden. But he clarifies immediately, this isn't about sweeping floors or lighting incense. It's just a label their cult uses. Every sect has their own weird method for picking a chosen one. In the Chaos Cult, a shrine maiden is forged by downing the blood of fire. It's a mutation process designed to gift the chosen one with insane supernatural abilities. He mentions that technically this little science project could be done back at the church, but she's here because the cult's investors are in the building. They want a front row seat to see the blood of fire in action. He rambles on. Human flesh is weak, dull, and destined to rot. It disgusts him. That's why everyone in the cult is dying to become a shrine maiden. You're the lucky one, he sneers. She's going to evolve past the human race faster than any of them. She'll be the very first shrine maiden. That, he decides, is the only briefing she gets. Let's get this party started, he says, signaling for the blood injection. Agony rips through her instantly. Her body convulses for a moment, goes limp, and then she lights out completely. Dr. Noen stares at her motionless body. We failed, he sighs. Looks like she wasn't the chosen one after all. Guess silver hair and red eyes aren't the golden ticket, they thought. But then she starts mumbling, whispering that she has to live for the Lord of Ashes. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, our guy is sitting on the bed deep in thought. If he sticks around, maybe he'll cross paths with that kid again. But honestly, he wants zero part of this cult drama. Still, the way she was tied up screams dark arts. Suddenly, the floor beneath him starts to shake. Earthquake, he wonders. Then those chanting voices creep into his head again. Is this a new summoning track? Chen Yi wonders if a girl is involved this time. He smooths his hair ready for the teleport, but then realizes the pull has stopped. Instead, a weird burning sensation flares up in his chest. What is happening? He questions if that pretentious lord of something is messing with him again. Is the guy looking for payback? Then he realizes the heat in his chest has traveled down to his palm. He feels like he's holding a flamethrower. Thinking the coast is clear, he decides to test it out. He casts the spell, and whoosh, fire bursts from his hand. Crap, don't torch the house, he mutters, wrestling the flames down. It actually works. He summons it again, keeping it under tight control this time. He gulps at the implications. Can he shapeshift this stuff? He starts molding the fire like clay. It actually turns out pretty sick. The fire looks cool, but weirdly, he feels zero heat from it. He spots a stack of books nearby. Burning one tiny corner won't hurt, right? He flicks a flame at a page to singe it. Nothing. It doesn't work at all. He tries to crank up the heat, but the paper stays pristine. He chucks the book across the room. What kind of budget magic is this, he complains. Can't even burn a paperback. Total waste of time. Meanwhile, Dr. Noan exits the lab frustrated. Not as easy as I thought, he grumbles. Let's grab a blonde guy next time. He waves off the girl as a problem for later. But then Anna stumbles out and tells the doctor, I made it. No one does a double take. Did it actually work? She's breathing, which means the experiment was a success. Anna realizes she beat the odds. Her survival rate must have been near zero. It has to be the mighty Lord of Ashes keeping her alive. She was born to serve him. She barks an order to the high priest to prepare the next ritual. Chen Yi is brewing a fresh cup for himself. Time to show him what's good, he mutters. It's been a full month since he got isekai'd here. The real owner vanished, and he hasn't stepped foot outside this coffee shop. It's not legally his, but he's the acting boss now. He has to admit running the place feels pretty sweet. But after 30 days of analyzing his life, the truth hits him. He wants to go home. Badly. The ground starts rumbling again. He hears the chanting voices and then silence. Is that it, he wonders. He locks up the shop. Time to crash. Lying in bed, he thinks about how he's been hearing these summons all month. He figures there are probably 7 different types of summoning spells. He can't keep living like this. He remembers the last time he got pulled, it was just that young girl he saw. But if he runs into a whole squad of cultists next time and they realize he's a total fraud, he is absolutely doomed. He's heard rumors about a high-ranking college called Baden Empire Academy. A fancy college means a library full of secrets. That's his ticket. Suddenly, another summoning wave hits. Here we go again, he sighs, recognizing the signature. It's the spell from that girl's cult. Zap. He teleports. Rewind 10 minutes. The Chaos Cult was just about to kick off their next ritual. The high priest drops the green light, artifacts are prepped, and the ritual begins. Instantly, the chanting kicks off. But honestly, he's skeptical. No way the Lord of Ashes just pops up on command. The high priest figures this is all just theater. A flashy light show to fleece wealthy donors into funding the cult. Sure, he remembers Anna claiming the Lord actually manifested before, but that's just talk. In his book, when a god descends, you don't get a polite visit, you get apocalyptic natural disasters. And checking the recent news, 0 cataclysms. Anna insists the shipment that just landed today is definitely the relic the high priest was hyped about. According to her, these artifacts are dripping with magical energy, so dangerous that demon patrols ban mortals from even touching them. Most are sealed shut. She reminds the doc that only deep-pocketed investors could source a sacrifice this rare. The high priest declares they're feeding this relic to the mighty Lord of Ashes. They cast the spell again, summoning the Destroyer of Worlds to manifest his physical form. Suddenly, whoosh, the candles die. A creepy silence descends. Wait, why did the sound of the rain outside just vanish? He knows the Lord of Ashes has only graced this world twice in 1,000 years. The odds of a second. Summoning happening back-to-back impossible. But then Anna points up, eyes wide. The Lord of Ashes. He has arrived. The cultists freeze in pure awe. A literal god is in the room. Anna steps into the spotlight, voice shaking. We meet again, she whispers, addressing the Lord of Ashes. The high priest is terrified, begging the entity to stay calm, pleading for forgiveness for disturbing his slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Yi is just crouching behind a statue, thinking, bro, I'm not even mad. I'm just super awkward right now. He's trying to figure out why the summon worked this time. When previous attempts were total duds, panic sets in. Is his cover about to get blown already? Then, he locks eyes with Anna. He recognizes her instantly, the girl from before. He thinks, okay, she's actually rocking that creepy cultist aesthetic, and figures this coincidence must be divine intervention. I am amazing, he tells himself. The high priest is squinting, assuming the deity is delivering a sermon, but internally, he's sweating because he couldn't hear a word. The voice is way too quiet. Shen Yi thinks fast and booms out loud, accusing the high priest. You dare silence yourself before the Lord of Ashes, and warns that punishment is imminent. The high priest goes into full panic mode. This is the first time in hundreds of years. He's actually facing a god. He's terrified he's about to get smited on the spot and decides he needs to act fast and bribe the Lord with the goods. Desperate to shift the vibe, he pivots the conversation. The whole room drops to their knees as the high priest presents a legendary treasure, the ever-changing mask. Shen Yi hears the grand announcement and figures, okay, that guy's definitely the boss. He notes that this is a dude he shouldn't provoke or get within striking distance of. He knows he's absolute toast if they realize he's an imposter. But then he catches a glimpse of the high priest, sobbing with pure religious ecstasy. The guy is a total fanatic. Shen Yi wonders why the old man isn't saying anything, if he actually suspects the fraud. But the high priest is just trembling, convinced the Lord is furious and preparing a divine smackdown. I mean, he finally met his idol. Shen Yi composes himself, realizing, wait, these guys have no clue anything is wrong. He booms out that he accepts the offering, calling them pathetic mortal weaklings. Suddenly, the mask starts levitating, and he hesitates, looks dangerous. But he snatches it out of the air anyway, declaring once more that the deal is sealed. A nearby cultist notices the high priest shaking like a leaf and thinks, wow, what devotion. He truly is the most loyal believer. The high priest is weeping tears of joy just for surviving, but then pauses. Why hasn't the Lord vanished yet? He suspects the entity is contemplating something deep, figuring since the Lord only shows up once every few millennia, something massive must be on the horizon. The god must desire something significant enough to make him linger. The priest starts wondering, if the Lord plans to flip the world upside down, he decides to shoot his shot. Bowing low, he humbly requests divine orders, swearing they'll reshape the world exactly how he wants it. That's when Anna steps up and drops a bombshell on the Lord of Ashes. These guys, they aren't your faithful servants, they're frauds. They only summoned you to exploit your power for themselves, and they've defied your will. The high priest snaps, screaming at her to shut her mouth, demanding if she has a death wish. He reminds her she's just a clueless orphan who needs to stay in her lane. Shen Yi channels his inner god and thunders, you disavowed my will. Now you deserve everything that's coming to you. Internally, Shen Yi thinks, yeah, this whole God's will thing isn't really working out for Anna if she's still getting bullied. He summons a swirling ball of fire in his palm and declares, she remains alive. It is her destiny to shoulder a great burden. He stares down the high priest. Do not offend her. The priest stares at the massive inferno, desperately trying to convince himself it's just a trick of the light. Shen Yi's voice cuts through the denial. Did you hear me? As the flames die down, the high priest instantly drops to his knees, swearing he's the Lord's humble servant and ready to obey every command. Shen Yi doesn't waste time. He announces he's bouncing back to his home dimension and tells them to chill with the sacrifices, he's not interested. As the realization hits that he's leaving, Aina has an epiphany. The Lord of Ashes isn't some evil deity. The destruction only happens because the world is too fragile to handle his sheer power. He's not the villain. Suddenly the sky opens up. Rain pours down. The high priest whispers that the Lord is gone, and the cultists start acting like they're in a trance. Dr. Noah bursts onto the scene looking visibly relieved but confused, demanding to know what just went down. Seeing the cultists losing their minds, the high priest warns Noah they need to scatter, the anti-magic bureau is en route. The commotion was too loud. Noah argues there are only a few investors here, but the unhinged elites among them are going to be a massive headache. He grabs the high priest by the collar, screaming for answers. The priest, frustrated, barks at the doctor to kneel. Noah freezes, wondering if the old man has finally snapped. Then panic sets in. He actually grabbed the high priest, a guy with a disaster-level danger rating. The priest ignores the disrespect and says he has an announcement for the whole cult. He claims it's critical, summoning Aina to step forward and stand by his side. The high priest proclaims Aina is the chosen one favored by their god. From this second on, everyone better show her some respect. He declares he'll personally guide them into a new era, executing a holy mission for the Lord of Ashes. Their goal, burn down the old world to build a new one. Aina cuts him off cold, stating flatly that she doesn't need his guidance. Cut to 1 week later. A customer sits in Shen Yi's cafe, muttering about sensing the Lord of Ashes energy. It's hot, twisted, heavy, and totally suffocating. He spots Shen Yi and sizes him up, just some kid running a coffee joint. He wonders who this guy really is. Shen Yi flashes a customer service smile and asks for his order. The guy hesitantly asks for a black coffee. As Shen Yi turns away, the customer realizes the scent clings to the descendants of the Lord of Ashes too, and starts questioning if Shen Yi is a threat he needs to eliminate. Behind the counter, Shen Yi is grumbling to himself. Finally, a paying customer, business has been dead, and he's borderline homeless. It's ironic he's the literal Lord of Ashes, yet he can't even pay rent. He's about to be starving on the streets. He wonders how his fanatical cultists would react to that reality. He drops the coffee at the table, and the customer notices the aura has vanished. Was Shen Yi not the source? The guy downs the coffee in one gulp. Shen Yi blinks, asking if that didn't burn his throat. The customer is surprised it's actual coffee, not some magic potion. Then his eyes lock onto a jar filled with paper cranes. He asks about them. The customer explains his daughter folded them. He told her to make a crane every time she had a wish and toss it in the jar. Their deal was simple whenever he had time. He'd pick one out and make it come true. But he missed his chance. Now the jar is the only piece of her left. She passed away years ago. He mentions someone advised him to bury the jar to stop the constant heartache. But he dug it back up because the pain of missing her was better than forgetting. Shen Yi offers some soft advice. Sometimes you have to let go. He admits he knows the sting of losing a loved one and spending nights staring at the ceiling. But living in the past is a trap. It destroys you, and the people you lost wouldn't want that. The customer shuts him down. Some memories aren't meant to fade. He vows to mourn his daughter until his last breath. He mutters under his breath that it doesn't matter if Shen Yi is a wizard, a cultist, or a fed from the bureau. The only way to stop him is to put him in the ground. Shen Yi shrugs, saying everyone has their own perspective, and apologizes if he overstepped. The customer relaxes slightly, figuring Shen Yi isn't trying to block his path. He muses that maybe fate brought them together and introduces himself as Baron Harriet. Shen Yi introduces himself and tells him to visit again. As Baron steps out the door, he mutters about the surname Shen. Is it an ancient lineage or something foreign? Suddenly, Shen Yi rushes out to stop him. Hey, you didn't pay for the coffee. Baron pays up, and Shen Yi flashes a grin, reminding him to come back soon. Baron pauses. Did this guy really just chase him down for a few bucks? He brushes it off, relieved that the mysterious shop owner isn't an enemy. But Baron's mission isn't over. He needs to find the god from the other dimension, and he needs to kill a descendant of the Lord of Ashes to use as a sacrifice. He decides that tonight is the night. He's going to break the ultimate taboo and summon the indecipherable god. He'll burn the world down if it means bringing his daughter back. Meanwhile, Shen Yi is chilling reading a book. He starts from page 223, which describes exactly that ritual. Imagine a titanic serpent, the Lord of Ashes, whose wings aren't feathers, but roaring hellfire incinerating his own worshippers in an eternal loop. This genderless entity doesn't care about desire. He just drops food like loot for his cultists reigning as the avatar of midnight. His power level, represented by the absolute void zero. They call him the god beyond this dimension, an entity perpetually away from keyboard in a deep slumber. Unlike the other fame-hungry deities, he couldn't care less about the mortal realm. Shen Yi figures if he'd seen this lore before, he would have brushed it off as some edgy world-building from a B-tier comic or fantasy novel. But this book, it's stingy with the details on the Lord of Ashes, leaving Shen Yi totally confused, so he ditches it for the other tome. He starts spamming the rituals listed inside, but freezes mid-motion. Flashback time, he suddenly remembers an obscure ceremony, packed with a laundry list of names. Before he got isekai'd here, his life was basically a compilation of epic fails. Career trash. Life, a mess. Even in video games, his RNG was absolutely rigged. That's when the intrusive thoughts won. He decided to channel main character energy and pull off a ritual to fix his cursed luck. He rushed home to grab that ancient family heirloom book. He had zero clue what the text meant, but desperate times call for desperate measures. He started grinding through the instructions. The mechanics were surprisingly simple. Step 1. Line up bright yellow talismans along the table edges. Step 2. Sign your name on one of the slips. Step 3. Copy the names from the book onto the rest. Spin the table like a roulette wheel and chant the incantation. Once the spell is cast, snatch your name paper back. Finally, delete the rest of the papers simultaneously. Next day, nothing. He camped in the storeroom all night for zero payoff. Shen Yi starts suspecting his transmigration is linked to that sketchy ritual and those creepy names. A cold chill of impending doom washes over him. He flicks a flame from his fingertip, wondering if he can hook someone with these embers. His fire manipulation leveled up after the second summon, but it's still nerfed non-lethal, basically just a fancy party trick for intimidation. Why is he still so weak? Even after hopping dimensions, all he got was a spooky flashlight ability and a garbage mask. The High Priest hyped this item up as legendary gear, but to Shen Yi, it looks like vendor trash. Is he equipping it wrong? He slaps the mask on, trying to trigger a transformation, but crickets. Frustrated, he tosses it on the floor. And that's when the magic happens. The mask starts liquefying, melting into the shadows. Sudden realization hits him like a truck. He scrambles for a mirror. If his theory holds water, merging the mask with the shadows should unlock a character customization menu. Sitting before the glass, he re-equips the mask, and it dissolves, morphing him into the exact likeness of his client Baron. It worked. He's a perfect 4K clone, right down to the micro-expressions. Can he mod his body and outfit too? He feels like he just achieved his budget cosplay dreams. Suddenly, the summoning alarm triggers. The chant rings in his ears, familiar, but the vibes are off. He starts questioning. If a god can have different ringtones for different summoners, each one terrifyingly unique. Meanwhile, Baron is locking in. Praying, the deity picks up the phone. He's begging for the one thing his soul craves. It's April 30th Walpurgis Night, the Super Bowl for witches. He's been counting down the days for months. This ancient spell is supposed to ping one of the eldritch gods, a being predating humanity, an omniscient observer with god mode enabled. This entity trades knowledge for sacrifices. He's a double-edged sword, bringing hope and despair in the same package. Happiness, not in his inventory. Baron screams into the void. He doesn't care if he gets crucified, he just wants his daughter back. As bizarre glyphs manifest, Baron stares, wondering if the god is judging his drip. Legend says the entity usually appears as an infinite. White fog, reason unknown. Shen Yi spawns into the scene, muttering about how he accidentally auto-filled his appearance to match the customer he saw this morning. What are the odds? This guy doesn't look like loot. He's definitely the summoner. Shen Yi drops some lore generations of scholars named the god Haze of the White Shore, but titles are meaningless to a cosmic horror. Baron nods, getting deep humans only see what they project onto the divine. Shen Yi plays along. Baron is convinced he passed the vibe check and satisfied the god with his offering. He begs for the res on his daughter, presenting the legendary item, the Flaming Seed of Chaos. Shen Yi analyzes the situation from their earlier interaction. Baron seems like a decent NPC, not a villain, but revealing his identity now would be suicide. Better to stay in character until the cutscene ends. He finds Baron surprisingly polite, and thank God for the auto-cleanup feature that massive corpse just deleted itself. No heavy lifting required. It feels like being swallowed whole by the void. Baron realizes he's standing in the presence of infinite power. Desperate, he begs the entity to resurrect his dead daughter. Shen Yi is internally screaming. He has zero clue who this Baron guy is, but he can sense the raw, suffocating grief radiating off the man. He feels bad, but let's be real, he doesn't have the cheats to pull off a resurrection. He quickly scans his memory of the lore. There are 8 nature types. The Lord of Ashes deals in tragedy, but he's playing a different role today. As the Haze of the White Shore, Shen Yi figures he needs to offer a reward. But what kind of loot does a cosmic entity drop? He recalls a line from the archives. Knowledge from the White Shore is beyond human comprehension. Perfect. He needs to drop something deep, abstract, and totally out of this world. And if Baron doesn't get it, Shen Yi can just gaslight him and say he lacks the wisdom to understand. Baron starts panicking at the silence, wondering if his offering was trash. Shen Yi finally speaks, declaring he will grant the wish with forbidden lore. He begins weaving a tale about the northern darkness, describing a legendary fish named Kun. This thing is massive, we're talking thousands of miles long. Absolute unit. It transforms into a bird named Peng, with a wingspan that blots out the sky. Shen Yi dubs this concept transcending bonds. He explains that the soul and body are separate entities. To truly free the soul, one must ditch the physical, material cage of this world. He emphasizes that this is forbidden knowledge, and the endgame isn't coming back to life. It's an upgrade. Those who grasp this truth achieve what mortals only dream of: an eternal, indestructible soul. He drops a warning. If this intel leaks, it won't just start wars, it'll flip the entire reality of the world upside down. With that mic drop, Shen Yi begins to fade away internally, praying the performance is over. Thank God he actually paid attention in lit class. Baron is left standing there, absolutely shook. He's convinced this transcending bonds theory is going to shatter society. He sees it as a terrifying karmic burden, unable to believe he brought this into existence. He thinks this must be Shen Yi's 4D chess move. The entity didn't just give him a resurrection spell. He handed over god-tier enlightenment. Shen Yi teleports back to his room, exhaling deeply. He handled that like a pro, no rookie mistakes this time. He checks the clock, 11 sharp. The ancient text was legit. It confirms that the Haze of the White Shore is an interdimensional deity representing the 11th hour. So no Lord of Ashes this run. He pulled the White Shore character instead. He wonders if this is going to be a recurring gacha pull. He notes the summon location was an old castle. Checking his phone, he confirms the summoner was Baron, and the mission objective was reviving his daughter. He has a photo of the scene, but without GPS coordinates. It's pretty useless right now. Still, he admits snapping that pic was a risky move that might jeopardize his cover. But intel is intel. He's actually kicking himself for not documenting the first 2 summons. Time for the loot check. He tries to activate his powers to see if he leveled up, but after straining himself he realizes nothing. No upgrade. The flames are still at base level. Major bummer. At least the mask disguise is flawless. He looks at the seed Baron gave him. It's good the guy was considerate enough not to offer a whole cow. Shen Yi isn't exactly built to drag carcasses around. As a god, he finds the lizard vibe of the seed creepy. But if he wants to unlock the secrets of that unknown dimension, this item is key. He stashes the seed in a box and shoves it in a drawer. Later that night, while Shen Yi is out cold, the seed cracks open and morphs into a lizard. It creeps up and tries to wake him, but the guy is sleeping like a log. Terrified by Shen Yi's thunderous snoring, the lizard bails, wandering outside before shapeshifting into a cat. Meanwhile, enter George, one of the 7 elite Grade A investigators in Nolan. This guy is known for soloing crises that would wipe out squads. He's basically an idol to the rookies at the Anti-Magic Bureau, who whisper his nicknames with reverence: the legendary investigator, the strange killer, the undead raven. On a gloomy, rainy day, George is patrolling with his umbrella, roasting someone over his earpiece. He demands the other person stop rambling and get to the point. The voice on the line apologizes, blaming the adrenaline, and gives the "I'm just a human with one heart" excuse. The intel: a kid was spotted with a weird chalice, hanging around a specific area. But according to the background check, the shop owner, there is squeaky clean. Although the owner is annoyingly handsome, George still has to run the investigation by the book, following strict Anti-Magic Bureau protocols. George snaps his umbrella shut, staring at the shop. "Understood," he says. His internal monologue kicks in. This isn't a routine check. This case is classified top secret and serious as hell. Cut to another location. A girl sits in a dark room, her face obscured by the faint, colorless gloom. Suddenly, a bright light illuminates her features. She's been watching. She's been waiting. Her reflection screamed from the blinding light as she shrieked that an evil god had descended right here in Nolan. George just smirked, amused. What could be worse than an evil god showing up? Total human extinction. Please, that's barely a warm-up. He fished a photograph from his coat pocket, staring at it with a sigh. Damn shame. If the resolution wasn't absolute garbage, he might have actually seen a face. Instead, he was looking at a blurry girl with cascading gray hair. And of course, her back was turned, keeping her identity a total mystery. Pocketing the clue, he headed straight for Shen's coffee shop. He ordered a latte. Shen, who was busy wiping down the counter, nodded and said it'd be up in a heartbeat. "Take a load off," Shen added. George scanned the guy. Honestly, Shen looked like the definition of an NPC, totally ordinary. This guy clearly hadn't seen a ghost, let alone a god. George mentally filed this as another dead-end waste of his time. Shen slid the steaming cup across the counter. "Here you go. Enjoy." George took a sip, keeping it casual. "So seen anything weird around here lately?" Shen froze, eyes widening as cold sweat started to drip. "Weird? You mean like supernatural stuff?" Sensing the trap, Shen squeezed his eyes shut. The weather's been trash, so business is slow. That's all." Inside, his mind was racing. Did I say too much? He panicked, forcing himself to chill out before he blew his cover entirely. "Got it. Thanks," George replied, playing along. By 2 p.m., the cup was empty, and George stood up to bounce. Shen, already hiding behind his smartphone, called out, "Take care." George threw back a polite thanks for the brew. The door clicked shut. Shen slumped against the counter, exhaling a massive breath. He finally cracked a smile. Okay, he really was just a normal customer. Shen shook his head. He was definitely overthinking this whole secret identity thing, even if that guy did look like a hitman. Suddenly, Shen's fingers twitched violently. His brows furrowed. A chill shot through his gut. Seriously, new powers taking their sweet time to load. He glared at his phone screen. Apparently, instant activation wasn't a feature after summoning. He groaned, thrusting his hand out like an anime protagonist. Nothing happened except some awkward sweating. Why can't I blast anything? But he could feel the energy surging under his skin. He tried to move the energy around. Suddenly, Shen dissolved. His entire body shifted into a swirling haze, drifting right through the shelves. "Holy crap," he screamed internally. "I just turned into literal water vapor." He realized he had full control. He could navigate while in ghost mode. Just as quickly, he solidified back into human form, stumbling onto the floor. 10 seconds, he muttered, surprised. Honestly, that's way more useful than shooting fire. Great for running away. Clack. The lock turned. George was standing there. He stepped back inside. Shen, fully solid now, but panicking, spun around. Forget something. His skin was still faintly glowing with a fiery hue. That was too close, Shen thought. 1 second earlier and I'd be busted. George didn't blink. I caught the scent of an evil god. I could feel it radiating from miles away. He described it as a power so dark it was absolutely suffocating. He stared at Shen. I totally underestimated this guy, George thought. Suddenly, he felt a flaming aura exploding from Shen's body. George's nerves snapped, tight sweat breaking out instantly. Why the hell did I come back in here? It was way more terrifying up close. George grit his teeth, fists clenching. The pressure of the evil god's scent. It was crushing the coffee shop. George felt like a tiny dinghy about to be capsized by a tsunami. Desperate to break the tension, Shen chirped. Another coffee. George forced a smile, terrified. Sure, a latte. Coming right up, Shen said. Wait, hold on. I think I'm out of ingredients. Let me check the back. Shen bolted into the storage room. The second the door latched shut, he started hyperventilating. Did he see it? Does he know? Do I confess? Do I deny it? He had no idea what the fallout would be if he came clean now. He clutched his head. No, I can't talk my way out of this. I need a plan to fool him. Out front, George was drenching his shirt in sweat. He knew the missing ingredients excuse was total bogus. Why would Shen flare his god-tier aura like that for no reason? He wanted me to come back. It was a lure. George's eyes darted to the counter. Shen's phone. It was lying right there. George stepped forward. He left this on purpose. It's a message. He unlocked the screen and swiped through the gallery, only to find hundreds of pictures of cats. Scrolling through the camera roll, man, swipe after swipe, it's just endless cat spam. Shen is officially obsessed. Wait, he pauses. Amidst the feline overload, one pic feels wrong. A glitch in the matrix. A hidden location with a glowing spell circle. Eyes wide, he zooms in. He can only see a fragment, but there's no mistaking that geometry. It's a high-level summoning ritual. He needs answers now. He steels himself to decode Shen's cryptic message. Meanwhile, Shen is struggling with a heavy grocery haul, kicking open the back door of the cafe. Yo, got the goods, just give me a sec. Silence. He scans the room. Empty. George ghosted him. Shen scratches his head. Where'd he go? Then he spots it. George's phone abandoned on the counter. Did he leave in an emergency? Cut to the dark dimension from the photo. The exact coordinates of that spell circle. A heavy metal door groans open. George steps into the void, scanning the architecture. It actually exists. The air is thick, choking on the stench of an other-dimensional deity. Smoky haze swirls through the gloom, parting to reveal a massive silhouette. A giant lizard monster looms in the fog, its glowing eyes locking onto George. George grips his umbrella unbothered. He sniffs the air. That's not the Lord of Ashes. What is a grunt like you doing here? The beast roars and lunges. George yells, the seed of chaos. He leaps vertical. The monster misses, smashing headfirst into the wall. Boom. Explosion of debris. George touches down on a falling slab of concrete, taps his toe, and relaunches himself skyward. Gravity is just a suggestion. Mid-air backflip. He chants requisition and concession. Third blade. The weapon materializes in his grip. He hurls it down like a thunderbolt. You might be tier 2 on the danger scale. Abnormal, twisted, disastrous, untouchable. But this one shot should delete you. The monster spins around in the smoke, looking up just in time to see its doom. Pure terror. George sticks the landing, while the creature shrieks behind him. He doesn't look back. Mental command, target the head. The blade punches right through the skull. George stands, eyes snapping open. He recalls the weapon. Requisition and concession. The wounded beast panics, smashing through the ruined wall to flee. George sighs. Useless. As long as you're in this dimension, I can't miss. He leans casually against the wall and throws the blade blind. The weapon phases out of existence. A split second later, crack. A roar of impact echoes from the rainy darkness outside. High-speed chase in the pouring rain. George spams the chant, requisition and concession. Another blade manifests, launching at supersonic speed to tag the monster. He chants again, reloading instantly, firing another spectral weapon into the sky to track the beast. He's turning into a human machine gun, summon and shoot, until the blade finally snaps back to his hand. George grimaces. This thing is a tank. The cost is adding up. He's already paid with the sensation in 2 fingers, 2 toes, and half his face. 5 direct hits, and it's still moving. The rain pounds down on him. He realizes the grim truth. Physical attacks aren't cutting it. He can't kill it this way. My DPS is too low, he mutters. I need a sorcerer for this kind of boss fight. He pops his umbrella open, strolling through the wreckage. Wonder how that Baron guy is holding up. Hand to his earpiece. Intel check. The seed of chaos is definitely kin to the Lord of Ashes. The residual energy screams haze of the White Shore. And this whole Baranda operation, it's got a massive cast of characters. He speaks into the comms. I'm drafting a full report for the Bureau. Tell the anti-magic suits to upgrade this target's threat level. Mark it untouchable for now. Cut to 2 months later. A storm rages. A streak of fire tears across the skyline, skimming rooftops, threading a window, and zooming straight into the Musselman coffee shop. Snap. Shen catches the flame barehanded. He freezes processing the data. Max range achieved 985 feet. The flame acts as a surveillance drone. He hears the voices, sees the faces of everyone it passed. A vivid 4K movie playing in his brain. Eyes open. Phase 2, let's go. He raises a hand, shouting an incantation before slapping the counter. Poof. His hand dissolves into swirling smoke. Just turning to haze isn't enough, Shen analyzes. I need instant vaporization to make this work. He shakes his smoky limb. And this form is stiff. Can't expand, can't contract. He sighs. Still got work to do. Only his right arm morphed, but his left hand. He summons a flame. One side for brawling, the other for burning. Totally different skill trees. He figures that wraps up the grind for today's training arc. Later, staring at the ceiling, it hits him. George has been ghosting the cafe for days, and business is tanking without him. Shen's just lying there waiting for his golden goose to walk back through the door, so he can get that cash flow moving again. He thinks back to all the heavy lore he dropped on George, about his homeworld. George always looked like he was downloading the secrets of the universe, completely locked in. Shen figures it's clutch, having another powered-up ally in this realm. If his cover ever gets blown and the mob comes hunting, maybe George will have his back. He squeezes his eyes shut, manifesting that reality. Please don't let it be just wishful thinking. Boom. Suddenly, he's surrounded by flaming tunnels crashing down like meteors. Thud, thud. Shen stands there bewildered. Is this a dream? Is the whole world made of soot? Is this the Lord of Ashes' crib? He spins around. Anna, just standing there. He creeps up behind her, analyzing the situation. Is she the dreamer here? A wicked little intrusive thought sparks in his brain. If this is her headspace, he's basically a god here. He reaches out and squishes her cheeks like dough. They stand together watching the inferno. Shen senses the connection fading. This dream is on a timer. He's only seen this place once in 2 whole months. Super rare drop rate. What triggers this event? Whatever. Time to log out. He pats Anna's head. Peace out. Poof. Gone. Back in reality, Anna jolts awake screaming the Lord's name in pure terror. Flashback. She tried an astral projection ritual right before crashing. She tried to ping the Lord of Ashes, and she thinks she actually got through. She winks, one eye shut, straining to check her own back. It's burning up like crazy. Why does it feel like lava? She twists around. Boom. A brand from the Lord himself. She is absolutely shook. Meanwhile, outside in the pouring rain, a figure in a black hooded robe is on the move. Inside the cafe, Shen is pacing a hole in the floor, muttering. He's never actually spoken to this girl, but he's seen her 3 times now. Every encounter has been a total glitch in the Matrix. Outside, the hooded figure stops dead. Time to go in. Shen is still monologuing. Honestly, better to keep it virtual. Thank God Anna and her cultist crew don't have his address. If they doxed him, his life would be a nightmare. Creak. The door swings open. The hooded figure steps in. It's Anna. Shen doesn't even look up from his prep. Welcome. She turns toward his voice. Shen looks up and his heart drops. Anna. Panic mode. Engage. This is bad. The shadow mask is stashed in the back room drawer. He whips around, hiding his face. What can I get you? Anna pulls back, her wet hood confused. You are asking me, she says. Shen grinds his teeth so hard they might crack. How did she track him down? They've never exchanged a single word. The math isn't mathing. Do these cultists have GPS hacks? Prophecies? Some kind of cheat code? He needs to bluff fast. Still facing the wall, he drops his voice to a mysterious bass. So you finally arrived. Mental smirk. He's appeared as a god twice. She's got to be losing her mind right now, standing before her idol. She just stares at his back, totally lost. Who are you? Shen turns around, ready to perform. He acts shocked. Oh, what brings you here? But the air leaves the room. When Anna just replies flatly, I don't need anything. Shen strokes his chin, processing. Okay, she's not hostile. He did save her life twice after all. You look beat. How about a coffee, my treat? Whatever you want. She hesitates. I don't know much about coffee. He softens his tone. Vanilla latte it is. Sweet and simple. Perfect for someone your age. She rolls with the suggestion, but as she spins around to leave, her gut is screaming that this whole situation is totally sus. Who is this creepy adult, and does he seriously know her? While she's stressing, Shen just cracks a smug little smile. Aina was completely spaced out, her brain still buffering from that unexpected glimpse of her deity. She slumped into the chair, trying to figure out why the cafe reeked of that heavy, twisted aroma unique to the Lord of Ashes. It was suffocating, and honestly, it was ticking her off. She needed to know who this barista guy really was. Shen returned, sliding a vanilla latte onto the table, and casually noted that she was probably dying to know why he was hanging around. Aina shot him a look that was equal parts shock and confusion. Before dropping a bomb, she could literally feel the Lord of Ashes' aura radiating from this very spot. Hearing that, Shen's eyes went dead, then did a full 360 roll. A smirk tugged at his lips. She still hadn't connected the dots. Internally, he admitted defeat. He definitely carried the scent, and had zero clue how to scrub it off, so the charade had to go on. He closed his eyes, resigning himself to the grind. There was no way he could just announce, hey, I'm the Lord of Ashes, straight to her face. Trying to maintain a divine persona while pulling espresso shots, 9 to 5, impossible. But since she was still guessing, he figured he could pivot. New role, the mysterious divine messenger. The guy on speed dial with God. Aina took a sip of the latte, cheeks flushing pink as she licked the foam from her lips, murmuring about how sweet and cold it was. Shen tossed a towel right over her head, telling her to dry off that soaking wet hair. Turning his back to her to prep the next brew maximum cool points, he declared that the Lord of Ashes sees everything. Suddenly, the door hinges screamed. George stumbled in, looking like he'd just walked out of a slaughterhouse, clothes drenched in fresh blood. Shen nearly jumped out of his skin, sweating buckets. Did George just survive a war zone? Then the realization hit him like a truck. Ina was still sitting right there, panic mode engaged. He had to keep these two apart at all costs. Still sweating profusely, he pointed toward the back room, plastering on a weird, strained smile as he ushered George to take a seat inside. George was floored. He thought Shen was playing 4D chess, marveling that the shop owner had seemingly predicted his arrival, and even prepped an interrogation room. He nodded and followed orders. George collapsed onto the sofa, while Shen took the chair opposite him. George wasted no time assuming Shen already knew he was a Fed from the Anti-Magic Bureau. Even though the brass called them defenders of civilization, George was real about it. He knew they were just cannon fodder, meat for the grinder on the front lines. Shen gave a sympathetic nod, saying that sounded rough while stealing a glance at the main room. Ina was aggressively drying her hair, the towel completely masking her face. Shen silently thanked every star in the sky that George hadn't clocked her, probably thinking she was just some random girl hiding from the rain. George cut to the chase. He needed a favor. Shen flashed his customer service smile, insisting he'd brew a coffee first, and they could talk business after. George wondered if caffeine was some weird ritual here, but didn't complain. Shen slipped out, shutting the door and peeking through the crack with a grin, whispering that George was definitely paying for that drink. Door secured, Shen leaned back and muttered, "What are the odds?" Realizing he had to extract one particular customer immediately, he ghosted up behind Ina and, lowering his voice to a whisper, asked if the cult was the reason she was here. Ina's face went blank as the brand on her back started burning up. She looked up at Shen, explaining that the cult was in dire straits, being hunted down by a Black Ops mission called Operation Hush Strike. She needed to summon the Lord of Ashes fast. Shen asked for details on Hush Strike, then immediately switched gears, assuring her to put her faith in the Lord to handle the mess. He moved with purpose, striking a pose right in front of her table, raising a hand like he was commanding the elements, and boomed, that fear was unnecessary. She just needed to trust the Lord's power, because their golden age was just around the corner. Ina pressed her lips together, breaking into a nervous sweat, replying that she didn't totally get it, but it sounded epic. Shen doubled down, promising the Lord of Ashes, had her back and guaranteed the win, suggesting she head home to lay low. She stood up, fully convinced. Once she was gone, Shen walked back to George with the coffee, apologizing for the delay and asking what the big favor was. George reached into his bloodstained jacket, pulled out a photo, and slammed it on the table. He was there to hunt down the girl in the picture. He suspected she was a cultist and warned that these fanatics had become a massive threat to the Order of Veranda, a threat the Bureau needed to liquidate. He handed the photo to Shen, and the moment Shen looked at it, his brain froze. His eyes rolled back into his head, screaming internally at the cosmic joke. Staring at the photo, Shen wondered why on earth he would help George hunt her down when he was literally her accomplice, trapped in a situation he couldn't explain to either side. He forced a nod, agreeing to help find her secretly, hoping he'd be the one to get to the girl first. George squinted at the photo. It was a total pixelated mess. You couldn't even tell if the kid was a guy or a girl. Plus, nobody ever mentioned spotting this mystery kid on the streets. Looks like coming to Shen was the money move. But everything has a price tag. Shen just flashed a cryptic smile and told him to mark it down as a favor. George crossed his arms, frowning hard enough to crack his face. He'd way rather drop a massive pile of cash than owe a debt to a sketchy enigma like Shen. Nah, he'd trade a rare relic instead to square the deal. He stood up, promising to slide through with a gift in a few days. Shen just kept smiling and waved him off. The door clicked shut. Alone, Shen gripped his hair, stressing out. He whispered that he was probably just tripping over nothing, but it felt like he was dead center in a downward spiral. Meanwhile, under the bright daylight, Yana perched on the rooftop, gazing at the lush greenery below. Baron showed up, calling her name. She spun around, answering with total respect. Baron stepped up, asking what was on her mind. Her face went beet red, lips pressed tight in nervous energy, and she tapped her index fingers together, classic shy move, before forcing a smile. She hoped the payout could be just a little fatter. She reminded him of her situation. She's got 8 siblings to feed, and that is not cheap. Avoiding eye contact, she mentioned her classmates got sent to the ER last time. This run felt way sketchier, so could he bump up her rate? Baron looked tragic, but admitted she had serious grit, and stayed active after the ritual despite having 0 talent. Still, he gave her the green light. Yana literally started jumping for joy. Baron squeezed his eyes shut, thinking only peasants obsessed over cash like that, and that the mystery VIP at the cafe definitely wouldn't care about material junk. Then he announced it was time to start the summoning. Cut to a pitch-black room. Baron sat in the center of a lightning circle and drove a blade straight into his palm. Crimson splattered, dripping onto the runes as he called out to the nameless. The indescribable, the unknown. He summoned the abyss, confessing his heart was overflowing with agony and despair, which he'd use as a bridge to connect. He was ready to commit ultimate good, or ultimate evil. He just prayed the entity would manifest in this dimension and grant his one true desire. Yana stood in the back, trembling like a leaf. She jammed her fingers into her ears, refusing to witness this nightmare. Suddenly, Baron's double materialized, draped in smoke and crackling lightning. This dude had jet black hair totally unlike Baron's brown locks. The double watched him thinking he should just let the guy be, realizing Baron had zero clue how to actually resurrect his daughter, as Baron kept chanting to the haze of the white shore. And the controller of worlds, he admitted the entity was god tier, but his own understanding was way too shallow to grasp the message. The double stood in silence, thinking there was no way Baron could unlock supernatural hacks like this. Stepping forward, the double whispered, asking if Baron craved more. Then he remembered Baron couldn't even see him, but the real Baron, teeth gritted and eyes shut tight, screamed that he wanted it all, and hungered for that forbidden hypnotic knowledge. The double, shrouded in smoke, murmured that the wish was a go, if the sacrifice was right. He paused in front of Yana, snapped her picture, and then turned to capture more shots. The real Baron stood up, declaring he had an offering that would satisfy the gods. He held out a silver ring. The double slid it off Baron's finger, thinking, yeah, looks like silver. But knowing Baron could barely cover next month's utilities, he really should pawn this if he needed cash. Outside, a girl walked up to the door and shoved it open. Inside, the double watched Baron, wondering what fake spell he should spit out this time. Meanwhile, the real Baron knelt there wondering what kind of dark secrets were coming his way. Suddenly, the girl pierced through the smoke and darkness, crying out, "Father!" Baron's eyes snapped open. Was that Yifu? Yana cracked one eye open, scanning the room, asking who was there. But when she saw a massive, shadowy figure looming over her, she freaked out and collapsed to the floor. Yifu walked up to Baron, whispering that it felt like she'd been trapped in a long, never-ending nightmare. Someone was waiting in the dream, calling her name, begging her to wake up. It felt like eternity, but a sudden chill snapped her awake. Hearing this, the double just smirked, wondering if Baron actually pulled off a resurrection. How the hell did he do it? He pinched his nose, questioning if Baron actually learned something real from the free and easy wandering teachings. He honestly has no clue how Baron pulled this off, but the result is gold. Baron is now convinced more than ever that Shen is a literal god. The entity fades into thin air, dropping a final promise. If the offering makes the cut, there's a sweet reward coming. But there's a catch. Next time they summon him, the sacrifice better be high tier. No cheap stuff allowed. Baron scrambles to his feet, eyes darting around for the disappearing act, completely confused by the demand for a better sacrifice. Talk about a tough critic. It looks like today's offering was barely a warm-up, and the entity was definitely not satisfied. He'd locked away that forbidden lore, but then Yifu dropped a bombshell on her dad. She felt a strange warmth in the air. It was like a guardian angel was watching her from the fog, making her feel safe and happy. Baron's jaw clenched. His eyes darted nervously. She's being watched by the haze of the white shore. A twisted, evil grin crept up his face as he stared into the void. The gears turned in his head. If he sacrificed Yifu, he could unlock god-tier forbidden magic. The thought totally consumed him. Yifu, sensing the mood shift, placed a hand on his shoulder. "Dad, what's wrong?" Tears instantly welled in Baron's eyes. He screamed her name, spinning around to crush her in a bear hug. "I'm so sorry. I won't let anyone touch you. Never again." He swore that nothing in this world would take her away from him. Yifu beamed, promising she wasn't going anywhere. Suddenly, boom. Baron sensed a massive presence. Face twisted in rage, he squared up against a blinding, colorful pillar of light that shot vertically through the hall. He roared into the abyss, addressing the controller of worlds, the magnificent lord of the haze. "I'll get you a better tribute next time. Just stop obsessing over my daughter." Chen, watching from the void, just facepalmed. Dude, I literally glanced at her for a second. Talk about a drama queen. Did he really need to crash out like that? Meanwhile, back in the smoke, the scene shifted. Baron was on his knees while his partner towered over him. "The Hush Strikes approached me days ago for an alliance," the partner stated. "They offered a catastrophic-level mystery relic as payment." Baron gestured wildly. "I hate dealing with cultists, but my hands are tied." Back in reality, Chen phased into his cafe, letting his haze form dissipate. He let out a heavy sigh. His stats were definitely buffed. Naturally, he started wondering, if this is mid-tier, what does the endgame ability look like? Tapping his foot impatiently, he initiated the D-transformation. He stared at his right arm as it morphed back into a regular human hand. Man, what a waste, he thought. He still couldn't figure out how to use the ring Baron gave him. Another deep sigh. He was a total noob when it came to this supernatural stuff. Rubbing his chin, he pondered, do they expect me to grind at work? Just to buy expensive occult textbooks? Smack. He slapped his own face in frustration. Get it together. That's not very god tier. That's straight up corporate slave mentality. Gripping his chin, he thought, maybe I should just hit up George and let him explain the ring mechanics. Whatever. He grabbed his custom raincoat off the rack and shook it out. Time to head out and flex the new purchase. Dang, expensive custom gear really hits different, he noted happily, admiring the colors. Mask on, hat on. Chen stepped into the alleyway, marching through the downpour. It was raining cats and dogs out there. He hopped on the bus, his brain ticking. Last time Baron summoned him, he'd snapped some intel shots of a building through the window. Raincoat off, dry seat secured. He whipped out his phone to swipe through the gallery. That building, probably lurking, on the edge of South Bayranda. Zooming in on the photo, he made a deduction. If he wasn't tripping, those high walls had a glass walkway acting as an observatory deck. This international hub was split into 4 zones. Bayranda, the moneymaker and trade center. West Bayranda, the power seat with Nolan's palace. Home to the prime ministers, the councils, and the big government wigs. East Bayranda, factory central for the working class. And South Bayranda, a chaotic mix of condos, industry, and shops. Massive walls separated the districts. You couldn't just stroll across. Regular folks needed government clearance. Just to cross the border. Fast forward a bit. Chen stood on the high bridge rain, battering his coat hand, covering his mouth. He spotted a dark-haired girl, standing nearby in a blue raincoat. Who else is crazy enough to be on an observation deck? In this lousy weather, just him. The girl turned. Her internal radar went off. She'd never sensed anyone this powerful, in this dimension. Chen, glued to his binoculars, decided to ignore her. He had bigger fish to fry. Bingo. This is the right angle. He had to wonder, did Baron have a side hustle? Besides being a sorcerer, the guy gave off serious long con energy. Chen needed dirt on Baron's victims. Once he had that intel, he could drop divine secrets that would absolutely shatter their minds. He twisted the focus dial, whispering to himself. That was the only way to keep his cover from getting blown. Summoning an other-dimensional deity. Yeah, that was strictly off-limits for Baron. One slip up and Shen finds out, then snitches to George. Game over. His gaze shifted to the bus stop, locking onto a girl hopping aboard. Instant recognition, she was the one who passed out earlier. Based on her fit, she was definitely a student, no matter where that bus was headed. It rolled right past Baden Empire Academy. The age match was too perfect. Shen realized Baron had to be hiding in plain sight as a student there. He pivoted, catching sight of that blue raincoat just a few feet away. Standing on the observatory deck in this downpour, she was definitely hiding something. But then he shook his head. He was spiraling, getting way too paranoid. She was a nobody, irrelevant, time to bounce. But as he walked away, the girl's eyes bore into his back. Her senses flared. The stench of the Lord of Ashes was thick, suffocating. Who the hell was this guy, really? She squeezed her eyes shut, calming the urge. She'd been inches away from snapping and drawing her blade right there. Right on cue, George rolled up, umbrella in hand. He sized her up, asking if she was the rookie partner he was stuck with. You, a high schooler, Su Ling, right? She spun around, ready to set the record straight. College, she snapped. Freshman at Baden Empire Academy. George shut his eyes, looking like he had a migraine coming on. Nolan is officially screwed, he muttered. He couldn't believe the Anti-Magic Bureau teamed him up with a kid who still needed a hall pass. I need to retire. Su Ling wasn't having it. I'm in college. I'm 17. I skipped a grade, okay. So, age-wise, you're a high schooler. She practically screamed, I am a college student. George jammed a finger in his ear, grimacing at the volume. Su Ling glared daggers, knuckles white, as she clenched her fists. I'm a B-grade investigator, she hissed. 10 years of combat experience before I even signed up. I might be new here, but don't you dare treat me like some helpless rookie. George let out a dry chuckle. All right. Message received. College student. His face went serious. But honestly, doesn't matter if you're in high school or med school. We've got bigger problems. Su Ling dropped the attitude, her expression shifting to innocent curiosity. She listened as George dropped the bomb. The city was on the brink. The cult was prepping for another ritual. They'd picked a high-value sacrifice for a ceremony at a downtown club. Su Ling's eyes widened. Miranda, fill me in on the way, she ordered. George blinked, confused. Where exactly are you going? I'm starving, she chirped, innocence fully restored. You're buying. George balked. Excuse me, why am I paying? Su Ling held up a finger. 1. Respect your elders. No, wait, respect the youth. I'm the newbie, you're the veteran. It's etiquette. She ticked off a second finger. 2. You're higher rank. Better wage, killer benefits, fat annual bonuses. Do the math. George facepalmed. Fine, my treat. He sighed. We're going to my usual spot. I need you to meet someone there anyway. Su Ling pouted but shrugged. Whatever, as long as the food keeps coming. Cut to Shen. The hot water blasted down, washing away the grime. Man, that feels better, he muttered. Next, stop the library. Dark, smoky haze drifted off his hair as he scrubbed. He thought back to his last visit. Last time he bribed a guy to grab a book. This time he was just going to borrow the guy's face. Literally. George burst into the coffee shop. Hello, anybody home? Shen's voice floated out, irritated. George, what are you doing here? We got a customer, George bellowed. Shen grabbed a towel, frantically covering up. He kicked the sliding door open, dripping wet. Su Ling had already ditched her raincoat, scanning the place. "Thought you said there was a guy here," she asked, unimpressed. "Door's unlocked," George replied. "He's around somewhere." Shen stepped into view, looking exasperated. "Seriously, George? In this downpour?" At the sound of his voice, Su Ling spun around. Shen flashed his best customer service smile. "You must really crave this coffee, old man." But Su Ling froze. That scent. Heavy. Oppressive. The Lord of Ashes was standing right in front of her. Her eyes locked onto him. Suddenly, she wasn't in a cafe. She was back there. A red book consumed by flames. Shen's manic evil laughter echoing. Fire ripping through a red-roofed house. A sword crackling with lightning plunged deep into something burning alive. The memory burned. Su Ling bit her lip, rage boiling over. If she could just end them all right now. Oblivious to her internal crisis, Shen tilted his head. "Does the Anti-Magic Bureau hire child labor now? Aren't you still in high school?" Su Ling's face went stone cold. She said nothing. George's warning played in her head. Just observe, he had told her on the way over. Don't engage. Just watch him. Remembering that moment, she scrunched her face tight, biting her lip to suppress a scream. Finally, she let out a furious huff and dropped the bomb that she was a college student. George barely held back a snort. Leaning in toward Shen, George whispered loud enough to hear freshman year. Basically still a high schooler. She's 17. Same difference. Su Ling just stared daggers at him, her expression deadpan and lethal. "All right, intro's over," George said, cutting the tension. "Let's get down to business." He brought up the person he needed Shen to track, but Shen just pointed at the counter. "Coffee first, intel later." "Fine. Another latte," George sighed in defeat. While Shen nodded, Su Ling was already burying her nose in the menu. Her eyes literally sparkled at the pictures. She started rattling off a feast mousse, cake chicken sandwich tiramisu, fresh cream cake, egg tarts, donuts, macarons. Then she dropped the mic. "Make it double. 2 of everything." Shen shrank back, looking up at this bottomless pit of a girl. And what kind of coffee do you want?" "I don't know, coffee. You pick," she shrugged. Shen smirked, accepting the challenge. "In that case, leave it to me. I'll whip up something you'll love." She nodded, and Shen spun around to start prep. Shen was mentally counting the profits, but George was sweating bullets. "You realize you're wasting food, right?" "Whatever I don't eat, I bag up," she shot back. George squeezed his eyes shut, pained. "Kid, you don't order a feast at a coffee shop. It's not filling and costs a fortune. Your treat." Remember, George went dead silent. She started ticking off fingers, listing his perks like a savage. "Grade A investigator. You make more than 99% of the population. Free housing. Full healthcare for the whole family tree. Tuition covered. Travel comped. Plus those fat mission bonuses." She leaned in. "Can't you just expense this to the bureau? We're on the clock finding Shen, aren't we?" George let out a heavy sigh. "The perks are great. If you live long enough to retire." He side-eyed her. "But you're grade B. Why are you so broke?" She shut her eyes, dodging the question. "I have expenses." Cut to the table, groaning under a mountain of pastries. While she inhaled the food like a vacuum, George sat at the next table, back turned to her facing Shen. So George lowered his voice. "Any leads on my request? I know Brenda is a total mess right now." "How much do you know?" Shen probed. "That's it. That's all we've got," George admitted. "If this goes south, we're talking about an other-dimensional god. Total unpredictability. Even if it's not evil, just its presence would fry a normal human's brain." George wiped sweat from his brow, eyes shut tight. Worst-case scenario. Shen just rolled his eyes, smirking. "If the ritual is that big, how does the cult sacrifice a whole city without the entire world watching?" Shen went quiet, thinking back to Anna's warning about a new sacrificial ritual. The Chaos Cult doesn't have the juice for that, he thought. Anna had mentioned they were being hunted. Hush strike. Shen's sweat dropped, testing George. "You know them." A chill ran down George's spine. This guy knows everything. "Yeah," he managed. Hush strike. They hit the Anti-Magic Bureau hard. Heavy casualties. No idea what their endgame is. But if they aren't trying to nuke the city with a sacrifice, they're tomorrow's problem. George slid a box across the table. "I owed you one. This wipes the slate clean." Shen looked wary. "Does taking this mean I have to hunt down Anna for you?" "Just keep it," George insisted. In the background, Su Ling had decimated the feast. Only crumbs and a few scraps left. George turned back. "Did you turn down the job because it's too much heat?" "I'm not helping," Shen stated flatly. "But I will say this, the girl in the photo, she's not the enemy. Chaos Cult and Hush Strike are at each other's throats right now. That one's on the house." George stood up, nodding. "Understood. Thanks for the tip." He signaled Su Ling. "Let's roll." Su Ling, mid-bite of ice cream, waved at Shen. "Box this up." Shen gave a polite smile. "Sorry, no takeout boxes here." Su Ling froze, horrified. She whipped her head around to glare at George, who just closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Cut to George watching in shock as Su Ling angrily speed eats every last cupcake and sandwich out of pure spite. Rain lashed down as Shen stood looming outside the academy, clad in a slick raincoat and muttering to the storm. One goal, the library. Just past this checkpoint lay a treasure trove of over 700,000 volumes. No student ID, no problem. He'd just vaporize into mist and ghost his way in through the restroom vents. In that form, physics didn't apply. He could breeze through the tiniest hairline fracture, making a security window look like an open barn door. Big mistake. He materialized straight into the girl's bathroom. Cue the scream, cue the immediate stinging, slap across the face. Moments later, he was chilling outside wearing a stolen face and a fresh uniform, borrowing someone else's identity. Way too convenient. He breezed into the library eyes, scanning the shelves, hunting for one specific tome. Bingo. He cracked it open, needing dirt on the chaos cult. But as he started reading, cold sweat began to drip. These fanatics hadn't just prayed, they'd actually summoned the legendary Lord of Ashes. The text described pure apocalypse oceans boiling into steam skies choked with smog, and the earth scorched black. Shen realized he was nowhere near that power level yet. Back then, this cult was strong enough to topple an entire kingdom. They obliterated the military, leaving nothing but bodies in their wake. They executed the king, plundered the treasury, and abducted the royal women. Straight up nightmare fuel. They were the ultimate evil on the second largest continent. But even legends fall, the Corona Church nearly wiped them off the map. Shen slammed the book shut and shelved it. Just a washed-up cult that peaked centuries ago. He snagged another title, The Silent Language by Yale Verd. A relic from 100 years ago. Safe to assume the author was long gone. Here was the tea, some cults thrived on divine handouts, but most followers got zero perks, making recruitment a total grind. The only way to build a loyal army, exploit their paralyzing fear of death. That was the horror of Hush Strike. It wasn't monsters. It was regular people conducting rituals that defied logic. Their deity embodied winter itself, a symbol of absolute silence, finality, and the grave. While Shen was deep in the lore, footsteps crept up behind him through the stacks. He read on oblivious Hush Strike rituals, started by slaughtering a chosen sacrifice. The gift was eternal peace and silence. Truly disturbed stuff. But Shen paused. Was sacrificing a soul really that bad if it saved the city? Suddenly, logic flew out the window. Panic hit him like a truck. Someone was watching him. He spun around, sweating bullets. The stalker, none other than Baron. Baron stared him down, calling him Yasi, and dropping a bomb. Aren't you supposed to be on sick leave? Shen froze, eyes squeezing shut. He totally forgot whose face he was wearing. He scratched his head brain, scrambling for an excuse while Baron repeated the name. Shen cursed internally. Of all the students to impersonate, he picked one this guy actually knew. What are the odds he'd walked right into a trap? He plastered on a shaky smile, acting like running into a teacher was a pleasant surprise. Shen sized Baron up. This guy's scholarly aura was seriously throwing him off. He laughed it off, lying through his teeth. Oh, I'm feeling way better. Just here to meet a friend, actually. Then he grabbed his head, feigning a dizzy spell. Oof, actually, maybe the fever's back. I should bounce. Baron didn't look convinced. You should be resting, especially in this downpour. Then Baron's eyes locked onto the book, in Shen's hand. The Silent Language you. Into the occult. Now. Shen chuckled nervously, trying to play it cool. It's super interesting. I know it's fake, but it reads like a fantasy novel. Can't put it down. Baron raised an eyebrow. Funny. You don't show this much dedication in my math class. Ouch. Shen immediately shoved the book back on the shelf and tried to shuffle away. Yeah, not feeling well, gotta go. Mind if I walk with you? Baron asked. Shen stopped dead in his tracks. He squeezed his eyes shut, defeated. Sure. Fast forward to the corridor, the silence deafening. Baron paused. Hold up a sec. Need to drop something in the activity room. Shen, heart pounding, stood behind him with his eyes closed. No problem. He peeked one eye open, watching Baron like a hawk. Never in a million years did I expect to run into him here. Is Baron seriously a math professor at this academy? Or just some low-level lecturer? That sidekick he had earlier must be a student. I mean, the Baranda Empire Academy is basically the Ivy League of this world. Top tier. If Baron's actually tenured here, he's definitely rubbing shoulders with the upper crust of high society. Look at that poker face. I bet the faculty has zero clue they're employing a dangerous warlock with a double life. Speak of the devil. Baron rolls up, collapsing his umbrella. Apologies for the wait, he says, smooth as silk. Let's move. We trek across the soaked campus. Baron's got the umbrella, leaving me trailing in my raincoat. But something's off. Why is he bundled up in heavy layers like it's the Arctic in the middle of this humidity? I stare at his coat. Then it clicks. Dark arts. Astral projection. Messing with relics breaks your body. He's paying the price for violating nature's laws. That's why he's freezing to death. I freeze in my tracks. I decide to test him. Hey, I've read up on the occult. That book, The Silent Language, total trash, zero value. Baron stops dead. He doesn't flinch. You are correct, he replies, cool as ice while I keep my eyes glued to him. Silence hangs between us. I just checked the clue broom, Baron states flatly. Yase is safe at home. He reaches into his coat, flicks a scrap of paper into the downpour. Astral projection is handy, isn't it? Shame it only works on the weak and powerless. The paper hits the mud, the ink dissolves instantly, and the raindrops hitting it, they don't splash. They hover, transforming into shimmering pearl-like spheres. Baron turns around. I've cleared the area. No interruptions. His gaze hardens. 2 questions. He drills holes into me with his stare. Who are you, and what do you want? Speak. Cold sweat runs down my back. I stay silent. Baron snaps his fingers. Snap, and gravity just quits. The raindrops freeze midair. Silence, he sneers. Fine. I can interrogate your corpse just as easily. A massive glowing glyph ignites above our heads. It sucks in the rain, forming an impenetrable dome. A perfect barrier. I look up terrified as the magic circle expands until it engulfs the entire school block. Made up your mind, Baron warns. A rune burns into his right hand, ready to fire. But then, he freezes. A scent hits him. Thick fog erupts from where I'm standing. Baron's eyes widen. He knows this smell. It's the haze of the white shore. He's shaking, gritting his teeth. He remembers sensing the outer god during the summoning. That was full power. The familiar he hunted was 10%. But this energy signature, it's somewhere in between. Stronger than a monster, but not quite the god itself. The spell circle shatters. The rain crashes down again. I apologize, Baron stammers, panic rising. I joined Hush Strike temporarily. I thought you were with the Anti-Magic Bureau. It was just a test. I didn't mean any harm. Hidden in the mist, I repeat his words back to him. You sensed the god simply because I shifted into this form. It all makes sense now. Every time I toggle these god powers, I'm leaking divine energy like a beacon. George, Anna, they all felt it. That's why Su Ling looked so terrified at the observatory. I deepen my voice, playing the part. I am the herald bound to serve the Great One. Tell me, why align yourself with Hush Strike? Baron drops to his knees. Only for the catastrophic class relic they promised. I intended to offer it as tribute to your magnificent god, he's shouting now, desperate. Even if I receive no divine knowledge, I beg of you, ask the Great One to look away from my daughter. Spare her. I close my eyes. Understood. The god has a new decree. Compile every scrap of intel on Hush Strike. Put it in the silent language. Baron hesitates. But why? My eyes flash with eldritch light. He flinches. He bows, his head defeated. It shall be done. I stride past him, leaving him shivering in the rain. He stands there, eyes closed, sweat mixing with rain. I'm sorry, old friend, he whispers into the void. Looks like I have to be a traitor again. He clenches his jaw. His pride is screaming, but his daughter comes first. He accepts his dark path. Cut to me sitting in a cafe, head in my hands. Just totally exhausted. Head down, staring at the table. Where the hell is George? He totally ghosted the coffee shop meetup. Chen's mind is racing. Hush Strike is plotting to wipe the board before the ritual kicks off. He needs to warn George stat. And then there's the Anna situation. Flashback to 2 days ago. Fresh from the academy, he didn't expect Anna to pull up on him late at night. The tea, the summoning is tonight. And that dark fruit she mentioned, total mystery. But while he's deep in the mental sauce, a brunette slides into the booth right in his face. Zero personal space. She starts venting about her bestie, hating her guts. I've got literally no one else to talk to, she whines. Chen flashes a polite customer service smile. If you're really best friends, just ask her out and clear the air. Real talk fixes drama every time. He drops a charm-heavy wink. Got a blast, though. You should probably hurry home. The girl blushes like an anime character clutching her heart. She thanks him and sprints off, totally crushing on him. Chen checks his screen. It is 10 minutes to midnight. Showtime is almost here. Midnight strikes. 12 a.m. Silence. No demonic portals. Chen frowns. Did things go sideways on Anna's end? Cut to the enemy side. 11:30 p.m. The church hall. The high priest Anna and 3 shady dudes in hoods are staring down a corpse. It is the doctor, dead as a doornail. The high priest demands answers. Who punched his ticket? A brunette priest, looking like he is about to hyperventilate, confirms the kill. He is gone for real. I saw it with my own eyes. Hush Strike took him out cold. The high priest glances at Anna. Ice water in her veins. She is just a kid, but she is not flinching. Impressive composure. The high priest goes full sermon mode. The Lord of Ashes has eyes on us. This power-up is going to make the Chaos Cult absolutely god-tier, stronger than ever. The nervous priest jumps on the hype train. 2 months ago, we witnessed the Lord's greatness. Tonight is the new era, baby. We are all getting a taste of that glory. The high priest winds up for his big finish but choke. The brunette priest grabs his throat, gurgling, eyes watering, blood geysers from his mouth. Panic in the pews. The guy drops like a sack of potatoes, dead on impact. The mob freaks out, swarming the body. What is happening? Then the whole building starts vibrating. Chill out, the high priest bellows. Do not lose it. The ritual is still a go. Hush Strike has no divine backup. We are going to crush them. Bam! The doors fly open. A sentry stumbles in, screaming at the top of his lungs. Outside guards, wasted. Some are just gone. I can only ping about half the squad. And the enemy invisible. The priests start sweating bullets. Pure terror in the room. Now the high priest is losing his cool. Evacuation time. A hooded muscle man screams, "Get the boss out now." The security team is shouting, demanding the high priest move immediately. The high priest snaps into survival mode. Security detail. Get everyone clear of this place. Regroup at the north shore of the River Thames. Move it or lose it. He snatches Anna's wrist. You are with me, kid. School is in session. Lesson 1 starts tonight. Anna, eyes wide with innocent curiosity, asks, where are we headed? To find the divine messenger. Intense stare. Anna glances back at the entrance. It is pouring rain, but dead silent. The vibes are off. She senses something approaching. Suddenly, boom! The walls and roof just disintegrate. Blinding flash. Hurricane force winds. The blast ragdolls the priests across the room. Blackout. Anna's body glows in the void. She squeezes her eyes shut, feeling a hollow emptiness in her chest. Floating in the abyss. Is this the Lord of Ashes? Is she meeting the messenger? Snap back to reality. She is buried under rubble. Beaten up but breathing. Her enhanced body saved her, but the pain is real. Probably broke a few ribs. She flexes in arm agony. She has to bail. With a primal scream, she bench presses the concrete slab off her chest. She sits up and splat, a severed hand lands right on her arm. She flinched, staring at the carnage. Was that? The high priest's hand. Anna peered through the jagged gap in the shattered wall. I gotta get out of here. She bolted into the downpour, the mystic sigil branded on her back, searing like a hot iron. She'd let the burn lead the way. Behind her, a crimson gloom swallowed the ruins of the sanctuary. Agonized shrieks pierced the storm worshippers, begging for salvation, chanting praises to the Lord of Ashes as they burned. Anna didn't look back, sprinting toward the one place that might hold a divine messenger. Meanwhile, inside the cozy coffee shop, Shen leaned back, arms crossed. Is the anti-magic bureau mixed up in this mess? If they were, Anna was in deep trouble. He glanced at the door. He'd sworn she was here earlier when that knock came, but it was just some stray alley cat. The clock hit 3 in the morning. Staying up was pointless. George would probably drag himself in tomorrow anyway. If the bureau was involved, Shen needed to crash. Lights out. Outside, Anna stumbled to a halt. Soaked to the bone, she gasped. Finally, I'm here. Her legs gave out and she hit the pavement hard. I made it. But she wasn't alone. The Hush Strike squad had arrived. Cloaked in midnight blue robes, they materialized on the rooftop directly across from the shop. One brandished a sword engulfed in flames, locking eyes with Anna. Move it, sun's coming up, we're burning daylight. Anyone inside tries to play hero, consider it a declaration of war against Hush Strike. He pointed his blade at the shop. The script is written. Fate is sealed. No one defies the Almighty's will. Anna lay cold on the asphalt. A cat with piercing blue eyes padded over to her body, then glared up at the rooftop squad. Meow. The cat stuck its tongue out, a total mockery of their deadly vibe. One of the hooded killers faltered. His cheeks flushed pink. Oh my gosh, look at that bean, so cute. He violently shook his head. Focus, idiot, the mission comes first. No time for petting sessions. The squad leader radiated silent fury. The cat just stared back, unblinking. Those eyes, dead ringers for Su Ling's. Suddenly the shop door exploded with energy, a blinding mix of lightning haze and scorching fire. The raw power surged onto the street, flooding the pavement with supernatural dread. The cat hissed, bristling in terror. Up on the roof, the leader froze, the sheer weight of that aura, crushing his resolve. His eyes glazed over. As the fiery mist engulfed the street, the leader's hood slipped back, revealing a face pale with panic. Sweat poured down his face. Who runs this place? He screamed. This owner. He's a monster. I can smell it on him. The scent of 2 otherworldly gods clashing in one body. The pressure was suffocating. The squad trembled. Then the ground erupted with an even darker power. A titanic, blazing monstrosity clawed its way into reality, the seed of chaos. The assassins looked like insects next to this beast. They stood paralyzed on the roof, jaws dropped. Words failed them. One guy stuttered. What? What the hell is that thing? Heads were sprouting from its body like tumors, and the rain sizzled into steam before hitting the ground. It's the Lord of Ashes familiar, the seed of chaos. The leader snapped out of it. Scatter, run for your lives. One cultist scrambled for cover, glancing back. It's massive. It can't possibly move fast, right? Wrong. The beast blurred. Its cavernous maw snapped open, lunging straight for the leader. Chomp. The leader's scream was cut short by a geyser of blood. Another member watched in horror. It's too fast. Before he could blink, claws erupted from the darkness behind him. Splat. He was skewered blood, misting the air. Meanwhile, a third guy crouched in the shadows, smirking. It went for them. Suckers. Now's my chance to ghost. He barely twitched a muscle when the monster was instantly hovering right in his face. The smirk vanished. He couldn't even scream. Slash. Bisected. His top half slid cleanly off his bottom half. The last survivor pressed his back against a brick wall, shaking. Stay quiet. Just stay quiet. The heat spiked. The air grew heavy. He slowly turned his head toward the wall. Through a tiny crack in the bricks, a giant burning eye stared right back at him. Scrip lum. Silence followed the slaughter. The rain hammered down again, washing over Anna's unconscious form. With the squad liquidated, the beast stomped toward the girl. Anna's eyes snapped open. She looked up. "Why is it burning up?" she gasped, the heat becoming suffocating. Suddenly, a gaping maw loomed before her. She bolted upright, paralyzed by pure terror. "Monster!" Her scream tore through the air. Scrambling backward in a panic, she crab-walked until her back slammed hard against the cold wall. Tears blurred her vision as the beast stalked closer, its body shuddering with a twisted sort of longing. Its gaze locked onto her, like a predator. "Stay back," she thrust a hand out, desperate. Instantly, the air shimmered, a blinding golden aura erupted behind her back. Another halo of light materialized right on her raised palm. The creature froze, its jaw hanging slack. Time seemed to stop as the crimson sigil on Anna's back pulsed with light. Boom. The monster dissolved into a swirling inferno, crackling and roaring as the fire took hold. Rain hissed into steam instantly from the searing heat. The fiery mass shrank down and slammed into the pavement with a heavy thud. "I did that," Anna stared, stunned. She could command the flame. Her mind raced to the legend of the Lord of Ashes, the entity dwelling in a dimension where golden fire devoured everything. A realm ignited during the hour of the apocalypse. 20 massive worlds had already been reduced to ash and void, an endless hungry inferno, burning until the end and beginning of time, the eternal flame of ruin. But then Twist the monster, still wrapped in fire, reformed. It started regenerating at a terrifying speed, flesh knitting together amidst the crackling blaze. It wasn't over. Just a little longer, Anna told herself, gritting her teeth. She couldn't give up now. If she held on, she could incinerate this thing for good. But as the beast stepped forward, her vision went black. She collapsed. Stomp. The creature's claw crushed the ground, snuffing out the mystical fire. Standing in the rain, looking down at her, the monster's thoughts shifted. So this is the Lord of Ashes' chosen one. It noted her injuries. She was vulnerable. A sitting duck, without protection. Poof. The terrifying beast shrank into a harmless blue-eyed cat. It glanced at Anna with indifference. Her fate, not my problem. The cat strutted past her limp body and slipped into the coffee shop. Inside, Shen threw the door open, looking annoyed. "What was that roar just now?" he demanded. The cat just trotted toward him and let out a soft meow. Shen smirked. "Yeah, that demonic sound definitely didn't come from this fuzzball." "I'm checking outside," he muttered to himself. "Sounded like a kaiju out here," he grumbled, stepping into the rain. Then he saw her, Anna unconscious against the pillar. Hey, panic surged. He rushed over, attacked. Just as I feared, the ritual went sideways. He grabbed her arm, checking her condition. It was bad. She was messed up. He scooped her up into his arms. "Don't worry, I've got you. I'll save you." He carried her quickly inside. "Hey, Furball," he called to the cat. "There might be monsters nearby. If you see anything, scream your head off." "Got it." The cat just squinted, totally unimpressed. Meanwhile, Shen started peeling off Anna's soaked clothes, chanting, "I am doing this strictly to save her. Strictly medical." But as the layers came off, drip. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. He was fighting a losing battle with his own hormones. Saving her. Just saving her. He sputtered through the blood. Suddenly he paused. Her wounds. They were knitting themselves back together. Cut to 10 in the morning. Anna sat on the bed, fresh casual clothes on, staring at the clock. Her mind replayed the night before, blacking out right in front of the Divine Messenger's cafe. She remembered waking up healed and clinging to Shen. He was bleeding from every facial orifice, yet he stood there like a rock. "Cry all you want," he'd told her, ignoring his own blood loss. "I can take it. I'm completely healed," she thought, swinging her legs off the bed. The Divine Messenger must have used his powers on me. She scanned a messy room. So this is how a cosmic entity lives, in human disguise. She walked out into the main cafe area. Shen was there, nursing his breakfast. She stood behind him. "Thank you for saving me." Shen spun around, forcing a smile. "You're up. Grab some food." But whoa, the dark circles under his eyes were massive. He looked like a walking corpse. Anna actually jumped back. "Holy, are you even alive?" "Just pulled an all-nighter," Shen groaned, waving a hand. "No big deal." She stepped closer. Even a Divine Messenger has limits. She realized she barely knew anything about this guy. "Who are you really?" she asked. Shen's gaze drifted away. He wasn't doing magic all night, he was on guard duty. He'd sat by the door, terrified the monster would come back for round 2. Staying alert like that, way harder than a late-night gaming marathon. At the crack of dawn, he'd sprinted to the library, digging into that clue about Baron. Once he confirmed it, he dropped a dime on Hush Strike to the Anti-Magic Bureau. Those guys act like a boring office, but they're the real deal. Even their own families think they push paper for a living. Perfect cover. Luckily, dropping George's name proved he wasn't just some drunk crackpot. Mission accomplished, he'd raced back to whip up breakfast for Anna. Shen was running on empty, feeling the crash hitting him hard right after the first bite of breakfast. Between chews, he nudged Ina to spill the tea on last night's chaos. Ina shot up like a soldier, hitting him with a stiff, "Understood." Shen rolled his eyes, telling her to chill out and just talk while she ate. As Ina broke down the events, Shen started sweating bullets, realizing the monster she was describing sounded suspiciously like that creepy artifact Baron had forced on him. He told her to pause a second. Ina clocked his ghost-white face immediately, asking if he was going to pass out. He waved her off, claiming he was solid, while internally screaming, wondering if that cursed object had actually vanished. Ina clenched her fists, locking eyes with the divine messenger, ready to get real about the cult. She had been through the ringer lately, and had been replaying the high priest's words on a loop. She realized the cult wasn't just black and white villains. It was messy, but she was still grinding to fix it from the inside. The hard truth: the cult had to exist or the orphanage would go under. There were too many adults in the mix, and the politics were a nightmare, but she was drawing a hard line: absolutely zero living human sacrifices, and no more non-consensual surgeries. Looking at her feet, she admitted she didn't have the full picture yet, but she had done the math. Nothing was simple, and she knew she needed serious power and hustle to hit her goals. She figured time would fill in the blanks. Shen closed his eyes, processing. This girl had been through hell. Watching her, he realized she was just an uneducated kid on paper, but her level up was insane. Munching on his toast, he flashed back to his first summon, where she was just a sobbing mess on the floor. Round 2, she showed guts, and now she was thinking like a leader. Her emotional glow-up was god tier. His eyes snapped open, staring at her, wondering if this truly was the legendary Witch of Flesh and Blood. Cue the entrance of a blue-eyed cat. Ina's face lit up, blushing hard, squealing about the cute kitty. She dropped to the floor, getting face-to-face with it, asking for a name. Shen slid down next to her, stalled for a second, then improvised Cola. The cat pulled a perfect innocent face as Shen told Ina to give it some love, claiming it was super chill, mostly because he needed a nap. Ina gently stroked the cat's ear, telling Shen to go recharge. Suddenly, the cat's mouth ripped open, morphing into a jagged eldritch nightmare. Ina lost all color, let out a blood-curdling scream, and scrambled back against the wall, shaking like a leaf. Shen, halfway to his room, froze at the sound. He peeked around the corner, asking if the furball had scratched her, or if she was bleeding. Ina, tears welling up, pointed a trembling finger at the cat, whimpering that it terrified her. Instantly, the cat snapped back to innocent mode, looking at Shen and meowing sweetly. Shen patted its head, cooing, "Good kitty," before rubbing its chin and whispering a dark threat: if it scratched or bit her, he would turn it into a crispy snack. He announced he was crashing and told them to play nice. Ina's brain started racing. This was the divine messenger's pet, so he definitely knew what it was, meaning the monster probably wasn't hostile. The cat spun around and shot her a death glare. Ina panicked, screaming Shen's name. She scrambled up, latched onto his arm, and begged to go to his room. Shen turned beet red at the contact, stuttering that she could read some books in there. Meanwhile, in a shady alley near the cafe, George was walking with Su Ling. He sighed, convinced this man was pulling everyone's strings, claiming it didn't matter if it was them, the cults, or the city, they were all just NPCs in his game. Su Ling, still snacking, told the old man to quit whining and asked what intel he left at the library. George closed his eyes, revealing it was the blueprint to completely wipe out Hush Strike from Veranda. He reminded her they were there to beg for Shen's help, and told her to inhale her food so they could go in. Su Ling asked if she could munch while entering. George, heading for the door, explained that bringing outside snacks was bad for business, and the owner would hate it. Moments later, inside the cafe, Su Ling was sweating over the menu, realizing they were going Dutch this time. The cat, perched on the table behind her, was locking eyes with George. George started sweating, nervously wondering what the cat's beef was, since he had never punted a cat in his life. Suddenly, the thing started hissing. Shen arrived with the coffee, asking if the library info was up to their standards. George dropped the bomb: they were planning a raid tonight, but the enemy was OP, capable of rebuilding a cult overnight, and crazy enough to hit the Anti-Magic Bureau. They clearly had dirty tricks, and with the death rate looking sky high, they needed Shen as their ace. Shen sat down, looked them dead in the eye, and gave a hard pass. He demanded to know what George was smoking, because he had zero intention of dying today. A scorching inferno engulfed Shen's hand, the flames dancing dangerously as he lowered his arm, deciding it was time to put the fear of God into them. Wreathed in that blazing aura, his golden eyes burning with intensity, he stared daggers at the pair and dropped a truth bomb. "You humans are way too greedy." Su Ling froze, shaking like a leaf in a storm. George realized she was about to snap from the pressure, so he snatched her up by the collar like an unruly kitten. Hoisting her into the air, he muttered a quick apology for crossing the line and promised they were bouncing immediately. Furious, Su Ling drove her fist right into George's gut. Shen let out a heavy sigh. She had nearly gutted him just then. Suddenly, Anna's head popped out from behind the wall. "Are the customers gone?" she chirped. Shen spun around, plastering on his best polite smile. "All clear," he lied smoothly, explaining that it wasn't exactly safe for her to be hanging around those types. He told her to lay low, reassuring her that the drama was over for today. and ordering her to stay put inside the coffee shop. Rising from his chair, a dark thought crossed his mind. Bodies were going to drop tonight. He could sense a puppet master pulling strings from the shadows. What a twisted game, he mused, finding the whole lethal situation strangely entertaining. Outside, the rain poured down like bullets, matching the chaotic brawl raging between the Hush Strike Squad and the Anti-Magic Bureau. The Bureau had stormed the Hush Strike turf in Miranda, turning the residential streets into a total kill zone with weapons clashing everywhere. It was anarchy. Agents were scrapping on the slick rooftops, while grunts traded blows in the mud below. One Hush Strike goon summoned magic knives, sneering at George. "Your little club is finished once I end you." But before the guy could even twitch, George swung his closed umbrella like a baseball bat. Crack. He flattened the guy instantly. George realized this wasn't just a random scuffle. This was a setup. They were waiting for them astral traps everywhere and summoned monsters on standby. Plus, all their investigators got jumped right after clocking out. He stepped forward, putting the puzzle pieces together in his head. 2 events, 1 conclusion. We've got a rat in the Bureau. Tapping his earpiece, he grilled his comms support. Standard astral projection caps at 2 hours max right. He needed to locate the sacrificial ritual site yesterday, or this whole situation was going south fast. Scanning the rainy sky, he wondered where Yale Varade was lurking, shocked he actually pulled that intel from the library archives. He never expected to run into him again in this mess. Suddenly, a grotesque insect monster lunged out of the darkness. Su Ling didn't flinch. She tapped the wall, then slashed her blade in a blur of steel, severing the beast's hand instantly. She stuck the landing, spun around, and her eyes started glowing with raw power. The monster shrieked and rushed her, but she was faster. Pointing her sword, she commanded drop. The creature slammed into the pavement like it weighed a ton, engulfed in a neon purple and blue magical field. Su Ling's eyes blazed as the monster's body detonated inside the energy cage. As the beast dissolved, the light faded. Su Ling grimaced. The cost of activating the Blade of Gaia was basically playing roulette with her bones. A sharp agony spiked in her ribs, probably a fracture, but she forced herself to keep moving. Suddenly, zap, a lightning bullet slammed into her chest. She didn't stop, barely registering the impact, knowing she had to push through. The shooter, a Hush Strike agent lurking by the wall, lowered his weapon. He looked confused, wondering why she wasn't dead on the floor. Su Ling stood tall, dusting herself off and explaining, "Perks of the Bureau Eldritch Blood Injection. It pushes the body to level 2. Your little toys can't hurt me." The man didn't talk. He just raised his longsword and charged. Su Ling sprinted to meet him. They ran past each other in a blur, swinging their blades with lethal intent. Steel clashed against steel with a deafening screech. They passed each other, backs turned. But Su Ling spun on her heel, launching into a mid-air strike at the guy's blind spot. He was too slow to turn. She slashed his arm open, gritting her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. She kept the pressure on, hacking away to finish him, when suddenly, the guy's body warped. A vile, gunky waxworm monster burst out of his mouth, total nightmare fuel. The monstrosity flopped onto the ground in front of her. She pointed her sword again, fall. The purple aura wrapped around it. But nothing happened. Not enough, Su Ling panic thought. Blood trickling from her lips, she screamed the command again with everything she had. Boom. A massive lightning bolt nuked the monster, obliterating it and shattering the concrete beneath. Smoke clearing, Su Ling clutched her shattered ribs. That was way too close. She whipped out a vial of K233 miracle blood for rapid healing and jammed it into her arm. Breathing heavy, she radioed, "George, problem handled. I'm clear." Path was clear. George shot her a knowing look, pointing out that even though they were partners, he knew she preferred the lone wolf playstyle, seeing as she ghosted him the second the battle popped off. Su Ling whipped around, cutting him dead. "I don't have time for your lectures," she snapped, insisting they hunt down the priest yesterday. George threw up a mock salute. "Aye aye, Captain Su Ling." Silently noting these rookies were trying way too hard to prove themselves, he stepped up, signaling the squad behind him. He addressed the team, thinking it was a damn shame Nolan's only S-tier hitter, Emery, was out of town on business. This raid would be a total cakewalk if that absolute beast was here to carry them. He realized Yale Varade was basically immortal, which meant there was only one win condition left on the table: finding an opening to unleash the second blade, absolute death. Meanwhile, inside the sanctuary, the priest clutched the faded cross, jagged shards of black crystal orbiting him like dark asteroids. He lounged on his throne, proclaiming that Miranda had become ground zero for a direct line to God. The Hush Strike cultists, decked out in matching blue hoods, stood like statues behind him, radiating creepy obedience. The priest ranted that the name would become everyone's name, and the voice would become the universal command. He rose, ascending a staircase of crackling lightning that materialized step by step beneath his feet. He started spouting titles, calling himself the Guide to Peace, King of Praisers, the Eternal Peace Giver, Classic Savior Complex. Reaching the ceiling, he thrust the eternal faded cross upward, screaming prayers from the depths of his soul, begging for divine grace. Boom, blue lightning enveloped him, blasting him straight through the church roof, leaving him hovering in the storm rain, lashing against the eerie blue glow surrounding the cross. He prayed for eternal silence. Suddenly, a massive magic circle lit up the dark clouds and the entire anti-magic squad, except for George and Su Ling, dropped to the dirt, clutching their skulls in agony. George stared up at the swirling lightning, watching the sky tear open. It's starting, he gritted out. Only he and Su Ling were strong enough to tank the pressure and actually move. Then his eyes went wide. The sky wasn't just stormy, it was alive. Dark horrors started pouring out of the clouds like a nightmare. Meanwhile, at a chill coffee spot, Shen was passed out in a chair snoring away while his cat ignored him from a nearby table. Just a normal afternoon until, ping, notification, someone is summoning an other-dimensional god. Shen blinked out of existence instantly. The cat spun around to an empty chair, freaked out, let out a terrified meow, and bolted at full speed. Anna stood there frozen, asking the empty air if the divine messenger was still around. The vibe she got back. Run. Back in Biranda, the storm had turned into a deluge rain hammering the earth. The lightning circle expanded, covering the whole zone and raining down crystal shards like deadly hail. With the priest floating high above, George locked on. Gotcha, he muttered. The conditions to trigger the third blade were green. The weapon materialized in his grip, and he launched it straight at the target. Bullseye. The priest gasped as the steel punched through his chest, blood spraying from his mouth and the wound. But George cursed under his breath. That wasn't a kill shot. The range was too far to finish the job. The second blade absolute death was their ace, but it was a gamble, easy to miss, easier to parry. Su Ling gripped her sword ready to charge, but George yanked her back by her hair before she could suicide rush the enemy. Chill out, he barked. It's useless. We're too late. She started to snap back, furious, but then froze. Dead silence. George looked up. Shen had arrived, descending from the heavens like a literal deity, masked up and dressed like a dapper gentleman. George squinted. Was this the legendary Silence of the Striker? A skull mask. George wondered if this figure matched the lore described in the silent language. Meanwhile, Shen thought showtime. Then gravity hit. He gritted his teeth. Why wasn't he stopping? Panic mode set in. If I turn to mist before impact, I won't go splat. Suddenly, he stuck the landing on the magic circle. Safe. Before him, the priest knelt in total reverence on the lightning platform, clutching the cross and hailing Shen Guide to Peace, King of Praisers, provider of eternal peace. The priest offered up the eternal fated cross, begging this god to bless them with true eternal peace. Shen smirked internally. Astral projection totally fits these hush-strike weirdos brand. Then he recalled the rulebook. Every god grants their worshippers something unique. Let's see what happens. The striker stood as the symbol of the winter-blessed worshippers, promising not just peace but the eternal stillness of the void. But get this, the worshippers weren't chasing death. They were chasing a divine reboot from a god. Their goal, to be permanently numb, zero desire, zero emotion. Imagine an existence with no pain, no struggle, no rage, and no craving. But the trade-off, no joy, no hype, no love, just nothing. Shen couldn't wrap his head around it. What's the point of existing if you don't actually live? The priest stared up at him, his face twisted into a grotesque mask of desperate hope. To Shen, the guy was just another tragic mortal. He accepted the offering, his mind drifting to the mechanics of the Fade Cross. The logic was simple. Once he accepted a sacrifice while cosplaying as a god, the loot became his by default. Finders keepers. But visually, the scene was intense. Shen and the priest stood inside a small spell circle, while a massive complex formation loomed overhead, slicing through the storm and keeping the rain from touching them. Then Shen dropped the bomb. As for the priest's wish, denied. The old man froze absolute shock, shattering his expression. Shen was already calculating his exit. He could shift into a haze, he just needed to keep his shields up until the summoning timer hit 0. Last time, a mere whiff of his scent made George back down. But right now, he was sitting dead center in a summoning ritual. His aura was nuclear. No one would dare cross him with this kind of power flowing. A grin spread across Shen's face as he clenched his fist, buzzing with adrenaline. Finally, he had the juice to shut these cultists down. His grin hardened into a scowl as he pressed his lips together. Hurt Anna, threaten the whole city, didn't matter. Shen wasn't giving this guy a crumb. The answer was a hard no. The priest stared up, pleading with his eyes, but Shen delivered the verdict. He was rejecting peace for him, forever. The priest's lips went white. Suddenly, deep wrinkles carved themselves into the priest's face. He started screaming why over 20 times, panic taking over. It was like fast-forwarding a lifetime. The priest withered into a skin-and-bones old man still screaming, while the spell circle beneath him began to flicker and die. The priest collapsed. Shen watched him drop, thinking, yeah, a fanatic like that definitely wasn't one of the good guys. Loot secured. Shen reached out, fingers grazing the freeze raindrop floating in front of him. He figured his time was almost up, so he decided to hang in the air for a few more seconds, soaking it in. Dead silence. Then the falling priest shrieked at the sky, begging the mighty god from another dimension. not to ghost him, pleading for that blessing of eternal peace. Shen ignored the noise, clenching his fist as he scanned the hall below. He needed to know if every single cultist was trapped inside. Thank God they were. "Time's up," he whispered. "Peace out." The freeze raindrop hung suspended in the sky as Shen vanished, the giant spell circle dissolving into nothingness above. Down on the ground, George called it. The god has left the building. He thought about the hush strike and shook his head. They messed up. Big time. It was pure arrogance trying to hustle a dimensional god for eternal peace. What a joke. Talk about a shame. Suddenly, George's earpiece flared to life. He muttered that humans can only ever view gods through their own twisted lenses. He glanced up, listening to the city sounds returning. He tapped his comms. "Target is gone. Begin the arrest. Now." Su Ling didn't hesitate. She bolted immediately to round up the others. George watched her go. "That girl's got grit." He spun to his squad. "Go back her up. I'm handling the priest solo. He's too volatile for you guys." His team, sweating bullets, didn't argue. They stayed silent as George walked away. Prowling the dark alley, George figured the priest had to be dead or wrecked after that magical backlash. He was just clearing corners. Suddenly there he was, the priest, leaning against the wall, staring right at him. George didn't flinch. "Goodbye, old friend." He jammed the tip of his umbrella against the priest's chest. "But tell me, you aren't Yale Verd, are you?" George's mind raced. Was the intel from the coffee shop a total lie? Meanwhile, Shen materialized back in his shop, still decked out in the same ritual costume. He crouched down in front of his cat, Cola. "Guess I'm just like you, furball. No sleep for the wicked." He scratched her chin, while Cola looked at him like, "Where the heck did you come from?" Shen grinned. I know. I've been swamped. Kept forgetting about you." He promised to make it up to her soon. Cola lost it, purring, rubbing against him, letting out a soft mew. Shen scooped her up, heart melting. "She's so clingy today. Gotta buy her the premium wet food." Just then, the door opened. Anna, divine messenger. She looked frantic. I have to leave. Soon." Her cult had tracked her down. They were demanding she return immediately. And the bombshell, the high priest, survived the attack. He claimed the cult needed her, that the children needed her. Shen stood there, clutching Cola, silence filling the room. Shen was fantasizing about finally crashing in his own bed, letting out a laugh as he playfully slapped Cola's leg. He casually mentioned Anna could crash for a few more days, but when she lit up with excitement, Shen instantly panicked. Dude only said that to be polite. Breaking into a nervous sweat, he averted his eyes, desperate to pivot. "So, what's the game plan for the Chaos Cult?" She didn't hesitate. "I'm confronting the High Priest. We need a squad revolution, not just one person calling the shots. It's all about what the majority wants." Shen flashed a grin, nodding along. "Now that's a solid vibe." He gave her the green light to return to base. Anna stepped up, getting emotional. "Thanks for the save, and for looking out for me." Her expression tightened with resolve. Inner monologue activated. "I'm gonna make the divine messenger famous worldwide. Everyone needs to witness his god-tier wisdom." A beat later, Shen yawned, totally drained. "All right, I'm cooked." Hitting the sheets. Out of nowhere, Clang the Fate Cross ricocheted off the wall, bounced and smack bullseyed Shen's toes. Shen let out a scream of pure rage. Behind him, Cola started sweating nervously as Shen snatched up the cursed artifact. "I have zero clue how to use this thing." He needed to grind some supernatural lore, but the library's info was basically useless. Whatever, shelving that. Time to playtest his new abilities. He'd felt a weird shift when he returned. His left palm felt icy cool. "Wait!" Brain blast. He slammed his fist on the desk. The coffee cup rattled and tipped over the edge. Shen's mind raced. Is this that same freeze frame glitch from the rain? Eyes locked on the falling cup, he shot his hand out. Freeze instantly, the mug hung, suspended in midair. Shen got hyped. It works, same power, but the effect was blink and you miss it fast. Meanwhile, Cola hissed, launching a full-on tackle. Shen whipped around, panic setting in. Yo, what the? Whatever mischief she was plotting, he shut it down instantly. Pointing a finger at Cola, he commanded freeze. The cat turned into a living statue, and Shen casually walked away. Momentum, however, doesn't care about magic. Cola slammed face first into the glass window. Bonk. As Shen turned to check on her, the cat sat there, clutching her throbbing nose, eyes welling with tears. She shot him a glare, purely made of salt. Cola launched herself at him for round 2, but Shen just smirked. Up went the finger. Freeze. Stopped dead in midair, gravity took over, and she belly flopped onto the floor. Rinse and repeat. Every time she tried to pounce, Shen hit the pause button on her existence. Once the spell broke, physics did the rest. She'd careen into the floor, the wall, or faceplant against the window. But this spam casting had a cost. Shen's eyes began to flare with an eerie light, and deep exhaustion lines etched themselves instantly onto his face. On the next attempt, Shen caught the frozen feline mid-spin. "Don't scuff my paint job," he muttered, spinning her around manually. She hit the deck with a heavy thud, bonked her head again, and let out a pathetic, watery meow. Shen slumped to the floor, rubbing her bumpy noggin. "Quit clowning around," he sighed. She ignored him. mewling pitifully while staring fixatedly at his bookshelf. I need to figure out how this mojo works, he grumbled. Stop bothering me. It was time for a training montage. He turned his gaze to the books, firing off freeze rays. Testing, testing. Conclusion. The effect lasts exactly 5 seconds. Air unfreezable. Solid objects, fair game. But it's an all-or-nothing deal. He has to lock down the entire object. No freezing, just the pages. Aim is critical. It's strictly a left-hand trigger or it's a miss. Range is infinite. But line of sight is king, no obstacles allowed. And the cooldown is real. He has to wait for the first freeze to wear off before casting again. Multitasking is out one target at a time. By the end of the session, Shen was battered, sporting bruises on his own face from the chaotic experiments. He sat amidst a book, avalanche, arms crossed, pouting like a child. Suddenly, the bell chimed. It was the advice lady, the regular who treated his cafe like a therapy clinic. She poked her head in. Is the owner around? Panic reflex kicked in. Shen whipped his left hand at her. Freeze, her expression locked in surprise. Shen scrambled up, fixed his messy hair, wiped the stress off his face, and reset his posture to cool barista mode before the spell broke. Is something troubling you again? He asked smoothly. The freeze lifted. What just happened? She stammered, disoriented. Shen stood there, casually waving his left hand with a customer service smile. Have a seat. Coffee's on the house. She nodded, still confused. 1 hour later, she rushed past him, eyes red from crying but spirit lifted. Thanks for everything, I gotta run. Shen waved goodbye from his chair. As the door clicked shut, he rubbed his stiff neck. Did she see me adjust my shirt while she was frozen? He mused. If the environment shifts instantly, anyone with half a brain would glitch out. It's risky. Meanwhile, Kola hopped onto the table, staring him down. Shen smirked. At least you're sharp. The cat just glared back, nursing her swollen, bumpy cheeks. Just then, the door swung open. George and Su Ling stepped in. Hey boss, George took the lead. Mind if we celebrate a win here? Shen flashed a relaxed smile. Be my guest. But I can't hang around. George offered to buy drinks, but Su Ling was acting sketchy, clutching a bag of outside snacks. She shuffled forward, guilt written all over her face. She knew the no outside food rule, so Shen asked what went down this time. George pulled up a chair, sitting directly across from him. Nothing gets past you, huh? I wanted to chat about Yale Verd. He leaned in. Shen raised a brow. Do you have to sit so far away? Distance is safety, Shen quipped, looking away. What's your poison? Latte, George replied. Su Ling, practically building a fort out of her snack bag on the table, squeaked, I'm trying the new flavor. Breath coffee. Shen's eyes narrowed on the package. And the snacks. She started sweating bullets. I'm not ordering snacks. Not hungry, she stammered. Shen hit her with the death stare. She froze, figuratively terrified and sweating profusely under his gaze. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Shen stood up abruptly. I'll get the coffee. Wait here. As he walked away, George whispered, told you not to bring food inside. Su Ling let out a soul-crushing sigh. Facing Mr. Shen is more draining than fighting cultists, George chuckled. He let me take the first shot earlier, Su Ling mused. Was he? Handing me the credit, she wondered aloud. You're a B-rank investigator now, George replied. You want that A-rank badge. You need the reps. You just lack experience, so I'm letting you grind XP. Thanks for that, she smiled. George studied her for a second. So, how did it feel, slapping the cuffs on them? I heard everyone reacts differently to their first big arrest. She hesitated. It reminded me of my father. George softened. His crimes aren't your burden, kid. Don't carry that guilt. Despite saving a ton of victims, she refused to take any credit. With a face completely void of emotion, she shut the conversation down cold. George didn't push it. Right then, Chen slid in with the coffee, clinking the cups down on the table before sinking into the chair opposite them. All right, he said. It's briefing time. He locked eyes with George. You ready to spill the tea on Yale Verd? My sources say he was the high priest of Hush Strike. George's eyelids grew heavy, and he let out a sigh. Yale. He's a walking nightmare. Years ago, him, another sorcerer, and me, we were the original squad. We were obsessed with hunting down cursed relics across the globe. Me and the other guy were just rookies back then. But Yale, he was already over 100 years old, the undisputed leader. We were absolutely crushing it, bagging mysteries left and right. Within a few years, everyone in the underground knew our names. George paused, shutting his eyes again. But we got greedy, wanted different things, so we split. His voice dropped an octave. Here's the thing about Yale Verd. On the surface, chill, stable, underneath, completely unhinged. He shifted his gaze to Chen. Out of all of us, he was the true psycho. Chen leaned in. Was he strong, like top-tier strong? George smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Strength is relative, but Yale, he was my mentor, my sensei, taught me every lethal move I know. Su Ling, cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk with snacks, mumbled, so is he OP or not? George looked at her, genuinely shocked by her lack of survival instinct. Listen to me. If you ever catch him alone, Don't fight. Run. Got it, she mumbled, swallowing her food. George wagged a finger. Here's the kicker, you might not even know it's him. Guy's a shapeshifter, a chameleon. He could be standing right in front of us and we'd have zero clue. George leaned forward. That's why I'm here. The priest we grabbed, not Yale. Did your intel flop, Chen? Chen rubbed his chin, calculating. Baron worships his daughter. He wouldn't lie about something that puts her at risk. But he might not have the full picture. Chen's eyes narrowed. There's a gap in the data. I missed something. Conclusion. Hush Strike's Baranda branch doesn't have one priest. It has two. Makes sense, George nodded. You always come through for us, Chen. He suddenly grabbed Su Ling's head and forced them both into a bow, physically showing his thanks. Chen frantically waved his hands. Whoa, stop. No need for the formalities. We're homies. Later, the scene shifts to a gritty alleyway. George stopped walking. Su Ling. Heads up. He stepped in front of her, glancing back with a serious look. I've got a private investigator running a trace, and the truth will come out. But until we identify the mole in our ranks, you need to watch your back. Understood, she replied from behind him, unbothered. Don't stress about me. She moved to walk past him, but noticed his hesitation. You got something else to say, George paused the silence, stretching before he finally spoke. I know about your dad. She stiffened. Do we seriously have to do this? George blocked her path, standing tall. Your father was a hero, a demon hunter. He only broke bad because he was desperate to save your mom. That's why he joined the cult. He wasn't a villain, Su Ling. He was a fallen hero twisted by temptation, who ended up hurting the world. And you. George's voice softened. I know you've blown a fortune over the years, paying reparations to his victims, trying to fix his mess. Listen to me, it's enough. You've done enough. You are not your father. You're a victim in this mess too. You don't have to carry his sins, or pay for them forever. Su Ling stared at him, face blank, eyes piercing. We've known each other for like what, 3 days? Stop acting like you understand me. Her voice dripped with annoyance. Stop lecturing me like some boomer dad. She brushed past him, cold as ice. We're partners, not friends. And we definitely aren't family. She marched off into the distance. George clutched his forehead, watching her go. Damn it. Screwed that up, didn't I? He muttered. I knew I shouldn't have pushed it, but I can't help myself. Maybe it's better this way. Hours later, George sat alone in a dimly lit room, eyes glued to a nature documentary on TV. I should have kept my mouth shut, he whispered to the empty air, because only friends and family can be used as currency. He realized the Anti-Magic Bureau knew exactly what they were doing, pairing him with a young girl so he'd get attached. He picked up an old photo of Su Ling as a kid, sitting on the floor clutching a toy. The second blade eats away at my lifespan, he murmured. I can find a way to pay that debt. I can handle dying. His grip on the photo tightened. But the first blade, every time I use it, the cost is a memory. I completely forget a friend or family member. Forever. White-knuckling the couch cushion, he dropped the bombshell he knew way too much, including the fact the guy had a wife and kids stashed away. Eyes glued to the static on the TV, he muttered that the link was totally severed. Gone. And nobody could undo that damage. Unless an interdimensional deity stepped in, not even an oracle could patch this up. It made him wonder if a heavyweight like Mr. Shen would even blink at a catastrophe-tier artifact. Maybe Shen had that one ride-or-die friend who was simply permanent. Suddenly static crackled in his earpiece. Intel acquired. George's spine snapped straight instantly. The voice on the comms dropped the reveal Yale Verd had been right under their noses the entire time. George cut the feed before they could finish. Way ahead of you. Tell the squad, Yale Verd is right here, with me. And there he was. Yale Verd, blocking the TV's glow, his own eyes burning with an ominous light. Meanwhile, Shen and Cola's late-night coffee run took a dark turn. A hulking, zombie-looking nightmare shambled through the door. Its joints popped and cracked with every step. Shen and Cola froze, terror spiking. Shen quipped, judging by the vibe, I don't think he's here for a latte. The monster whipped around, exposing a face so horrific it made Cola gag. It was absolutely revolting. The beast unleashed a guttural roar, spewing a writhing tentacle straight from its maw. The appendage lashed out, aiming specifically for Shen. Just as the slime-covered tip inched from gouging out Shen's eyes, and was milliseconds away from burrowing into his skull, Shen dissolved. Poof. Just living mist and vapor. Materializing on a table behind the beast, Shen pointed a furious finger. Freeze. The monster locked up instantly. But Shen knew the clock was ticking. He only had 5 seconds of control. He'd have to go mist mode the second that thing twitched. Suddenly, the beast lunged, rolling forward. Shen triggered the haze transformation, ready to dodge. But then, total confusion. The attack stopped cold. The monster slumped against the wall, shivering and literally sobbing. Cola stood next to it, trembling just as hard. Shen loomed over them, still half-missed, claiming the beast was terrified of his divine aura. Then he snapped at Cola to quit being dramatic, since the creature hadn't even laid a finger on her. The creature bowed its head in submission. Shen figured the puppet master must have cut the strings. Once they realized the hit failed, The audacity to attack him, insane. But now he worried were George and Su Ling next. Back with George, the interrogation was on. How did you dodge the employment protocols and the yearly psych evals? Yale smirked. Divine intervention. I was blessed by the striker over 1,000 years ago. George narrowed his eyes. If you're that powerful, you could have ghosted. Why come here? For a trip down memory lane? Yale waved it off, recalling an old question. Remember when I asked why you wanted to be a grinder investigator? When the pay implies zero benefits, you told me people don't always do what they want. They do what's necessary. I realized we're cut from the same cloth. It's a drag, sure, but I can't chill while I'm still breathing. Yale grinned and activated a twisted rank relic, kill shot target. He explained it was a magnet for any projectile or flying weapon, basically rendering George's arsenal useless. George shrugged off the handicap. I don't mind fighting barehanded, but comparing me to you, that I hate. George blurred into motion, dashing past Yale. He slashed his blade, mind racing. He knew Yale's type, there was definitely an ambush waiting outside. Staying put was suicide. George vaulted off the terrace, plummeting toward the street. Mid-air, he spotted them. Blue-hooded robes, the Hush Strike squad charging up a massive spell circle. Called it, George thought. He gripped his blade tight and deployed his umbrella behind him as a shield. The cultists triggered the circle, blasting a tsunami of lightning magic straight at him. George snapped the umbrella forward just in time. Boom, the lightning detonated against the shield. He stuck the landing and immediately sprinted, tearing through their ranks, blade swinging. One caster screamed, "Take him down," while charging another bolt. George shot him a glare that could kill, then flashed past, cutting him down in a single stroke. He spun his weapon, weaving through the mob like a whirlwind of steel. No time to play, he told himself. He had to move. But then Yale touched down. Holding a blade crackling with lightning magic, Yale declared, "Nowhere to run, George." George's eyes went wide. He was cornered. Yale ran a finger along the cold steel of his blade, flashing a twisted grin as he towered over George. He dropped the bomb. He was there to end George's life. And letting him walk away wasn't on the menu. George clapped back, saying he didn't see the issue with just letting him slide. Yale shut his eyes tight while George kept staring daggers at him. Suddenly, Yale snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs that Baron had stabbed him in the back. He claimed Baron was the biggest red flag from day one, the only guy sketchy enough to survive the chaos. According to him, Baron held a disaster-class relic and manipulated Yale into the scheme with a singular promise, resurrecting his dead daughter. Yale explained that Baron needed a heavyweight sorcerer to wipe Baranda off the map. Hearing this, George started sweating buckets, totally rattled. Why was Yale broadcasting this? Did he want the Anti-Magic Bureau to tune into their frequency? Yale confessed his original play was to smoke Baron right after the ritual, but the guy beat him to the punch. Then Yale dropped a hard truth. It looked like Baron didn't give a damn about bringing his daughter back after all. George threw a hand up, cutting him off. No way. Impossible. Baron worshipped that little girl. Yale's eyes began to glow with a demonic light. He smirked at George, suggesting that maybe, just maybe, Baron never trusted him. Or maybe he just saw him as trash. In a split second, Yale blurred into motion, launching a high-speed blade assault straight at George. George tapped his comms, screaming for Anna. He needed backup fast. He told her to pass a message to Su Ling, kill the vendetta. Tell her to quit the bureau, go ghost, live like a normal civilian, and just focus on school. Hearing the desperate plea, Yale slashed his blade through the air, mocking George. Was he drafting his last will and testament? He sneered that George didn't want his partner repeating his tragic history. George fired his weapon to deflect the strike, barely dodging the lethal blow. As his blade boomeranged back to his grip, George admitted the grim reality: A-rank investigators never get a happy ending. Yale smiled, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy. George was spot on. Then Yale triggered the trap, summoning a massive array of spell circles. His entire army materialized behind him, every soldier armed with even more magic circles. George stood dead silent, facing down the horde. Meanwhile, back at the coffee spot, Shen nursed his brew, unable to catch a wink of sleep. Too much drama lately. His mind drifted to the girl who'd left in tears, trying to piece together her exact words. It felt like something he used to care about, but the memory was fuzzy, slipping through his fingers. He looked around his shop, watching the flow of customers making small talk. Business was mid, not booming, not dead, just average. He wondered if this low-key vibe was the life he'd been chasing all along. Now the only crystal-clear memories were of his summoning. This weird world had become his reality, his home. He cracked a smile. Maybe it was for the best. He'd built a real squad here, with Anna, George, Su Ling, and Baron. Humans crave connection. Without this crew, he'd be drowning in loneliness. Just then, Su Ling walked in, head hanging low, radiating gloom. Shen locked eyes with her and said her name. He asked if George was with her. Su Ling dropped the hammer. He's gone. Shen froze, his world shattering. Su Ling slumped into the chair opposite him. Shen stared into nothingness, his eyes losing their light, thinking. He'd always looked out for Anna since day one, but they weren't tight like that. His real friends. The regulars. The people who made his shop their second home. like the old guy who was always hanging out. Just killing time. He thought about George, the guy who broke his back working for this city, and now he was dead. Shen stood up asking about the hit. Su Ling's lips trembled as she confirmed the nightmare. She swore she'd do whatever it took as long as she didn't have to sell her soul. Shen exploded, a terrifying aura erupting around him. "Someone help me avenge him," he roared, fists clenched tight. The air grew heavy with a monstrous, suffocating power as he declared war. Su Ling watched him, cold sweat running down her face. Shen turned to her eyes, glowing crimson with rage. "Tell me everything," he commanded. "Don't leave out a single detail." Meanwhile, over at Baranda's Thames port, dark clouds choked the sky, though the storm had broken a while ago. A figure stood there, waving a hand at the horizon. He noted the rain had stopped. This was the sea without light, that's what they called the oceans here. The further you got from land, the more the sunlight died, until the water was swallowed by total abyssal darkness. He mused that the only way to survive in this hellscape was to stay in the city. At least there. Someone was putting their life on the line to keep people safe. 1 hour ago, back at the cafe, Su Ling had laid out the map. Cross the glass plank road, breach the high walls, and head 10 miles southeast. That path leads straight to Baranda's Thames port, a major hub where ships constantly flow through the river. Under the cover of pitch-black darkness near the coast, the intel dropped. Yale murdered George in the burbs. Now he is beelining for the docks. The Anti-Magic Bureau is already mobilizing. Yale is running out of road. Escape is not just hard, it is looking impossible. Even if Shen sits this one out, she needs a guarantee. Zero chance of escape. Total checkmate. Replaying those words, Shen shifts forms. His body dissolves into living smoke. Yale is not going anywhere, he vows. The dark mist surges forward, creeping along the pavement like a predator. Then Shen, drenched in that suffocating aura, strides into the night. He is leaking the divine scent of the god on purpose, baiting the hook. Yale will not be able to resist, if the target is actually at the harbor. Meanwhile, cut to Yale. He is cornered in a dingy room, sweat dripping down his face, head thrown back in panic. Psyching himself up, he has to flee Nolan immediately. He needs to go off-grid in a foreign land for years, maybe 20, maybe more. If the Corona Church is hunting him, luxury is over. He is looking at a life of squalor just to survive. He waves it off with a manic laugh, reminding himself that he is not human anymore. 100 years ago, he evolved into something superior. As the Striker's servant, he snagged the ultimate perk, unlimited lifespan. Immortality is his birthright. All he has to do is lay low, suddenly sniff. That scent. It is the Striker. He spins around, eyes blazing with rage, screaming that the source is nearby. He hunts down the trail, tracking the aura all the way to an abandoned warehouse. "Found you!" He bursts in. There is a figure standing in the shadows, back turned. "Took you long enough," the stranger says. The figure pivots. It is George, or rather, Shen, wearing George's face like a mask. "I have been waiting for you, Yale." Shen's voice drips with mockery. Yale stares at his victim's face, teeth grinding so hard they might crack, and demands to know if it is really George. Suddenly, pitch-black energy erupts from the figure, melting the disguise away. The illusion shatters, revealing Shen's true form. He flashes a chilling smile. "You know exactly who I am. I am the messenger of the Striker, and I lured you here for one reason." Shen waves a dismissive hand at Yale Verd. "To tell you that your eternal peace is a fantasy." Yale roars, "Who are you to decide my fate?" But before the words fully leave his mouth, Shen blurs, moving at god-tier speed. Instantly, Shen is behind him, close but not quite there yet. Yale's eyes widen. He did not even see him move. Blink, Shen is in front of him again. "Make your choice, Yale." The pressure is crushing. Yale is drenched in cold sweat, stammering about what choice he has. Shen grins like a devil. "Sacrifice your soul. Clock is ticking, and your enemies are at the door." With that ominous warning, Shen dissolves into a flaming aura and blasts out of the warehouse, soaring over the rooftop. Down below, the O-ranked investigator Ollie and his Anti-Magic Bureau squad are sprinting toward the scene. Ollie is pushing the pace, stunned. The scent of an other-dimensional god is here. It is impossible. Is this a trap? A summoning? Before they can analyze it, the team skids to a halt, staring upward. The sky tears open. A massive lightning spell circle crackles with raw power, illuminating the darkness. Floating beneath the electric storm is Yale. An agent points up, screaming, "Target spotted, it is Yale." Yale lands, face twisted into a maniacal grin. "You are too late, fools. I am about to grasp eternity." He throws his arms wide, preaching to the agents. "You should all be chasing true peace like me, but you are too tied down by your pathetic mortal lives." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos from above. "Yale." It is Shen. He is hovering in the sky, decked out in his signature mask and gentleman's suit. The Bureau agents freeze. Panic spreads. The Striker, the god, is here. Shen just looks down, smiling behind the mask. Perfect, Shen thinks. Step 1. Lure Yale to the warehouse. Check. Step 2. Bring the feds to scare Yale into a corner. Force him to risk everything and summon the god one last time. Now for the finale, absolute despair. Yale drops to his knees on the glowing seal. O guider to peace, king of praisers, provider of eternity. He offers up his very essence. Screaming from the bottom of his soul eyes, locked on Shen with pure desperation. Grant peace to those who crave it, please. Shen stares down coldly. Eternal peace, no. I refuse to give you that blessing. But I will definitely take that offering. Yale's face goes pale. Shock hits him just as lightning erupts from his skin. A halo of electricity rips out of him. His skin shrivels, hair turns white, and the light leaves his eyes. He is aging decades in seconds. Now a withered old man, Yale, croaks out, "You, the divine messenger, you lied." Shen just reaches out a hand, and Yale's soul, condensed into pure lightning orbs, flies straight into Shen's palm. He absorbs the power. Rest easy, George, Shen thinks. Debt paid. In a blink, the magic circles dissolve and Shen vanishes into thin air, leaving Ollie staring at the empty sky. It looked like the god had bailed, vanishing into thin air. But then, boom. From the pitch-black sky, Yale plummeted like a meteor, smashing straight through the roof, sending shingles flying. He didn't stop there. Gravity dragged him down through the wreckage, until he slammed into the floor. A massive slab of the ceiling followed, crushing him. The ground splintered under the impact, leaving Yale pinned like a bug under the debris. Ollie loomed over the wreckage, asking if Yale finally found that eternal peace he was so desperate for. An anti-magic agent stared at Yale's withered, rapidly aged corpse, eyes bulging, tears welling up, jaw on the floor. He definitely didn't find peace, the agent stammered. Flashback to the day George bit the dust. Chen slid a mysterious note to Su Ling with an address scribbled on it. "Go here. Find a guy named Baron," he commanded. "Tell him two things, silent language and a request from the haze. He might just be able to bring George back." Su Ling's brain short-circuited. Resurrection. That's forbidden magic. Only a literal god from another dimension could pull that off. And yet this guy tossed the idea around like he was ordering lunch. She stared at him, skepticism written all over her face. Chen caught her vibe. "Why the pale face? You scared or just don't want to get your hands dirty?" Su Ling spiraled. Resurrection was a capital crime in the eyes of the Corona Church and the Bureau. For an investigator, crossing that line was treason, right up there with summoning an eldritch horror. She clenched her fist until her knuckles turned white. Her expression went blank. This didn't violate her moral code. Letting an injustice slide was the real crime. She looked up, determination in her eyes. "I'll find Baron. We're bringing George back." Chen nodded, impressed. "Just so you know," she added, "I can't promise Baron will pull it off, but I won't let Yale walk away." Cut to the cemetery. Somber vibes. The entire anti-magic squad, including the big boss minister, gathered around an open grave, piling up white flower bouquets. A senior official stood by the pit holding a holy text, chanting prayers to the first fire. "May the flame purge the filth from body and soul. Let them find truth. Let them find joy." He rambled on about the blessed kingdom and finding bliss in the holy realm, babbling about love from the light and the gods. Hard cut back to the coffee shop. Chen asked Su Ling if she wanted a brew. "Hit me," she said. He slid a steaming cup across the counter. New recipe. Tweaked it for a sweeter palate. As the hot liquid hit her tongue, her eyes practically sparkled. She downed the scalding cup in one massive gulp. Chen nearly dropped a glass. "Do all you investigators have mouths made of asbestos?" She licked her lips, flipping the cup upside down. "Delicious." Chen grinned. "Glad you dig it." She slammed the cup down. "So, about that meeting. Only rank B and up were invited. We covered two huge updates." She held up a finger. Number 1. Gods are popping up in Baranda like weeds. HQ is recalling every S-rank and A-rank agent back to the city immediately. Number 2. It's about you. She leaned in. "The Bureau has officially taken you off the hit list. They want to play nice. Friendly relations only." Chen closed his eyes, a smug smile playing on his lips. Su Ling giggled. "Also, since I'm taking over George's beat, I get his perks." Chen raised an eyebrow. "Perks? You mean expensing your personal snack tab to the government?" Su Ling froze, busted. She darted her eyes away. I meant I'd be maintaining friendly relations, just like George." Suddenly she tapped her cheek. "Oh, almost forgot. The minister dropped a bomb. From now on, the whole world is watching. People from Nolan, folks from the second continent, they're all flocking to Baranda, hunting for divine power. The secret's out. Everyone knows the gods are here." Chen crossed his arms unfazed. "Got it." Then his tone shifted. "So, how's George?" Su Ling's face went blank. The air got heavy. She clenched her fist, pouting a little. He said, "He can't visit right now. He needs time. He's handling business that an official investigator can't touch." Chen smiled softly. "Understood." Plot twist. The next day, George is standing on a rooftop right next to Baron. Alive. "You actually contacted an outer god?" George asked, staring at his hands. "Why risk jail time? To bring me back? Aren't you scared of the Bureau coming for you?" Baron just laughed. "We're old pals, George. Call it being sentimental. Now, the ball's in your court. George walked to the edge of the roof, spreading his arms wide. The ultimate choice: swear loyalty to the dark god who saved him, or rat them all out to the bureau, which basically meant punching a one-way ticket for Baron and his daughter. He couldn't help but wonder, was this a suicide pact for him too? George raised an eyebrow, asking if Baron really needed to be that extra about it. Baron just jabbed a thumb at his own chest, declaring he loved the drama. Then he busted out laughing, admitting they were riding the same sinking ship now, with zero exit strategy. Their only play: go underground, and restart life in this dimension. George observed the change in him, resurrecting his daughter, had clearly brought the guy some serious joy. So he offered to snap a quick photo for the memories. Baron screamed at him to cut it out. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Su Ling was visibly salty, scoffing that the lazy old geezer must be on cloud nine. He used to whine about the grind 24/7, and now he was living the unemployment dream. Shen chuckled, countering that George wasn't quite the waste of space she imagined. Su Ling admitted that, sure, George actually acted like a professional whenever he was around Shen. Checking the time, Shen announced he had to bounce, work called, but told her to swing by again soon. Moments later, prowling down an alley, Su Ling couldn't shake a weird vibe about that guy. It felt like everything was playing out exactly according to his script, and that every move, every person's destiny felt wired to him like they were just pawns on his personal chessboard, including the Anti-Magic Bureau, the Chaos Cult, and Hush Strike. Suddenly, a searing light erupted from Su Ling's stomach. She doubled over, clutching her gut as it burned like fire. Panic setting in, she scrambled away, desperate to find a secluded spot. She slammed against a wall in the empty alleyway, tore open her shirt buttons, and stared down at the angry red brand on her skin, questioning if this was actually a mark or something worse. Fast forward a few days, and business was booming. At Shen's coffee joint, he was running the floor solo, a one-man army serving a wave of customers. Just as he promised a regular, their brew would be up in a sec. A familiar face popped up, the woman who'd asked for advice before. She waved, letting him know she was back for round two. Shen gestured for her to grab a seat. Later, chilling in his room, he jotted notes in his journal. The Hush Strike fiasco was officially 2 months in the rearview. He reflected on how the weather had been absolute perfection lately, which did wonders for foot traffic. Finally, he wasn't broke anymore. Tossing the Yale Soul Lightning Ball casually in the air, he smirked. At this rate, he'd need to hire a barista. No way could he handle this skyrocketing demand alone. His grip tightened around the crackling sphere. Ever since that last summoning trip, his time freeze capability had leveled up, adding a solid 10 seconds to the clock. He admitted to himself that back in his poverty days, he'd seriously considered abusing that power just to make a quick buck. As he squeezed harder, the ball expanded, unleashing a halo of electric current that rippled outward. It reminded him of Su Ling's intel. The Anti-Magic Bureau usually turned a blind eye to petty crimes, but he wasn't risking his rep on a gamble that they wouldn't flip the script on him. Suddenly, Shen's irises ignited with light, and a swirling blue aura enveloped his entire frame. The scene snapped to a memory of Yale preaching to his squad while clutching the floating Fade cross. Yale broke it down. Anyone rocking this cross on their body unlocked a god-tier shield. Not a physical barricade, but a conceptual barrier deleting all harm, curses, poisons. Spells, even diseases were null and void. But power like that has a price tag. The user would start hearing whispers and creepy voices gnawing at their mind until they spiraled into total unhinged madness. Snap back to the present, where Shen was still holding the lightning ball, though the electric aura had faded. He stared at the artifact, musing that it was basically a magical web browser loaded with 100 years of history. For a guy like him, with zero formal education in the supernatural arts, downloading this dude's memories was worth way more than some dusty relic. He grinned, appreciating Yale's utility. The Shadow Mask, the Ring of Luck, the Eternal Rust Cross. Shen knew what they did and what they cost. But Yale, he never paid the toll. He spammed those relics like toys, likely a perk of being a literal deity from another dimension. Shen went back to scribbling in his notebook, noting that Yale's memory banks were packed with astral projection drills. Apparently, even a total normie could learn the basics. But Shen hadn't been able to crack the code. He'd attempted a bunch of ritual spells right there in the shop. And nothing. Zero results. He let out a frustrated sigh, wondering if he was just talentless trash. Suddenly, a deep rumble shook the room. A voice echoed from the void, chanting about the earth welcoming the world. Of the faceless kingdom, the stun of the colorless town, and the wielder of the ever-changing blade. Hearing the summons, Shen stood up and grabbed the face mask from the rack. The disembodied voice droned on, demanding the door be unsealed, pleading for acceptance, and promising to unleash true power. The mask slipped from Shen's fingers, clattering to the floor. He realized instantly it's starting again. The shadow mask lifted into the air, spinning violently around him. Standing in the eye of a hurricane, Shen realizes this isn't just a town, it's a massive kingdom, straight out of the source of God's lore. An endless sprawl of cities with zero horizon line governed by the god of Dimension 22. The symbol of the blade. Rumor has it any land this deity touches faces the exact same brutal game over screen. This god doesn't do blessings. Instead, he gears up every newbie in town with weapons and forces them into a deathmatch. Shen pulls a tiny knife from his pocket, staring at it. Seriously, how is he supposed to survive with this starter-level trash? Trapped in this infinite map, figuring out his survival odds, Shen suddenly spawns into the colorless world. He freezes in front of a massive structure. Is that the Baden Empire Academy? But the second, his fingers brush the wall. The reality glitches, rippling like disturbed water before morphing into a town. He stands before the colorless house, mind racing. It's super trippy seeing a building ripped from his own memories. What is this colorless town actually? He strokes his chin, analyzing the vibe. Someone is waiting for him in the library. Instinct kicks in. Dark smoke erupts around him, swapping his skin for something more lethal. Doesn't matter what's waiting, he's checking it out. Mask on, suit, crisp cane in hand, surrounded by shadowy fog. Shen smirks as he strides forward. Gotta admit, the Chaos Cult knows how to make some high-tier sacrificial loot. Prowling through the colorless library, Shen mutters that the target should be close. Suddenly, a figure floats into view. It's a woman hovering in midair. Shen stares. Silver white hair, crimson eyes, pale skin. She looks exactly like a glow-up version of Anna, but the voice, totally different. The woman drifts down to the floor, bows elegantly, and introduces herself as the Oracle Girl, the one who woke up and summoned him to this sanctuary that welcomes everyone. She shoots him a playful wink. Hi there. Shen actually blushes, eyes rolling back in panic. What do you want? He stammers. She drops the lore. The light chaser wants a blade from her, but she swore an oath never to hand her stuff to mortals. Her workaround, she wants a blade from him to give the light chaser. In exchange, she'll hook him up with a reward. Shen nervously asks what the payout is. The lady grins, points a finger at him, and drops the punchline. A blade. She asks what he was expecting. Shen admits, yeah, figured as much. He stares at her, realizing something wild. This is the first time anyone has summoned him and dared to talk to him this casually. Is she even human? Or is she straight up a succubus? While he's spiraling in his head, she asks if the reward feels a little light. If so, she adds, she'll throw in a spoiler about the future. But Shen is skeptical about this whole prophecy thing. The lady shuts her eyes. I am the Oracle after all. She summons a glass orb hovering over her palm. First up, she announces, I present the ever-changing blade. Shen nods. Deal. I accept. She tosses the orb. It glides through the air, and Shen snatches it. Looks like a simple silver glass ball. She leans in close. So where's mine? Shen flushes red, smiling awkwardly. Right, handing it over now. The locked blade flies out of Shen's pocket on its own, drifting straight toward the lady. She catches, it winks, and says thanks. Shen replies, you're welcome, while his brain screams, definitely a succubus. Deal done. She turns to leave, dropping the intel. The light chaser is hitting Miranda soon. He's hunting the god imposter, and he's ready to die to take that person out. Shen pauses. The god imposter. The guy faking divinity. Is that unforgivable to a believer? Is someone coming for me? She glances back at him. Here is the future I promised, she says. The god imposter is going to fail. Hard. I see his defeat clearly. He will succeed. He will win. He will hurt his enemies. He'll turn night into day. She looks up through the glass ceiling. And then he will fall from the sky. At the peak of his victory, his destruction will be live-streamed to the world. Countless eyes watching. Not a trace left behind. Total deletion. She turns back. You know who I'm talking about, right? Shen looks confused. What kind of riddle is that? Can't you just speak plain English? Suddenly, that same gray tornado starts swirling around him. He stands in the vortex, looking up. Okay, something massive is going down. As the wind roars, the Oracle's backstory downloads into his brain. 1,000 years ago, in a golden age, humanity got lost in greed. The kingdom raided everyone, becoming a superpower. The king's army was undefeated until a cult broke the seal on the Oracle Girl. They revealed her at the Capitol Plaza for all to see. Long silver hair, red eyes. She was mesmerizing. Everyone, men, women, kids, fell instantly obsessively in love with her. The crowd was a ticking time bomb of anxiety. The Oracle Girl took center stage at the Capitol Plaza, addressing the masses of the kingdom. She announced that the timeline of their future was about to be unspooled. Then she dropped a bombshell that rattled their souls. With a chilling smile, she unleashed a prophecy soaked in doom. She declared the kingdom was slated for total erasure. Every man, woman, child, and elder would face a tragic, violent end. Shock instantly morphed into blinding rage. The mob wasn't buying it. They screamed for blood, ready to hang her, burn her at the stake, drain her veins, and take her head. But just as the violence peaked, she vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind but that cursed forecast. She was gone without a trace. Several decades flew by. The kingdom remained an unstoppable golden empire. Their military juggernaut dominated everything. On the second largest continent, they were untouchable until their own ego got too big for the room. They got greedy, craving VIP status even in the afterlife. So they summoned an extra-dimensional god. Big mistake. That was the beginning of the end. The entire empire was deleted in a heartbeat. All that swagger evaporated, leaving nothing but a haunting silence. The first oracle, the source, the prophet of prophecies, that's the legend the people whispered about. Her trademark look, flowing silver-white hair and piercing crimson eyes. Every medium, sorcerer and fortune-teller out there carries her DNA. They are all direct descendants of the OG oracle. Suddenly, the Yale soul ball warps Shen straight into Yale's secret workshop. Shen is looking around like, yo, why am I here? He figures this has to be the private stash. His loot goblin brain activates there must be tons of high-tier items here, to flip for cash later. He decides to investigate that after. Back in his room, clutching the Yale soul ball, he connects the dots. Anna has to be a descendant. He crushes the ball, confirmation secured. He clears his throat, ready to see what else is on the menu. But then the soul ball flares with bluish light, and boom, Shen is staring at a silver glass orb, sitting on the table right in front of him. He identifies it, the ever-changing blade, a disaster-class relic. It morphs based on the user's imagination. It's insanely OP, but the price tag, you lose a body part. Shen starts sweating bullets, listing the gruesome options. Maybe a finger, an ear, a patch of skin, or even an organ. And it's permanent. No healing magic can fix it. That is the ultimate horror story for a cost. He grips the silver orb, eyes closed, grinning like he won the lottery. He's been desperate for some offensive firepower. This is his survival tool. And the best part, the nasty side effects of his other relics don't apply to him. So this should be a free ride too. He squeezes the ball tight and yells, "Transform." Dark silver smoke explodes from his hand, swirling around him like a cloak. When it clears, Shen is decked out in a sharp suit and hat holding a cane, topped with the silver orb and wreathed in smoke. A cane, he muses, part weapon, part fashion statement. Perfect for a gentleman like me. He gives the cane a smooth twirl, solid weight to it. 2. Just as predicted, 0 penalty. From here on out, he's going to spam these items to the max. He realizes a pattern every time he powers up. It links back to that extra-dimensional god. He wonders what loot Colorless Town holds. He's got attack covered, so he needs to tank up. Defense is the priority. 30 minutes later, Shen is straining, eyes shut, wondering where the power is, because he feels absolutely nothing. Frustrated, he heads to the door, grabbing the handle, muttering about needing coffee. Not sleeping till I crack this code. He grips the lock and snap. It crumbles. He stares at the broken hardware in his hand. Did I just, or is this door made of cardboard? He wonders if he's trapped, or if the door is just trash. He tries to nudge it with his foot. Crash. The whole thing caves in. Open up. He pauses. He barely put any effort into that kick. Is super strength the new upgrade? Or did his body fundamentally change? That explains why the cane felt so heavy earlier. Maybe it wasn't just the cane. He looks at the wreckage. Great. How much is this going to cost me? Defeated, he slumps into a chair at the coffee shop, clutching a knife. There go my savings, he sighs. But he has a theory. It can't just be a strength buff. My durability has to be leveled up too. He places the knife against his palm. Only one way to find out. He slices his hand and blood sprays everywhere. Suddenly, a lady walks in, sees him bleeding and thinks, is he self-harming? What a freak. But in her mind's eye, the reality is warped. She sees a demonic entity with glowing red eyes and a serpent tongue lapping up his own blood and cackling maniacally. She freezes, wondering if all high-tier beings are this twisted. She is absolutely terrified, sweat pouring down her face. Shen was fighting a losing battle against internal agony, practically screaming inside when he clocked the visitor. He choked back the pain and asked if she was a customer, motioning for her to take a load off. The woman, looking absolutely petrified, just nodded in silent agreement. Shen mentioned he was grabbing a cup for himself and asked for her order. But through her terror-tinted lens, Shen didn't look hospitable. He looked like a demon, his voice a guttural growl, demanding to know her deepest desires. Her eyes practically rolled back in her head as she collapsed into the chair, barely managing to squeak out cold brew. Shen closed his eyes to mask his own pain, then pivoted. You sure, not something hot instead? He had noticed she was drenched, shivering from the downpour. He rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. Even in this nasty storm, she showed up and kept her manners in check. That level of discipline she had to be from the inner circle. His mind flashed back to Su Ling, remembering how that girl could chug boiling hot coffee like it was ice water. So a cold drink after a rainstorm was probably nothing to these superhumans. He stood up, flashing a smile meant to be friendly. Relax, don't be so stiff. You're a guest here. Let me grab you a towel. The lady stared at the floor, thanking him quietly while panicking that she was muddying up his shop. Her mind spiraled back to the dark rumors the owner didn't just kill. He inflicted eternal torment. Even death offered no escape from his clutches. It was pure nightmare fuel. Shen gripped a mug from the shelf, mentally screaming at himself. Easy, big guy. He didn't know his own strength, and the budget couldn't handle buying more mugs. Moving with surgical precision, he brought the cup over, sliding it toward her. "Here you go, beautiful lady." Her hand trembled violently as she reached for the ceramic, stammering a thank you. She stared into the black liquid, completely lost. Based on the stories, this mysterious shopkeeper was playing 4D chess with everyone. She took a nervous sip, convinced that he ruthlessly pulled the strings of anyone desperate enough to beg. He was a monster who savored the world's joy and suffering alike, appearing only at the bitter end to harvest ultimate despair, toying with souls, before plunging them into everlasting agony. She glanced up at Shen, thinking, this guy is completely twisted. Shen watched her shake. Weird, he thought. She's the one who ordered the iced drink. But in her head, she was thinking about how he single-handedly wiped out Hush Strike. Back in Miranda, the Anti-Magic Bureau had made it crystal clear, do not poke this bear. She fought back, tears terrified to the bone. This man is a horror show, she thought. Meanwhile, Shen broke the silence. So, you gonna tell me why you're here? She flinched, looking at him with pure fear, then forced a weak smile. You already know, don't you? I run turmeric flower. I am an ender. Shen nodded slowly. Right. Internally, he was pulling up Su Ling's crash course. Enders were basically bottom-tier supernatural mercenaries, the grunts of the circle who ran errands for the investigators at the Anti-Magic Bureau. Su Ling despised them. One agency tried to butter her up with a luxury whip right outside her academy, which made her classmates assume she had a sugar daddy. Su Ling was so triggered she almost went full slasher movie on them right there. Back in the present, the lady dropped the intel. A shadow group called Hidden Irises had surfaced in Miranda. They called themselves the Observers. These creeps would pop up out of nowhere, watching and recording global incidents but never lifting a finger. People thought they were suspicious but harmless weirdos. Until 2 days ago. Someone from Hidden Iris snapped and went on a rampage. They started slaughtering Inner Circle members, specifically wiping out her entire agency in a senseless bloodbath. They are mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful, she explained, voice shaking. I want revenge. Please help me. She squeezed her eyes shut. I'm willing to give you everything. She stood up, putting herself on display, assuming he could be as perverted as he wanted. Shen just blinked, totally confused. What are you doing? Her brain short-circuited. Does he only get off on self-harm? Is he seriously ignoring my hot body? Shen admitted the offer was tempting, but honestly, staying alive was priority number one. The lady flushed red, humiliated, while Shen added, Look, I don't want to get too involved. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I understand, she whispered, defeat washing over her. She stood to leave. Wait, Shen called out. There's an umbrella by the door. Take it. Just bring it back later. She nodded, grabbing the handle. Stepping out into the pouring rain, a realization hit her. I still have a shot. This was clearly a hint. He wouldn't lend a shop item, unless he was open to forming a connection. She smirked in the rain. If he didn't want my body, he must want something else. She needed bait, something that would actually hook him. Her eyes snapped open and she mused aloud. Unfurling her umbrella with a snap, did the owner dig? The innocent girly vibe? Nah. She figured a mature queen, like herself, was definitely the flavor of the month. Meanwhile, Shen was fuming behind the counter. Apparently dine and dash was the new trend, and his wallet was feeling the burn. He glared at the ring on his finger, his last resort. The ring of luck. A double-edged sword, miracles by day, misery by night. But it wasn't instant. It needed 3 solid knocks to activate. He'd roll the dice tomorrow. If not, paying for that bedroom door repair would literally bankrupt him. The next day, dead silence. Shen leaned on his palm, bored out of his mind. 2 customers. 2 regulars. So much for the magic ring. He side-eyed the brunette lady, noticing she was radiating pure do-not-disturb energy. Note to self, steer clear unless she engages first. Then the middle-aged regular approached. Magnificent, he declared. Shen started to thank him, but the guy wasn't done. He pointed a finger, voice rising with passion. The acidity, it dances. It's playful, it unlocks the bright notes. Without it, dead water. Bland, soulless, no depth. Shen flushed, letting out a nervous laugh. Guess I just got lucky. It matches your palate. The man slid an envelope across the counter. I was planning to invest in you. Before he could finish, Shen snatched the envelope. Luck, who said luck? This is pure blood, sweat, and skill, baby. The man chuckled. Good. It's rare I find a spot worth saving. And I won't let this place fold. Then he dropped the bomb. My master, Lord Felix, is dining with Sir Frederick next week, so I'll be absent. Shen froze. Sir Frederick, the mega philanthropist, he needed to take this seriously. Like yesterday, he was already hyping up the next visit. The man left with a wave, but that night, Shen stared at the ceiling. Did Mr. Jonas actually drop that investment, or was he hallucinating? He could breathe easy for a bit. He wanted that billionaire lifestyle, but figured that was only happening in dreamland. Eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted off, straight into the nightmare. The haze, the massive tunnels stabbing the earth, cracked walls. He wandered through the fog, calling out for Anna. But as he moved, a voice cut through the silence. Prayers of doom, endless bad omens, and the white haze villain. Shen's eyes lit up. Could it be? It was her, Anna, sitting in a dark circle chanting to the Destroyer of Worlds and the Lord of Ashes, summoning him. Shen grinned, walked right up and playfully squished her cheeks together, while she kept chanting with her eyes shut. Looking at her, he realized she'd grown up a bit. She looked, oddly, like that succubus now. Suddenly, Anna's eyes snapped open. The mighty Lord of Ashes gazes upon me. Shen let go, frowning. Her eyes were dead, total NPC energy. He waved a hand in front of her face. Nothing. I sense your approach, she finally droned. Shen sighed. Great. The connection has serious lag. High ping in the dream realm. He paused. What do you desire? Anna looked buffered for a second, reminding him of the dial-up internet days before answering. I seek wisdom from the Lord of Ashes. What do you know? Of the hidden iris. Apparently, the investigation team had proof. This mysterious group was trying to summon an interdimensional god at Veranda. Shen smirked. That's it. He was expecting an apocalypse-level threat, but Anna continued. During prep, there was an accident. Members went insane, started slaughtering people in the inner circle, though they ignored outsiders. As the mist faded, Shen pondered the mechanics. He puffed out his chest, crossed his arms, and put on his expert face. Clearly, it's the prep work. For astral projection. Standard occult jargon. He had to maintain the image. He wasn't the same guy who fumbled Yale's soul ball anymore. Suddenly, Anna's voice spiked with panic. Even the cult members were almost wiped out. Shen patted her head, trying to look comforting, but internally he was roasting the connection speed. Seriously, astral communication running on 2G. Totally oblivious to the lag, Anna turned to the mighty Lord of Ashes. Boss, what's the play? Do we go on the offensive and hit the hidden iris first? Shen's brain went into overdrive. The hidden iris. Were those fanatics trying to farm materials to summon an extra-dimensional god? He narrowed his eyes, running a quick mental check. That god. The vibes were definitely off. Super sus. A deity that binges on history and devours the past. Yeah, hard pass. Shen decided to play the mysterious sensei card. Let time take its course. Fate will drop the answers right in your lap. Cue the dramatic exit. The tunnel started dissolving into a creeping white mist. Aina nodded, soaking up the cryptic wisdom like a sponge. Understood. Shen closed his eyes, hiding a satisfied smirk. Meeting in dreams was the ultimate cheat code, totally safe, zero risk. Or so he thought. Suddenly, a voice ripped through the void. Controller of everything. Overflowing with the world. Shen's eyes snapped open. Excuse me. Wait, did I not log out yet? The white fog thickened and the voice kept spamming titles. Enemy of the Ashes. Haze of the White Shore. Shen looked up, scanning the surroundings. Was he standing in the Haze's home turf now? The summoning kept coming relentless. Shen shrugged. Fine. He stepped forward into the mist. It's a dream, right? Can't get hurt in a lucid dream. He followed the smoke and found Baron on his knees, praying like his life depended on it. Shen stared. Yep, that was Baron. He rubbed his chin, flashing back to what George said. Apparently the guy had leveled up his energy recently, ever since his daughter got that resurrection upgrade. Shen stepped closer, looming over him. Let's see this new vibe check. Eyes shut tight, Baron spoke to the entity he thought was a god. I need guidance on the Salians. They want me to join the Lightless Dust. I pledged my soul to you. Can I really join another crew? Shen kept his poker-faced lips pressed in a flat line. Inside, he was screaming. Who on earth are the Salians? He vaguely recalled some ancient kingdom on the second continent, like thousands of years ancient. Are these their descendants? And Lightless Dust? Never heard of that guild. He let out a mental sigh. Whatever. If Baron wants a side hustle, who is Shen, to stop him? Go for it. The dream cut to black. Snap back to reality. Shen was lying in his own bed. Am I actually back this time? He reached under his pillow and grabbed his phone. 4 a.m. Brutal. Since sleep was a lost cause, he decided to do a deep dive wiki session. He grabbed Yale's Soul Lightning Ball, basically a magical search engine, and sat up. The info downloaded instantly. Most noble of the Franks. The Salians. The name stuck. Apparently the Franks were a major race on the second continent back in the day. Typical aristocrat aesthetic, pale skin, hair in gold, silver or brown, and piercing blue eyes. The Salians were the top-tier noble house, supposedly wiped out millennia ago. But plot twist, the royal bloodline survived. And they were arrogant, like next-level snobs. Commoners couldn't even talk to them without struggling. Shen absorbed the lore. A mysterious ancient royal family coming out of the woodwork. Interesting. Next query, Lightless Dust. Turns out it's the most OP secretive sorcerer organization in the world, based on the second continent. They've got a roster stacked with elite sorcerers. They've been around for thousands of years, but their endgame, total mystery. Shen opened his eyes. He nuzzled the orb against his cheek like a pet. You're a lifesaver, little guy. Definitely keeping you in the inventory. Cut to the next morning at the coffee shop. Su Ling was locked in an intense staring contest with the cat on the table. Su Ling hyped herself up. I'm not scared of you, the cat hissed back. Challenge accepted. Then Shen walked in. Whack. He smacked the cat's head from behind. Knock it off. Don't hiss at the paying customers. A cartoonish bump rose on the cat's head. Su Ling giggled while the kitty fumed. Shen cut to the chase. So what's up? I need a favor, she said, voice dropping. An old man in the slums died suddenly. I found traces of astral projection magic. He was a good soul. Gave candy to the slum kids. I literally just saw him a few days ago. Shen raised a brow. You want to hunt down the killer? Yes. She sighed. Our fortune teller is out of commission, and the rest of the squad is tied up with the hidden iris case. I'm flying solo here, so I came to you. Shen's mind lit up. Bingo. Keyword hidden iris. Time to improvise. He waved a hand dismissively, channeling pure arrogance. Hidden iris. Those pathetic lunatics. What's your take on them? Su Ling gasped internally. He knows. This man really pulls the strings from the shadows. She felt chosen. The Anti-Magic Bureau just deployed an A-rank investigator. They're launching a full-scale purge on the cult. The mystical seal on Su Ling's midriff flared to life, burning with ominous energy. Her voice dropped to a whisper. It's confirmed. They actually deployed an A-rank investigator. The Anti-Magic Bureau had officially flagged the Hidden Iris as a full-blown cult. But get this, their intel showed the group started innocent enough. Just a circle of regular scholars, history geeks, and supernatural fanboys lurking on the fringes, desperate to peek behind the magical curtain. But once they banded together, snap. One by one, they descended into total psychosis. Shen just closed his eyes, completely unfazed. Old news. I already knew that. Here's the trade Shen cut in setting his terms. I need you to dig up everything on the Light Chaser and the God Imposter. Su Ling froze, visibly rattled by those specific titles. But Shen didn't give her time to process. He just nodded and pointed to the exit. You heard me. Now get out. Later that night, the alleyway outside the cafe was drowning in shadows. Christine, that mysterious customer from earlier, sagged against the brick wall, exhaustion etched into her face. It's gonna catch up, she whispered to the dark. Any second now. Meanwhile, inside the warm glow of the shop, the espresso machine hissed. But as Shen brewed a fresh cup, his mind wasn't on the coffee, it was fixated on the light. Chaser, the God Imposter, the Hidden Iris, the Saliens, lightless dust, and the dead old man from the slums. Su Ling warned that a catalyst had set this chaos in motion. Suddenly, dark miasma erupts from Shen's body, shifting him into his divine messenger persona, drip check dapper, suit cane in hand, and a mask concealing his face. He declares that infinite threads tangle into what we call inevitable fate. As the shadows swirl around him, Shen stands tall, convinced that coincidences are a myth. He smirks, hyping himself up, thinking, damn, I look good. He slides the ring of luck off his finger. Today's been a bust, and honestly, a twisted rank relic just isn't cutting it for him. He pouts, wondering where all the rich summoners are. Why isn't anyone sacrificing gold, silver, or actual loot to him? He exits the cafe, noting he's totally open to personal checks too. Stepping into the dark alley, the scene shifts to Christine. She stares desperately at a syringe, terrified, wondering if she can survive this. By injecting the last vial of that strange K155 blood, she knows she has to move fast, because something is hunting her. Suddenly the shakes hit and her vision goes completely blurry. A beast lunges from the shadows behind her. She whips around, heart sinking, thinking it's already game over. The monster roars in her face. Christine freezes, remembering that just 2 of these nightmares nearly massacred her entire agency. She almost got help from that guy in the coffee shop. Just then, a piece of paper burns bright in her pocket. The beast strikes, but Shen intercepts, swinging his cane with casual grace and smacking the monster, scoring an instant kill. He wonders if he went too hard, disappointed by how squishy the mob was. Vibe check passed. He thinks he is absolute fire right now. Christine stares up at Shen, recognizing the shop owner. How did he just one-shot a twisted rank monster like it was nothing? She pegs his power level at disaster rank minimum. Then her eyes bug out in sheer terror, seeing past the disguise to the skeleton form beneath a god's messenger, rhythmically tapping his cane on the asphalt. She feels microscopic, crushed by the aura of an other-dimensional deity, shaking uncontrollably. She asks herself if this guy is a divine envoy before her legs give out and she hits the pavement. Is he human, or some superior breed of familiar? Meanwhile, Shen is sweating bullets, wondering if he overdid the entrance. It was just a trash mob. Does boasting about it make him look cringe? He figures no one can keep their cool while smelling the scent of a god, except for that one succubus. He switches to gentleman mode, greeting her with a polite Miss Christine. She stammers a reply. She hands him the glowing paper. It's the medical formula for Dream Sight, a tribute she prepared. She begs him to assist her and avenge her fallen squad, promising to lead him straight to the Hidden Iris's secret base, their lair. Sounds like a plan, Shen smirks. He notes that the monster from earlier was basically rabid. Stronger than a human, sure, but light work for someone like him. Christine stands and injects the serum. Shen declares it's time to go crash their party. Walking down the alley, Christine flashes back to the 10 colleagues. She lost the laughs. The tears, the dreams, the families. all shredded by monsters in a heartbeat. Now, only 3 members of Turmeric Flower remain. 1 retired to a normal life, and the last one is distant and beautiful. Christine never thought the agency's dark prophecy would get real. Seeing her zone out, Shen asks if she's good. "I'm fine," she lies, sighing deep. Time to lock in and move forward. She glances at Shen, thinking, she needs to keep this VIP happy. Is it too much to kneel and swear eternal loyalty? Or just call him master out of the blue? She feels the formula is a weak bribe, that she's done too little, that she's useless. What else can she bring to the table? Her life savings, millions of yuan. They stop on a bridge overlooking the river. "Is this the spot?" Shen asks. "Yes," she confirms. The lair is underwater, a repurposed secret agency safe house. The Hidden Iris started as nerds, scholars, history buffs, and supernatural fanboys. It was just a research club. But something changed. They suddenly gained powers and rebranded themselves as the Observers. They cataloged global nightmares until their sanity snapped, mutating them into literal beasts. Shen dropped a theory. It sounded like an outer god, or some cursed artifact had scrambled their brains. Christine flashed a thumbs up, totally fangirling over his genius, thinking he was the wisest guy she'd ever met. Shen awkwardly thanked her, but pleaded, "Please don't call me wise." Admitting it gave him the creeps. Christine pouted, panicking that her attempt at hype had totally backfired. He stepped up, signaling her to fall back. "Watch this." He ignited a blazing aura, reasoning that since the lair was submerged, a little elemental test was in order. She stood behind him, eyes glued to the scene, as raw fiery energy exploded from his frame, leaving her absolutely shook. But instead of an attack, Shen shot the fire straight into the river. It didn't fizzle. It dove in, popped back up, and bobbed on the surface like a buoy. "There's a mechanism down there," Shen analyzed. Right on cue, a switch floated up. "Bingo," he thought. "Found it," he announced coolly. The trigger's underwater. Christine, eyes watering with pure terror, realized his residual energy alone was off the charts. Definitely disastrous rank material. She stared, paralyzed. "Scared you?" Shen asked, noticing the vibe shift. He smirked internally, realizing this was the first time someone had actually tweaked out over his aura. Christine forced a nervous smile. "I'm good. Let's roll," Shen commanded. He eyed the aquatic switch already triggered. "It's open." "You're sharp," Christine added, trying to recover. They pushed forward into a subterranean cavern beneath the river. Suddenly, Christine reached into her shirt. "Gotta grab something," she mumbled. "Whoa," Shen yelled, caught off guard. "Where were you hiding that?" She pulled out the item, shrugging. "Strategic storage. It's accessible, and safer close to the chest." She'd found it. In her hands, she cradled a golden artifact that pulsed with light. Closing her eyes, she channeled the legendary Origin Fire. Shen stood by, his mind flashing through the lore. Origin Fire, the top-tier deity of the second continent, the god of noon and radiance, commanding a massive cult of 10 billion followers. Christine raised her hand, summoning a mini-sun of gold and orange, chanting praises to the light. She held the golden lightning ball out to Shen, practically fishing for a compliment. Shen nodded. "Solid work," he said, signaling them to move. But his senses spiked, red eyes glowing in the darkness. A split second later, a beast lunged. Shen didn't flinch. He deleted it with a single cane strike. Instant kill. Monster gore splattered Christine's face. "He's too OP, she thought, stunned by his power. She quickly jumped in front of Shen and blasted green lightning to clear the path. "What are you doing?" Shen asked, confused. She turned, pointing to the now spotless tunnel. Cleaning up, Shen realized she was trying way too hard to impress him. "Good job," he sighed, urging them on. As they trekked through the zone, littered with monster corpses, Shen mentally yawned. Trash mobs. Too easy. But to Christine, watching Shen mow down enemies with a walking stick, he looked absolutely savage. They pressed deeper into the cave. The golden lightning ball hovered along like a drone lighting their way. Christine glanced at Shen. "You figured out the hidden iris clues instantly," she marveled. Shen just smiled, strutting forward. Mind drifting to the colorless town, that dormant deity from another dimension. "Gotta stay chill to keep the powers flowing," he reminded himself. Finally, they hit a massive barrier. "Is this an astral projection shield?" Shen mused, eyeing the invisible glass wall, blocking their path. Christine peered at it. "It looks like a giant aquarium," she whispered. Creeped out. "Who uses astral magic for this? It's twisted." Shen, stroking his chin, went full detective mode. "So, the Hidden Iris members, former Surface World fanboys, turned gods. Did they really ascend without the Inner Circle's help?" Christine nodded. "Exactly." Shen closed his eyes. They built a base under the Thames, sealed with high-level astral magic to hold back the river. "This isn't amateur hour," Christine gasped. "Are you saying someone in the Hidden Iris is actually an Inner Circle agent?" Sharp Shen grinned. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Inside, he was celebrating. 2 months of grinding knowledge from Yale's Soul Ball had finally paid off. Time to flex. "Let's keep moving," he commanded, pushing forward. As they navigated the gloom, Christine addressed him strictly by his title shopkeeper. Shen didn't utter a word. Suddenly, the darkness ahead stared back. Countless glowing red eyes pierced through the shadows. Instinct took over. Shen threw his arm out, shielding Christine. Back up, now. She didn't argue, scrambling backward in a panic. A guttural roar shook the air as the beasts charged. Christine, tears welling up, screamed in terror. Why are they staring at me like I'm dinner? Shen's gaze locked onto the floating ball of yellow lightning. The light, he barked. Toss it to me. Like moths to a flame, the monsters were fixated on the glow. Christine nodded frantically and launched the orb toward him just as a beast lunged for the kill. Clang Shen manifested a shimmering blue barrier. The monster smashed face first into the shield and bounced off. A smirk played on Shen's lips as he gripped the cross. With the eternal rust cross in hand, he felt untouchable. Absolute invincibility coursed through his veins. In a fluid motion, the rust cross morphed, elongating into a razor-sharp whip. Shen lashed out the weapon, singing through the air and slicing the monsters apart with lethal precision. 3 strikes, 3 kills. Shen surveyed the carnage. Gross, he muttered. Behind him, the sound of retching filled the air. Christine couldn't handle the gore. Shen stood amidst the slaughter, fighting back his own urge to hurl as he looked at the grime and shattered debris surrounding them. Once you're done emptying your stomach, he said flatly, clean this mess up. Christine wiped her mouth and summoned her green lightning magic. She got to work immediately, desperate to prove her worth. I have to be useful, she told herself. Shen watched her scrub the area, his expression unreadable. His lips quirked downward in a frown. Must be nice, he thought, genuinely jealous of mages who could casually toss around astral projection spells. He let out a heavy sigh. If only he could scam her into working at his coffee shop part-time. But that was a pipe dream. His daily experiments with divine power and supernatural entities came with a nasty side effect. Anyone hanging around him too long would literally lose their mind. Shopkeeper Christine's voice broke his train of thought. She was holding up a tattered notebook she'd unearthed. What is it? He asked. She handed it over, eyes wide. Found this in a hidden compartment behind a desk. Looks like heavy reading. Nice find, Shen said, impressed. Christine beamed, dutifully opening the book and holding it up so he could read hands-free. I'll be your bookstand, she chirped. It's fine, really, Shen replied, scanning the handwritten pages. The ink told a disturbing story. It spoke of a savior named Mr. White, a miracle who had given them new purpose. The writer claimed they were just fans, powerless nobodies who would never have survived reality without him. To them, Mr. White was the peak of nobility. The text worshipped him as a being of pure generosity, 50% righteousness, 50% infinite wisdom. That was the birth of the hidden iris. Mr. White, styling himself as the miracle, became their messiah. He fed them forbidden arcane knowledge, the real deal. The entry described a miracle performed just the night before. With a simple snap of his fingers, a massive labyrinth materialized underground. He even defied physics using gravity to keep the River Thames from flooding it. After that display, the followers were gifted supernatural abilities. Christine continued reading aloud, her voice trembling slightly. Per Mr. White's orders, we are gathering the necessary components to summon the god. The writer then described their own deteriorating health. They felt strange, sick. The body was rejecting normal food, vegetables, and fruits induced instant nausea. The writer tried to rationalize the horror. Christine looked up from the page, her expression serious. This guy's body was mutating, she noted, but he convinced himself it was just a phase. The journal claimed Mr. White assured them it was part of the process. The collection was nearly complete. The entry mentioned a new recruit, a blind boy, not even 10 years old, gifted with future sight. The writer speculated that Mr. White should lead the ritual because something unknown was calling out to him. It was a hive mind mentality. Everyone in the hidden iris felt the pull. Doubting Mr. White was simply not an option. Shen absorbed the information. So this miracle Mr. White is the puppet master behind the hidden iris, he concluded. Was he the White of Miracle? What was his endgame? Why collect these specific items? And what exactly was he trying to unleash? That's where it stops, Christine said, snapping the notebook shut. End of the line. Got it, Shen nodded. Good job on the reading. Your voice acting was actually spot on. Christine's face turned a shade of pink. Oh, thank you, she stammered. Shen smiled internally. Compliments were clearly the way to handle her. Christine pointed an accusing finger at the book. Though honestly, the guy who wrote this had zero common sense. I can't believe they thought summoning an interdimensional god was just a casual Tuesday activity, she scoffed. Even surface world fanboys know that's a massive taboo. And calling physical mutations normal, that's straight up delusion. You nailed it, Shen agreed. See if there's any other loot lying around. On it, leave it to me, Christine shouted, her energy restored as she dashed off to rummage through the piles of junk. A few minutes later, she trudged back, shoulders slumped and looking exhausted. She shook her head, nothing. The place had been picked clean, someone beat them to the loot. But the notebook, safely tucked away in a secret stash, which is the only reason it survived the raid. Shen reassured her. You did good. Then he dropped the big ask he needed her on the team. She was nodding like a bobblehead, totally vibing with the idea. I'd be honored, Shen pursed his lips, suppressing a smirk. Way too easy, he thought. A couple of nice words and she's practically wagging her tail. Gullible much. Meanwhile, Christine was having a full-blown internal crisis. Should she take a knee, swear a blood oath? She was freaking out, mentally screaming praises to the fire of origin. She couldn't believe she actually impressed a VIP like him. Then, her brain spiraled. Wait, is he gonna make her kneel and call him master every single time? That would be major cringe. But hey, she'd totally do it if she had to. Breaking her train of thought, Shen laid out the mission: investigate a suspicious death. Some old guy who slung candy near the slums just kicked the bucket under weird circumstances. Christine snapped to attention, throwing up a salute. Consider it done. She told herself she had to nail this. Her magic tank might be running on fumes, but her ender connections were solid. All this required was dropping a cool 200,000 euros. Suddenly, boom, an explosion rocked the dark entrance behind them, and a massive wall of water came rushing in. Shen whipped around, shouting over the roar, "It's a trap. The White of Miracles left a parting gift." He glanced at the terrified Christine. He could easily shift into haze form and slip through the dirt cracks, but that would leave her to drown. He gripped the rust cross. It was the only play. He chucked it at her. Catch. She fumbled it. Instead of catching it, the cross slammed right into her chest and stuck there. The floodwaters were seconds away. Shen forced himself to stay cool. The colorless city's power buffs defense, he reasoned. As the world instantly desaturated, the rushing water turned gray and froze midair. Christine's eyes went wide with shock. Cut to dry land. Christine was out cold on the sand, while Shen hovered nearby, still in his smoky haze form. He solidified back into a human, cracking a grin. Who needs a dryer when you can just phase the water out of your clothes? Ultimate life hack, he mused. But that rust cross high maintenance. Keeping it equipped for more than 30 minutes costs a fortune. He looked down at the glowing artifact buried in Christine's chest. Why is that thing still stuck? He reached out to yank it free just as her eyes fluttered open. Realizing his hand placement, she turned beet red and squeezed her eyes shut, while Shen popped the cross out. He shoved it in his pocket and gave a nervous cough. "Oh good, you're finally awake." She sat up, flustered. "Did I wake up at a weird time?" Shen shouted back. "What is wrong with your brain?" "I'm fine. Really," she stammered, thanking him for the save. Shen waved her off. "Get going. And watch your back. Someone might already be targeting you." She nodded, grave expression returning. "Understood." As she walked away, Shen watched her go. Hope she doesn't get herself killed. Suddenly, the ground started trembling, and blue lightning crackled across the dirt. The white haze emerged. He noticed Christine kept walking. She couldn't sense a thing. Here we go again, he thought, being summoned. It wasn't even 12 yet, but the timing felt intentional. Shen morphed into his Baron persona and took a seat inside the spell circle, bathed in that electric blue glow, manifesting in Baron's office hall. He closed his eyes. Yup, it's Baron. He glanced at the assistant nearby, the same girl who passes out every time she sees him. That's some serious loyalty to Baron. Actually, the assistant was whispering to Baron, totally shook. Is that really a god from another dimension? It is. Baron confirmed, cool as ice. Increase the offering. She nodded, terrified but obedient. Meanwhile, the real Baron took a knee, praying to the controller of everything. He was thinking back to the Corona Church's teachings. Before the Big Bang, the fire of origin nuked the water of spirituality, vaporizing it. And that cataclysm created the universe. They say the first humans were born from that vaporized, white haze. True or not, the water of spirituality was legit, powerful stuff. Baron was convinced it could craft a genuine soul. He floated a small vial of the liquid toward Shen, and Shen snatched the offering out of the air. Eyeing the bottle, he remembered seeing files on this water of spirituality, back in Yale's soul orb. For most people, it was useless garbage. Only a handful of legends, in history, ever managed to make a soul with it. But Baron thought Shen was an interdimensional deity. Since humans couldn't use the water, maybe a god could. Smart play, Shen admitted. As he floated closer to the kneeling Baron, he noticed the guy's hair looked different. It was almost a shame. Shen was just a con artist, not a god. Rubbing his chin, he flashed back to their last meeting. Ina and Baron witnessed completely different dreamscapes, seeing things that didn't align with his own vision. History was repeating itself. Paranoia crept in, was constantly swapping identities, a rookie mistake. He shoved the doubt aside. Better safe than sorry. He let out a heavy sigh, realizing he'd already used the Wandering at Ease card last time. If he didn't drop some fresh wisdom right now, this entire charade would crumble. Time for the big guns, the equality of things. He looked Baron dead in the eye and spun the web. Nothing is not that. And nothing is not this. To the blind, it's invisible, but once you truly see, you know. Boom. Baron was floored. He couldn't believe he was hearing the legendary uniformity of everything, the holy grail of forbidden alchemy. This wasn't just philosophy. It was a cheat code for reality. Anyone who mastered this, possessed the god-tier ability to deconstruct and rebuild existence itself. Baron instantly dropped to his knees, pledging eternal loyalty to the mighty haze of the White Shore. To him, this blessing was pure luck, and every command was destiny. The entity had just shown him how insignificant he truly was in the grand scheme. Then came the reveal. Baron had joined the Lightless Dust, and they were waiting for Shen to pass their trial. The mission, kill the Light Chaser, and the rewards would be massive. Shen's internal alarm bells rang. Was this the same Light Chaser the Oracle Girl warned him about? She said a Light Chaser would hit Veranda and risk it all to delete the god imposter. A chilling thought hit Shen. Was he the imposter she was talking about? Playing it cool, he ordered Baron to head to the location where their paths first crossed, and to hunt down his messenger. With that mic drop, Shen and the white mist vanished into thin air. Baron whispered the destination to himself, the Baden Empire Academy, the exact spot the messenger of the haze first showed up. He glanced at his unconscious assistant on the ground, muttering a promise of payback. But right now the mission took priority. Meanwhile, Shen materialized back in reality on the sandy riverbank, wondering aloud if he was the glitch in the system, not the coffee shop. He scanned his surroundings, still at the river, but the summoning quake had shifted the coordinates. He stared at the lightning bottle in his hand, realizing he'd snagged another offering, but the real loot was the intel on the Light Chaser. Then, reality hit him like a truck. Wait a second. Cold sweat started beating on his forehead. As he pressed his lips together, he was in the middle of nowhere, miles away from the academy. Dead of night, 0 Uber drivers in sight. A wild idea popped up: should he go mist mode and fly back? He quickly scrapped that his mana bar was too low for that kind of stunt. Then he remembered the bicycle he'd seen parked in an alley earlier. He started trekking back, and sure enough, there it was. Sorry buddy, he thought, promising the universe he'd return it later. He jammed the lightning bottle into the keyhole, morphing it until it clicked, MacGyver style. While Shen was struggling, Baron used high-tier lightning magic to teleport straight to his living room. Yifu spotted him instantly, sprinting away from the maids and yelling, "Father!" She was a wreck, terrified because he was home so late. She buried her face in his chest, and Baron, softening, instantly patted her head and took the blame. Then her mood flipped. She pointed eagerly at the table, announcing she'd leveled up her cooking skills. The menu: smoked salmon butter chicken, baked escargot, and borscht. Baron froze. Sweat trickled down his face. As he stared at the chaotic spread in silence, Yifu's face fell. "Do you hate it?" Baron forced a laugh, swearing there was zero chance he wouldn't love it, pretending to be hyped for the taste test. Cut to Shen pedaling for his life down the highway, screaming at his legs to move faster. His veins were popping, eyes glazing over, lungs burning from the cardio, from hell. Contrast that with Baron laughing at the dinner table with his daughter, while Shen was out there fighting gravity and exhaustion. Later, Yifu, bundled up like a burrito in bed, asked the big question. When could she finally hang out in Veranda City? Baron sat by her side, back turned, eyes shut, promising her soon. But when his eyes snapped open, the warmth was gone. He silently vowed she would eventually return to a world that wasn't broken. He turned back, apologizing that duty called, and he had to bounce again. She gave him a brave smile, telling him it was cool. She needed to sleep anyway. Stay safe. Baron stood up, walked out, and silently cursed the cruel world he lived in, hoping his daughter would inherit a destiny far brighter than the shadows he walked in. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark library, Baron prowled through the silence completely alone. Suddenly, Chen, rocking Yale's face as a disguise, slipped in and called out to Baron from the shadows. Baron spun around, voice trembling as he asked if his timing was perfect. Chen confessed he'd sprinted there, terrified Baron would bail if he was even a second late. Internal alarms blared in Baron's mind. Did the divine messenger radar lock his location and manifest instantly? Could this entity track his every breath and teleport anywhere at will, knuckles turning white? Baron realized with a shiver just what kind of terrifying monster he was dealing with. Chen cut to the chase, demanding every scrap of intel. Regarding the Light Chaser, Baron nodded, spilling the tea. According to his sources, the Light Chaser was a top-tier worshipper of the Corona Church, with abilities ranked as absolute disasters. Plus, the guy wielded a relic of equal power, a weapon the Church didn't just call mysterious, they revered it as a holy item. As one of only 10 existing holy worshippers, the Light Chaser had legendary clout. Recently, this powerhouse had surfaced in Veranda for unknown reasons. Chen narrowed his eyes, asking if the Light Chaser was hunting the god imposter, and if he'd go scorched earth to take them out. Baron blinked, totally thrown off, admitting this was the first time he'd heard of a god imposter, but agreed they couldn't sleep on the threat posed by the Light Chaser's target. Chen dropped the command locate and profile the Light Chaser, shadow him without flatlining him, and log every detail in a book just like before. Baron bowed low, accepting the divine messenger's orders. Eyes squeezed shut, sweat dripping down his neck. Baron remembered how the last intel drop ended up with George and led straight to Yale Verd getting deleted. Throughout that whole mess, the divine messenger never even stepped into the light, yet he had single-handedly dismantled a 1,000-year-old cult and forced a rogue investigator to bend the knee. Chen turned on his heel, tossing back a casual comment that he was hyped to see the results. As he walked away, Chen panicked internally. He had to hustle to return the rental bike. Back at the coffee shop, Chen stood behind the counter, legs wobbling like jelly, wondering if any other divine messenger in history had to suffer the indignity of pedaling a bicycle. His quads were screaming. He slammed his hand on the counter, calling the whole situation absolutely cringe. Overwhelmed, he sent a silent thank you to the universe. That nobody recognized him, thinking he would have actually died of embarrassment if Anna had caught him looking that pathetic. He let out a heavy sigh, remembering Yale's soulball records, warned of other untouchable class enemies, reminding him to move with caution. Suddenly, the soulball smacked right into Chen's forehead and ricocheted back to the cat, who snatched it midair. The cat landed with a soft thud on the table, batting the soulball around like a toy. Watching her play, Chen deadpanned that she had way too much energy post-vaccination. Then, with zero emotion, he muttered that he needed to drag her back to the vet soon to get fixed. The cat froze, whipping around to shoot him a death glare. That night was September 5th, Exorcism Day, a major holy event for the Corona Church. The streets were dead silent as people hid indoors, terrified of running into demons. Families huddled over dinner, praying to the fire of origin and hyping up the Sunday. Meanwhile, a girl with distinct horns on her head was sprinting through a dark, rain-soaked alley. Chen, scrolling on his phone, mechanically recited the sacred line about the fire of origin illuminating hearts, purging the world's evil and turning everything to ash. Eyes closed, he dryly noted that, while he wasn't sure if monsters were real, he was 100% sure his business was dead. 0 customers all day. Suddenly, a noise from the street shattered, the silence followed by the sound of a body hitting the pavement. He stepped out to investigate and froze. A horned girl was lying unconscious in the pouring rain, right on his doorstep. He called out, asking if someone was actually there and if she was okay. The girl looked up, hitting him with an innocent, heartbreaking gaze. Chen asked if she was hurt. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to answer. But Chen leaned down gently, offering a warm look and inviting her inside to crash for a bit. The girl recoiled, refusing help, but Chen raised a hand to chill her out, promising he wasn't a villain. He jokingly wondered if he gave off creepy vibes. Suddenly, the girl screamed that she couldn't drag him into this, confessing she was a monster. Chen paused, surprised, and leaned in for a closer look, realizing the horns on her head weren't just cosplay props. They were legit. He had assumed it was just festival gear, but now he gently placed a hand on her head, reassuring her that everything was going to be fine. Hoping to impress her, he ignited a blazing fireball in his palm, flashing it like a trophy. He thought he looked absolutely god-tier. But the girl, she just hit him with the hardest eye roll imaginable, total disbelief on her face. Shen started sweating bullets awkwardly, asking if she was good. The girl, snapping out of her daze, asked if he was for real about saving her. Shen scanned her aura, realizing she was a low-tier player in the supernatural underworld, someone who knew the game existed, but had 0 power. Jackpot. She was exactly the kind of recruit he needed to hire. He grinned, wondering if that luck ring was finally paying dividends. Not wasting a second, he grabbed her hand time to secure this asset. He ushered her into the coffee shop, parked her in a chair, and told her to stay put. Snagging a towel, he gently dried her damp hair before zooming off like a speedster to grab supplies. The girl just sat there, beaming from the VIP treatment. Shen flashed back in an instant with a steaming cup of java, sliding it over and telling her to drink up and get warm. She thanked him, genuine relief washing over her. Shen took the seat across from her. "All right, spill it. What's haunting you?" He added that, whatever it was, it probably wasn't as apocalyptic as she thought. She pursed her lips, hesitating before dropping the truth. "I'm Tina," she started, explaining she was a freshman at Baden Empire Academy. Last week, her body started glitching out. She checked the mirror at home and saw animal ears sprouting from her head. Shen blinked. Was she a cat girl? He squinted harder. No, those looked human. Something was definitely off with her anatomy. His intense gaze made her crumble. She blushed, calling him out on the awkward staring. Shen turned beet red. "My bad," she whispered, asking if he actually believed her. 100%, Shen shot back, telling her to keep going. She explained her life was totally vanilla, boring, even until recently, when she stumbled into occult studies and borrowed some grimoires from classmates. Shen smirked internally, recognizing the classic rookie path to self-destruction. She hung her head, admitting she and her friends tried a bunch of rituals, but they were all duds, so she lost interest. But then, just last week, a post-shower nightmare became reality. She looked in the mirror and found fuzzy animal ears replacing her own. Shen shrugged it off. "That's it. Give me the full diagnostic. Any other symptoms?" Tina shuddered, admitting she heard creepy, unintelligible whispers, and her body kept morphing. Shen pressed. "Changes like what?" "Horns, more fur." She nodded grimly, confirming his suspicions. adding that sometimes she sprouted antlers, a tail, or even fish scales. She felt like she was slowly mutating into a straight-up monster. Terrified, she kept her mouth shut, didn't even tell her parents. She drowned herself in baggy clothes to hide the transformation and ghosted the academy on medical leave. Her face twisted in pain. Mr. White told me to hold on, said not to let the inner demons win, but the voices were relentless, and she was at her breaking point. Shen cut in. Did this Mr. White ever use the word miracle? Tina paused for a second. Yeah, he said he creates them. Shen rubbed his chin. Bingo. It had to be the White of Miracle, the same psycho who led the Hidden Iris members to become monsters. And now he was hunting fresh prey. Mr. White is the problem here, Tina Shen stated flatly. Her eyes went wide. Really, I know his rap sheet, Shen replied. He's bad news. Tell me where he is. I'm reporting him right now. Tina looked away hesitant. I've only met him in my dreams. Shen froze. Literal dreams. She confirmed it. Every night for the past 2 weeks. Shen touched his chin again, mind racing. The Hidden Iris used dream potions to hack into minds just like the one Christine gave him. This white guy was definitely the mastermind manipulating the dreamscape. Shen couldn't brew the counter potion, yet he was missing key ingredients. A cold dread hit him. Would Tina fully transform into those grotesque fish-headed monsters? The image horrified him. If she was a stranger, maybe he could look away. But this girl had begged for his help. He couldn't let her become one of those things. The mere thought of it made his blood boil. Wham! He slammed his fist onto the table, shot to his feet, and barked at her to back off. He swore he'd hunt down Mr. White in the dreamscape on the flip side. Cut to the orphanage. Anna was lurking outside a classroom door. Inside, the teacher tossed a question to the room, scanning for anyone with a brain cell active. One kid piped up, claiming he knew it. The teacher made him stand and deliver. Anna, peeking through the crack in the door, just watched in silence. She realized the irony. Even though her body was frozen in time, her mind was leveling up at warp speed. Her processing power was off the charts. She was starting to see the supernatural bleed into reality. Vivid enough to touch. A glitch in the matrix that ordinary humans were totally blind to. She'd already tamed. The eternal flame of destruction, leaving kids her age in the dust. Her learning curve was basically vertical. But this gift came with a curse. She was hypersensitive to everyone else's misery. In just a few months, under the High Priest's tutelage, she'd speed-run the basics of astral projection, specifically tuning into tragic frequencies. As for the things she conjured out of thin air, it didn't feel like casting spells anymore. It was like molding clay she could actually see. She squeezed her eyes shut. No resets, no do-overs. This was the absolute limit of what she could do. For her crew at the orphanage, suddenly a priest rolled up. The big boss is waiting for you. She spun around, took a step, and muttered, "Let's bounce." However, as they navigated the hallway, the guide pointed toward a specific room. "He's in there." They pushed into the room. Pitch black. 2 lackeys flanked the high priest while the headmistress was bowing so low she was practically kissing the floor. Anna greeted the high priest, then shot a worried glance at the woman. "Can she go now?" The headmistress looked up, trembling. "Yes, holy shrine maiden." The high priest glanced back over his shoulder, a creepy smile spreading across his face. "I saw this coming before I even got here. Your request, granted. From here on out, the kids study what they want. No forced cult membership. They can hustle like normal people. Get jobs, and we'll foot the bill without asking for anything sketchy in return that might hurt them." Anna's worst nightmares were officially cancelled. The headmistress didn't waste a second. She slipped out and sealed the door. Anna tried to express her thanks, but the high priest cut her off. "Don't thank me. You want to be grateful. Thank our mighty God." Anna stayed quiet. Then he dropped the next bomb. He needed her as his +1. Next Monday, there was someone she needed to meet. He broke it down. "The senator is climbing the political ladder, which is huge for the cult. This is our biggest play in the surface world in years. Since the guy is turning 70, it's the perfect cover to gather his squad for a private mixer." Anna's mind flashed back to that hooked-nosed geezer who showed up during the cult's attack. "Do I seriously have to go? Isn't that risky?" She was worried the Anti-Magic Bureau would be sniffing around, tracking their signatures. The priest waved it off. "Relax. It's just a surface world party, totally standard. You might even meet a kid your age." He insisted she needed to broaden her horizons, learn how the normies think, not just the inner circle stuff. He toyed with a small potion vial. Been wondering how to drop this on the market. Then with a face that screamed villain, he held it up. "This little thing lets ordinary folks feel the blessing. Immortality. Eternal youth." He threw his arms wide, laughing maniacally. "You know how thirsty they are for that." Cold sweat dripped down Anna's neck. "Did you forget what I told you?" The high priest smoothed it over. "Of course not. I had my guys look into the hidden iris, but they chilled out. Followed God's will. No moves made." Then deadpan, he added, "Though I didn't expect the Foundation to have their fingerprints on this." Anna paused. The Foundation. The global juggernaut, known as the Market Foundation. Compared to their chaos cult, those guys were absolute giants. Rumor was they secretly took cash from every government while staying totally independent, a supernatural superpower. I need to flag this to the divine messenger, she stated. I knew you would, the high priest nodded. Right call. As Anna turned to leave, the high priest watched her go. She can find the divine messenger. Because of the mark. That's God's GPS right there. He knew if he tried to slide into the messenger's DMs. Without an invite, it would be straight up disrespectful. After she left the high priest, we open with some shady backstage politics. Someone just ordered the immediate cancellation of every appointment for Lord Felix. Yeah, the royal big shot with the medical empire. The excuse, he's indisposed. The priest taking the order is visibly shaking, eyes squeezed shut and sweat dripping down his face as he agrees. Meanwhile, back at Shen's place, Tina is dead asleep. She snaps awake, scanning the room in total panic. The demonic horns on her head, gone, vanished. She sits up, patting herself down to confirm nobody touched her while she was out cold. But then whoosh, massive wings burst from her back. Her face turns bright red, but here's the kicker. She actually feels disappointed. Her brain spirals as she wonders why that specific emotion is hitting her. She mentally slaps herself, asking girl, why are you having such thirsty thoughts about the handsome sorcerer? Flashback time. She remembers bowing to Shen, thanking him for saving her life when she was totally helpless. Back then, Shen was gripping the rust cross, that creepy artifact glowing with a sinister black thread attached to it. He was analyzing Tina, calculating that if her mutation was just a curse, the eternal rust cross would neutralize it. His plan was simple. When the mutation spiked, he'd slap the cross on her until it subsided. Tina, unable to hold eye contact, blushed hard and looked away. Stammering, you're staring at me again. Caught off guard, Shen just cracked a reassuring smile. Get in bed. Rest, he commanded gently. I'm right here. If anything goes sideways, I'll handle it. Tina looked at him wide-eyed, asking if he was for real. Shen smirked internally, thinking this girl was kind of a weirdo nerd. But suddenly the vibe shifted. Her horns started shrinking, vanishing into her skull. She groaned, feeling absolutely awful. Shen didn't hesitate, he yelled, put the cross on, now. Tina was drenched in cold sweat as Shen secured the cross around her neck like a heavy pendant. Silence. Nothing happened. Shen started to doubt the artifact. Until bam. The wings exploded out again, and she gritted her teeth in pure agony, feathers drifting to the floor as she struggled. Shen's mind raced. This wasn't a curse. Judging by the symptoms, she wasn't turning into some trash-tier fish monster. Her condition was way more unique, way more rare. Seeing her standing there in shock, Shen dropped the truth bomb. You're safe. You don't have to worry about going full monster mode. Tina looked at him with hope. Really, Shen flashed that winning smile again. Yes. Now go sleep. Fast forward to morning. Tina creeps out of the room to find Shen already awake, meditating in the shop, deep in the mental weeds. He was frustrated that Yale's soulball couldn't dig up any dirt on Tina's mutation, and he was betting everything that the White of Miracle was pulling the strings. Tina interrupted his brooding terrifyingly, admitting she couldn't go home yet. My parents. They'll find out. Turns out her folks are hardcore fanatics of the Corona Church, and they'd hand their own daughter over to the Inquisitors in a heartbeat. She didn't trust the church at all. Gesturing to the wings, she begged, can you make these invisible to normies? Shen ran the options. The shadow mask, too risky. He couldn't let her keep using that. Yale's soul ball had an astral projection spell for disguises. But no way. Tina's soul was as dull as a literal rock. She'd never master that level of magic. Shen sighed, eyes closed. I'll lend you cash. Go stay at a hotel nearby for a bit. Tina freaked out. A hotel, her voice cracking. Shen ignored the drama, promising to get her some baggy clothes to hide the wings before walking her over. Later, Shen leaned against his shop counter, dissecting the enemy Tina had described. A man in long white robes, blonde hair, a smile that rivals the sun, a charming gentleman that makes everyone feel safe. Basically a literal angel on earth. Shen realized, this guy is going to be a nightmare to fight. Then, reality hit him. He needed to find a permanent spot because he couldn't bankroll Tina's hotel stays forever. He slumped over fists, hitting the counter. Even in a magical world, I can't escape the housing crisis, he groaned. Suddenly, wham! The shop door flew open. It was Christine storming in with zero chill. Shouting, I got it. She marched right up to Shen. I found a lead. Shen didn't miss a beat. Nice work. Coffee or cold brew? He pointed a finger at her. You're paying, by the way. Christine rolled her eyes. Obviously, I'm paying. Nobody drinks for free here. Shen kept his poker face. Right. Just like that umbrella someone borrowed and never returned. Christine scoffed. Wow, those people sound awful. Shen slid a fresh cup onto the table. Here's your order. Christine took a sip and practically swooned. Praise the origin fire. This is divine. Shen sighed at her theatrics. Okay, drama queen. Forget the coffee review. Spill the intel. Christine instantly straightened up, ready to talk business. She dropped the bombshell immediately. The old candy vendor's death wasn't random. It was a hit linked directly to the Buate family. Specifically, a lethal astral spell. Chen just sat there, face like a stone wall, giving absolutely nothing away. Taking his silence for confirmation, she trembled. Master, did you already know all of this? She figured this whole investigation was just a pop quiz to test her skills. And based on his reaction, she barely passed. She needed to step up her game. The caster isn't just a grunt, she added, voice serious. They're linked straight to the Buet Patriarch. Word on the street is Count Buet has been on death's door, locked away in a hospital for ages. But that's a lie. He was recently spotted hitting the links with his buddies, looking fresh as a daisy. Definitely the work of that astral spell. Chen processed the intel. The Buets, an ancient bloodline that supposedly ghosted the political scene years ago, pivoting to corporate power instead. Internally, Chen was shook. She dug all this up in just 10 hours. Source, he demanded coolly. She didn't flinch. I've got eyes everywhere. An Ender contact caught the whole thing live. Right near the slums. Chen closed his eyes, piecing it together. She looked like a modest servant on the surface. But underneath, she was basically a crime lord in the making. Good work, he said, keeping it brief. You've earned a reward. Her cheeks flushed pink. A reward. For humble me, Chen cut through the act immediately. Cut the polite act. Your face is practically glowing. He knew he couldn't keep bluffing his way through this whole omniscient mastermind gig forever. He needed to drop some real power to keep the upper hand. Relying on his minions' flashbacks wasn't a sustainable strategy. He gripped the silver orb, Yale's soul ball. The summoning ritual inside was safe, flashy, and the perfect carrot to dangle. Well, perfectly safe as long as she didn't botch the execution. He shot her a sharp look. Listen closely. Once you summon it, master it. But do not try to chat with it. No communication. Understood. Her eyes sparkled with intensity. Loud and clear, boss. Chen waved his hand, weaving haze magic into a glowing holographic interface. She reached out, fingers trembling as she touched the screen. The text scrolled, Girl of Tranquility. A striker's dependent straight from the depths of the underworld. The stats were broken. This thing could insta-kill a twisted rank entity, like it was swatting a fly. Even a disastrous rank monster would be fighting for its life against this summon, without some serious cheat codes, she gasped. She'd been running with Enders her whole life and only ever scraped up a disorder rank relic. This was god-tier magic she'd never even dreamed of. She scrambled to her feet and bowed deep. Thank you, I don't deserve this for such a small job. Chen waved her off. Don't sell yourself short. You earned it. Stick with me and there's plenty more where that came from. He slid a folded note across the counter. I need 2 specific ingredients for a dream sight potion. She snatched the paper up. Consider it done. As soon as possible. Internally, she did the math. This shopping list was going to cost over 10,000 yuan easily. A small price to pay for that summon. But then a thought hit her. The hidden iris. They're mostly civilians. How could they afford to spam a high-tier drug like Dreamsight? He's testing me again, she realized. He left that out to see if I'd catch the glitch. I'll track down the supplier, she declared. If I find who's pushing the ingredients, I'll find the puppet master pulling the strings. Impress me, Chen said. Inside, he was facepalming. Why didn't I think of tracking the supplier? Get to it. Cut to a rain-slicked alleyway. Su Ling marched through the downpour, mood dark. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The light chaser was a big shot in the Corona Church. If that guy didn't hold the secret to bringing George back from the dead, she would have never snitched on him. The Anti-Magic Bureau might not be able to take him down, but they'd squash her and George like bugs without hesitation. She'd play his game. For now. As long as he didn't cross the line. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Kola, the cat, was wiggling around on the floor like a worm. Click. The door opened and Su Ling shook off the rain. She locked eyes with Kola. The glare was instant. The cat glared back with equal hate. Nemesis mode on. Chen leaned against the counter, flashing a relaxed smile. Long time no see. And look at that, you actually bought new clothes. He immediately pivoted, shooting a death glare at the cat. Don't you even think about hissing at the customer again. Kola froze. The cat started literally sweating, trembling like a leaf before letting out a pathetic, terrified meow. Su Ling brushed it off. I'm not scared of the cold, she quipped, but remember, I'm still just a regular college girl trying to survive the surface world. Freezing out there. Weird not to switch up the drip. Chen teased, checking if she was still down to devour the entire dessert menu. She shut him down instantly. Just black tea. The Bureau's budget wasn't built for her sweet tooth binges. Chen slid the steaming cup of black tea across the wood, landing it perfectly in front of her. I've got the answer you wanted, he said, taking a seat. Internally, he was popping champagne. If Christine hadn't clutched up earlier with that info, he would have been sitting there looking like a total clown with zero intel. Su Ling stared him down. He gathered that intel way too fast. To her, he was a glitch in the system. An unreachable, uncontrollable anomaly just cosplaying as a coffee shop owner. Sure, he had the handsome human visuals, but the guy reeked of dimensional deities. He was basically the divine messenger of the Lord of Ashes. Current status, human-friendly. But he wasn't a brawler. No, this guy was a puppet master playing 4D chess with reality. He got a kick out of manipulating people. The Oracle reports even had a massive "Do not engage" warning. Do not look at his timeline. Past, present, future, complete static. Any Oracle who tried to peek at his destiny ended up with a melted brain. And the sighting records glitches. His true form was a cosmic horror, massive and lethal. Experiments were off the table. The strategy was simple: play nice and let him scratch that itch to manipulate humanity. Su Ling sipped her tea, eyes shut, blocking out the world. She'd memorized the dossier. Conclusion: this man is absolutely not human. Lately, her dreams were haunted by dead silence and white voids. Probably a side effect of the mark he slapped on her. Chen cut the silence. So, did those books trigger an astral spell at the murder scene? The old man's death? Yes. Su Ling nodded, grateful. Okay, trade offer. I'll tell you everything about the light chaser. But on the god imposter, she had nothing. Chen smirked. The god imposter is exactly who the light chaser is hunting. Su Ling froze. Not even the bureau top brass knew the target's identity. How did a barista have higher clearance than her? She pushed past the shock to deliver the profile. Frederick Augustine, top 10 holy worshipper, Corona Church royalty with an ancient bloodline. He's been solo leveling the hidden iris mutation case. Didn't even call the bureau for backup. Chen's inner monologue screamed, bingo. Su Ling sighed, eyes still closed. 2 days on the beat, and he's got 0 leads. He's clueless. Too much justice warrior energy, not enough detective skills. Chen rubbed his chin. If she thought he was righteous, that just meant easy to scam. Also, Su Ling added the Foundation just touched down in Baranda. Don't know their endgame, but they're tight with the light chaser. Chen processed the data. The Foundation. That charity squad famous for cleaning up mutations and protecting ruins. He flashed his customer service smile. Got it. Enjoy the brew. He headed back to the counter, mind racing as the puzzle pieces finally clicked. Su Ling's intel was the missing link. The White of Miracle. That has to be the god imposter, or at least the main villain here. Why else would the light chaser be sniffing around the hidden iris mutation? Was White's opening gambit. Tina was moved too, even if the trap hadn't sprung yet. Chen's eyes flashed with an eldritch glow. He smirked, thinking of White, the prophecy's god imposter, who claimed to manufacture miracles. What was his play in Baranda? Chen was dying to find out. Cut to 3 a.m. Dead of night. Chen stood by the lightning-lit window, decked out in a black trench coat. Cola was snoozing on the table behind him. I'm heading out, he told the cat. Trash the furniture and you're grounded when I get back. He caught his reflection in the glass. He didn't look like the terrified guy who first isekai'd into this world. He'd learned the rules of the inner circle, the fear of the unknown. Gone. He had the confidence and the guts to step up and fix this messed up world. Flashback to 3 days ago, Christine handing him 2 small vials. Here are the potions you ordered. Shen hyped her up, dropping the mission details, lock eyes on the nearby Blue Hotel, and babysit a girl named Tina. Su Ling shut her eyes, channeling full ride or die energy, swearing she'd crush the assignment because Tina was apparently a big deal. Then she flipped the switch. Forget tomorrow, she's bouncing now. Shen just smirked, loving the hustle. She didn't even question the logic. She's just the ultimate minion wired for pure obedience. Shen whipped out his smartphone, scrolling through status updates. Looks like George ghosted them for the evil lands. That left Su Ling as his only reliable contact. Tina was a flight risk, so he had to patch this glitch fast. Cut to the present, the duo is strutting down a hotel hallway when Su Ling breaks the silence. Are we seriously doing the ritual here, she asked. Shen told her to just vibe and follow his lead, making her pout at his show-off attitude. Shen shot her a side eye. Say what? She flashed. A nervous grin hit him with a nothing and pointed straight ahead. She started spiraling. Which room? Do we have a key? Should we knock? While she panicked, Shen dissolved into his shadow haze form. He literally glitched through the solid wood door. Su Ling's jaw dropped. She was shook. Click. The door swung open from the inside. Get in here. Su Ling glared at him, annoyed by the flex. Inside, Tina was face planted on the bed, drenched in a cold sweat. Shen stepped up, signaling it was time to prep the ritual. Su Ling gasped. Is she a fawn? Those things are basically mythical ultra rares only found in legends or the Badlands. She wasn't born this way, Shen corrected. This was a mod installed by the god imposter, a twisted masterpiece from those fake deities. He sat on the floor, locking eyes with the sleeping girl. The goal, a factory reset to bring her original form back. Shen paused. Was he hearing voices again? Behind him, Su Ling was sweating buckets, realizing Tina might be the Light Chaser's next target. If the Light Chaser wants her deleted, this is about to become another clash of the Titans. First it was Hush Strike, now the god imposter. It's giving major quiet word catastrophe vibes all over again. Another fake god drama. Shen flicked his finger, igniting a mystic flame. He figured the scent of an other-dimensional deity could mute the voices screaming in Tina's head. He spun around to check on his assistant. Su Ling was fuming, convinced he'd ghosted her presence again. Ignoring the attitude, he pulled out the potion vials. Chop, chop, he urged. We've got a 2-hour window. Su Ling snatched the bottles ready to work. She agreed better to start than let him keep being his eccentric self. Shen leaned in close, whispering a secret command. Su Ling's eyes went wide, but she nodded. Got it. Suddenly, a creepy mist started creeping against the glass window. Shen clocked the threat immediately. Outside, the fog was swallowing everything. A nightmare creature with Slenderman limbs and dual sickles was stalking the hotel. No face, just horror. Just a single massive eyeball where a face should be. It phased right through the locked front entrance like a glitch. The receptionist was out cold on the desk, unaware of the death mist rolling past her as the beast breached the lobby. It drifted down the hallway and slipped into the room. On the bed, Su Ling and Tina appeared to be fast asleep. Shen was the only one awake guarding Tina. The monster locked its giant eye on him and let out a guttural growl. It swung a massive sickle, aiming for the kill. Shen flared his blue mana aura, stood up and drew his cane like a sword. With one smooth motion, he parried and sliced clean through the monster's weapon. Called it, he muttered. The White of Miracle had planted a trap inside Tina, a nasty contingency plan. Classic villain move. Nobody operates without insurance. That's why he'd whispered to Su Ling earlier, something is watching us from the shadows. He had sent her into the dream world first so he could handle the trash in reality. But this was her first solo dream dive. He needed to wrap this up as soon as possible to back her up. It was ironic, White dressed like a gentleman, but used such filthy, disgusting tactics. The monster roared, swinging its jagged, broken blade at Shen again. Clang Shen's cane caught the blow, shattering the sickle into dust. The monster actually looked confused. Your gear is trash, Shen taunted. He powered up his cane with blue energy and slashed across the beast's torso. The leg came off, then snapped right back on like a magnet. Shen's eyes flared. Freeze, he commanded. Frost lightning blasted through the creature, but it tanked the hit. The limb reattached instantly. 0 damage. Are you kidding me right now? Shen groaned. He'd already had Su Ling cast a soundproof astral barrier, so he didn't have to worry about a noise complaint. He summoned a massive lightning magic hammer. Let's see how many extra lives you got, he smirked. Moments later, the monster was a pile of broken pixels on the floor. Shen slumped against the wall, totally drained of stamina. Finally, he wheezed. The revival loop is broken. It's over. That's when something shiny caught his eye. A cluster of white crystals littered the floor loot dropped from the monster's shattered corpse. He snatched them up, eyeing the strange glow. Is this a clue? Before he could process it, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Tina, she was levitating, literally floating off the ground in agony. Tina Shen whipped around, panic rising. Then he saw her Su Ling crumpled on the floor nearby, with blood trickling from her lips. Even Su Ling took damage. Shen's mind raced. Is this the final trap springing the miracle of White's parting gift? No time to analyze. He had to dive, right now, into the dream world. Anna and Baron had experienced totally twisted versions of reality last time. Shen wondered, is Tina's dreamscape gonna be just as broken? He bowed his head and let the darkness take him. Blink, eyes open. Welcome to the dreamscape. But this place was a ghost town. Ominous storm clouds swirled above, casting a single spotlight onto the glass-like crystal floor beneath Shen's boots. A gut feeling pulled him forward. Su Ling's ahead, he realized. I can feel her presence. Meanwhile, in the void, Su Ling was drifting upside down, lost in the deep unconscious. Snap. Her eyes flew open. She shot up in bed, looked down at herself, and scowled. Seriously, clothes still on. She scanned the room, annoyed. Where the hell did those two go? She paused, shaking off the grogginess. Grabbing her coat, she analyzed the vibe. This texture. I'm in the first layer. Dream Mechanics 101. This realm is built on a 3-tier structure. Layer 1, reality, pure data and knowledge. Layer 2, imagination where logic bends. And the deep end, primal nothing but raw, unfiltered desire. Usually sleepers just glitch between these 3 zones at random. But the rumors were clear. If you dare to dive deeper than within the anima layer, you can crack open the gateway to the legendary soul dimension. Rumor has it that, if you dive deep enough into the primordial void, you'll breach the soul dimension. With that in mind, she pivots facing the glass and smashes right through it mid-air exit. Her internal monologue kicks in, the White of Miracle. Total fraud. A god imposter. Mr. Shen's orders were clear, locate the target. She sticks the landing on a chimney, deciding right then and there, confirm the situation or just terminate him. She launches back into the sky, figuring that, if this imposter is lurking in Tina's nightmare, then Tina is the GPS. She touches down on a rooftop, realizing the dream logic implies she doesn't need a disguise here. She rips her coat open with her teeth, deciding looking good doesn't matter right now. She levitates the torn scrap, infusing it with a glowing azure aura. As it drifts down, it folds itself into a magic paper crane. Staring at the origami, she figures since she and Tina are holding hands. In real life, their bond should hold strong in the dreamscape. Perched on the ledge, she locks eyes on the crane, zipping away, and tells herself, follow the bird, find the girl. She leaps to another skyscraper, analyzing the environment. Is this the reality layer? It screams family drama, a classic trap for people missing their loved ones. and a standard route for anyone with emotional baggage. Suddenly, the paper crane pulls a vanishing act, meaning Tina's consciousness isn't vibing with this layer. She launches off the building, spotting a golden beam blasting out of a window. She dives straight into that pillar of light, touching down on a chaotic street. Pedestrians are marching in sync, rocking identical outfits like bad NPCs, while traffic flows by. She scans the area, looks like she glitched into the imaginative layer. Out of nowhere, a massive beast wrapped in flames spawns in roaring with pure rage at Su Ling. Right then, the paper crane materializes near a bridge. The monster smashes a building, sending a slab of concrete crashing, exactly where Su Ling was standing a split second ago. The beast reaches out to crush her, but boom, a massive explosion erupts, leveling the surrounding architecture. The crane keeps gliding through the smoke while shrapnel flies everywhere. Su Ling dodges the blast zone, speeding ahead as the dream world starts spiraling like a blender, sucking her into a spinning vortex. She gets spat out into a completely different realm, featuring a fairy tale castle pixies and a literal Pegasus soaring above. She pauses. Is this a Disney movie? Is there a princess waiting in that tower? Then she clocks the horse again, confused, asking herself if that thing is actually a horse. Suddenly the creature dive bombs her at Mach speed, and she just stares deadpan, wondering what kind of cursed art style this is. Later, trekking through a forest, she notes the paper guide is gaining distance. After tailing it for a while, she hits a riverbank, stops on the sand, and realizes Tina's imagination is built on pure innocence. Must have had a sweet childhood. Su Ling smirks, thinking way better than the mess I grew up in. The crane lands softly on the water, and Su Ling deduces Tina is likely trapped in the primal layer. Following the lead, she steps into the river. Time to go. Submerging herself, she teleports into a nightmare hellscape, crawling with serpentine monstrosities. Thunder crashes in a blackened sky. Tina is there, terrified, bound by shadow tentacles. Su Ling yells out, her name panicked. But then a blonde-haired guy creeps up from the shadows and welcomes her. She spins around. He smirks, claiming there's no need for shock. Because he's a miracle worker, he knows everything, even that she was coming. Su Ling analyzes him, maybe precognition, or divination hacks. But she doubts he can predict the moves of higher-tier beings, and there's no way he can foresee the actions of the one pulling the strings from beyond. The guy glares and raises a hand. Su Ling rips her magic blade from its sheath, charging in for the kill. He just snaps his fingers. Severed arm. Su Ling swings, but before the steel connects, her arm is sliced clean off. Blood sprays the air. The man grins like a demon. Get ready for the pain. Su Ling collapses, clutching her sword between her teeth, eyes burning with hate, screaming die through a clenched jaw. The man spreads his arms. Useless. I am invincible. I create miracles. The sword clatters from her mouth to her lap. She drops her head. Is this the end? She figured a game over here just meant respawning in the real world. The guy smirked, shutting that hope down, claiming if her mind flatlined here, her physical body would rot right along with it. Then that twisted grin returned. He wasn't looking to end her. He wanted a puppet total faithful submission. Her mental firewall was tough, but he wondered how long before she cracked. While he monologued, a wave of pure agony glitch-stomped Su Ling. Her eyes went wide, lights on nobody home. Her irises rolled back into white terror as she screamed, hair-defying gravity, while blood sprayed like a horror movie VFX shot. Amidst the shrieks, the man snapped, commanding her to kneel. Su Ling shot him a death glare that could kill, gritted her teeth and spat. In your wildest nightmares, he laughed. Glitch. Scene change, suddenly they're in the void. Obsidian sky above, crystal floor below. Back to square one, where Su Ling first spawned into this mess. He taunted her resilience, asking if he needed to crank the torture slider up to 11. Su Ling slumped on the floor. He snapped his fingers, barking revert. Silence. No reboot. Nothing changed. Even Su Ling stayed quiet in the standoff. She cracked one eye open, glancing up, lips trembling as she asked if he'd finally lowered the difficulty setting. Then shockwave. Her eyes went wide. The villain whipped around. Boom. Shen was standing there, decked out in a tux and face mask like a total boss. Seeing her savior, Su Ling's legs gave out. Shen wondered if he was late to the party. He'd heard her screams, and sprinted over. Fists clenched, he let his energy explode, a blinding blue-white aura radiating pure rage. That pressure wave knocked everything back. The villain started sweating bullets, sensing the scent of a dimensional god. Suddenly, the yellow-haired creep started glitching out, erasing from the feet up. He watched his own avatar disintegrate, teeth grinding in frustration. Shen, meanwhile, was thinking, I am definitely underleveled for this guy, convinced he needed a tactical retreat stat. But the fading villain snapped his dissolving fingers and roared, wake up, crack. The glass ceiling above them shattered into a million pixels. White fog swallowed the simulation, ending the nightmare. The trio respawned back in the hotel room, where Su Ling and Tina were snoozing. Shen was perched on the bed next to Tina. She woke up blinking at him in total confusion. She sat up, asking when the sorcerer dropped in. Then she swiveled, spotting the random girl sleeping next to her. Someone her age, but with a physique that made Tina instantly jealous and angry. How is this fair? Then the context hit her. Eyes rolling, cheeks flushing, crimson lips quivering. 3 people, 1 bed. She couldn't process the scandal. This was absolutely unacceptable. She face-palmed, hiding her shame. Shen just sat there chilling until bam, she drop-kicked his face, launching him onto the floor. Eyes teary, she screamed, demanding an explanation. Shen, totally dazed, asked what his crime was. She pointed an accusing finger, yelling that he lured 2 girls to a hotel for some shady sleepover, implying he was trying to pull a fast one. Shen panicked, shouting, "No way." He sat up frantically, explaining. He was strictly there for the exorcism. Su Ling was just his assistant. They literally just dive-bombed her dreams to delete the demon inside her. He told her to run a system check if she didn't believe him. Didn't she feel back to factory settings? Tina patted herself down, checking for vibes, while Shen internally thanked the stars that Su Ling was still out cold. His reputation as a divine messenger would be toast if she saw him getting beat up by a client. Tina asked, "Wait, am I really cured?" Shen stood up, dusting off his drip, and confirmed yes. Tina thanked him, calling him Mr. Sorcerer. Shen hopped back on the bed, playing it cool. He glanced at Su Ling, wondering if she took damage when he breached the dream server, hoping her real-life injuries buffed out since he interrupted the attacker just in time. Right on cue, Su Ling rebooted. She opened her eyes, but the color balance was off. Her irises were glowing electric blue. Shen beamed, saying, "Finally you're up." But when Su Ling didn't move or reply, he got nervous. "You okay, system crash?" Tina asked what was wrong. Shen improvised, claiming the devil hurt her, and she just needed to recharge. He told Tina they'd have to crash in her room tonight. Tina just nodded okay. Later, Shen sat on the floor by Su Ling's bedside, running the numbers. He'd fixed Tina's bug, but the White of Miracles got away, and Su Ling took a hit. Suddenly, a voice pinged in Shen's head. He looked up mentally, asking, "Is this a new summon? No earthquakes this time, though." Okay, definitely not a summoning ritual. The voice wasn't pulling him away. It was resonating right inside his chest, loud and clear. It felt exactly like those dreamscape moments with Su Ling, a cryptic message playing on loop, before abruptly cutting to dead air. Chen snapped his head to the side. "It stopped," he muttered. Tina instantly freaked out, whipping her head around. "What stopped? Why are you looking at the air like that? Is there an invisible monster?" she squeaked. Chen shut his eyes, trying to stay calm. "No monsters. Stop being paranoid." He let out a long breath, relieved. Thank God he wasn't being teleported. Leaving these 2 alone right now would have been a disaster. That accent, though, it sounded straight out of Ermai, which confirmed his theory summons aren't exclusive to Veranda. But Ermai Chen recited the lore. 3rd largest continent history isn't that deep. Basically, Ermai's ancestors were Nolan colonists. A bunch of ships landed on the 3rd continent way back in the day. They went full conqueror mode, wiped out the natives, and started their own nation. Nolan tried to fight them later, but eventually they had to accept Ermai's independence. Chen knew all this thanks to the data dump from the Yale Soul Ball. Back to reality. Chen stood over the bed. That sound was like a prayer, but since he wasn't summoned, maybe it was just like the prayers he heard in the dream world. A residual connection. Was this a new perk he unlocked? He glanced at the unconscious girl. Beside Su Ling's voice, he'd seen a vision of a red mark. He stared at her shirt. Should he lift it and check for the mark? He squeezed his eyes shut. Nope. Bad idea. If Tina caught him peeking, there's no way to explain that without looking like a creep. Priority 1, wake Su Ling up. He stepped closer to the bed. "Su Ling," he leaned in. "Can you hear me?" The girl just lay there, eyes shut, totally unresponsive. "Nothing." Chen sighed. "Hey, wake up and I'll give you a 50% discount at my shop." Immediately, her eyelids twitched. "Gotcha. She's fine, physically. She's just sleeping in because the incentive isn't high enough yet." He wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and smirked. "But no free food. I'd go bankrupt feeding a bottomless pit like you." Tina peeked out from behind him. "Mr. Sorcerer, she looks kinda rough. Is she your zombie puppet now?" Chen closed his eyes, playing along. "Honestly, that would be convenient. I could just point my finger and command the glutton to rise." Boom. Su Ling's eyes snapped open, and she bolted upright on the bed, but her eyes glowing neon blue. It was sudden enough to make both Chen and Tina jump back. Chen forced a smile, hiding his nerves. Since when did he unlock the necromancer skill tree to control people? Wait, his powers. Suddenly it clicked. If he could mimic the scent of a divinity, that aura might jolt her system. He ignited a ball of flame in his palm, letting the energy radiate. It worked instantly. Su Ling's body shuddered. Her blank expression cracked, and life flooded back into her face. The blue glow faded from her eyes. Chen looked at her, exhausted. "You have no idea how much effort I put into saving you this time." Su Ling didn't say a word. She just stared, her mind racing back to the dreamscape. She remembered the man in the gentleman's suit, the mask hiding his face. That was Chen, no doubt about it. The memories hit her like a truck, and she slumped back onto the mattress. She couldn't wrap her head around it. He had summoned the striker inside the dream. Chen asked what was wrong, but she was too deep in thought. Did he mess up the Hush Strike's influence in Veranda? Whose side is he actually on? He mimics God sense. He summons the striker. Who is this guy? She had felt totally helpless against the false god, but this man, he wiped that deity out like it was child's play. Hey, you okay? Chen's worried voice cut through. Su Ling snapped out of it. I'm fine, she said quickly. I did what you asked. She paused, glancing at the door. Can I go now? Actually, no. Not yet. She crawled across the bed, reaching for her sword and trench coat, and grabbed them. Chen grinned. Hold up, I've got a reward for you. Su Ling rolled her eyes so hard it hurt. What kind of reward? She muttered. Chen watched her bundle up. What are you doing? It's cold, she replied flatly. I'm taking my coat. A few seconds of awkward silence filled the room as the trio just stood there. Chen mused to himself. Knowledge is the ultimate currency. You teach one person a concept, and it evolves as they share experiences. It's a loop of gains. He passed the ritual knowledge to Christine, and now he just copy-pasted that lesson to Su Ling. Su Ling looked back at him, eyes calculating. Chen caught her staring and raised an eyebrow, wondering what was going through her head. Meanwhile, Su Ling was absolutely shook. That wasn't just magic. That was a high-tier astral art, a technique the hush-hush priests from Hush Strike would guard with their lives. Yet here he was, knowing it inside out, and teaching it to her like he was sharing a cookie recipe. While the two of them locked eyes in a heavy silence, Tina stood on the sidelines, totally lost in the sauce. She heard the words sure, but the meaning zero. She wondered if this was the real deal, like legit supernatural studies. Eyes sparkling, she turned to the sorcerer and asked if he could mentor her in these mystic arts too. Chen shot her a glance and smirked hook, line, and sinker. He told her absolutely he could train her, but warned that greatness required serious grind. Oh, and there was a price tag attached. Tina's eyes widened, cheeks flushing pink as she looked away, her imagination running wild about what price meant. Chen barked at her, telling her to get her mind out of the gutter immediately. He clarified the deal he was taking, apprentices sure, but the gig required her to be his literal assistant, a sorcerer's apprentice, helping him out while she learned the ropes. Her cover disguising herself as a barista at his coffee spot. The condition: work hard, don't let the job mess with the training. Tina blinked, totally blindsided. That was it. She asked if there were any other hardcore trials, or if she needed to sign some blood-bound magical contract. Chen tapped his nose, shaking his head. He told her to lay off the fantasy novels, it was practically dawn. He urged her to hightail it home before her parents called the cops. She nodded, replying with a quick, all right. She bowed respectfully to Chen, promising to report for duty at the shop in a few days. He gave her a nod. Then glancing at her outfit, he suggested she change clothes before walking the streets. She realized she'd almost walked out looking like a cosplayer. As they chatted, Su Ling watched from the shadows, her mind racing. Chen was clearly a monster, mysterious, terrifying, lethal. But right now, he looked so basic, just a kind, older brother next-door vibe. As she analyzed him, Chen shifted his gaze to her, flashing a relaxed smile, and asked if she wanted to grab a coffee. She pouted instantly, snapping a cold no, and announced she was leaving. Chen closed his eyes, wondering what her deal was. A few days later, Chen was lounging in his coffee shop, scanning a news article. The headline, "The Race for the New Mayor of Veranda." Campaign season was already heating up. The frontrunner was the oldest candidate in the pack. Trailing in second place was a youngster, a guy who was only 30. Suddenly, Tina burst onto the scene, rocking the same apron and uniform Chen wore. She beamed and asked Mr. Sorcerer if she'd done a good job cleaning the place. Chen sighed, reminding her to just call him Sir when they were on the clock. She grinned, replying with, "You got it, Mr. Sorcerer." Chen cracked a smile, thinking he might as well let it slide. Customers would probably just think it was a bit. He opened his eyes, a crafty look on his face. He'd actually pulled it off, tricked a hard-working employee into minimum wage slavery. At this point, who cared what title she used? Just then, the bell chimed. Anna stepped into the shop, scanning the room and asking if they were open. Anna looked at Tina and asked if she was the new hire. Tina confirmed it with a nod, but then her brain short-circuited. She stared blankly at Anna's physique, wondering how a girl could be so cute, yet so massively stacked. Anna mentioned her squad was showing up later and asked if she could grab a table inside to wait. Tina gestured for her to come on in. Anna breezed past Tina, heading straight for the tables. Chen, who was chilling nearby, clocked her and asked if she was rolling solo. Anna smiled, confirming she was alone. She explained, casually, that even the Anti-Magic Bureau investigators couldn't just arrest people without cause. Chen nodded in agreement, flashing a customer service smile and asking if she needed anything. She took the seat directly across from him, dropping her voice. She relayed a message from the divine messenger, the mighty god, said to hold position. Things were shifting fast. Mr. John was running for office. Chen should know him. The guy was a fresh recruit to the cult. Chen froze internally, screaming, What the hell was happening? Even a literal political candidate was worshipping the Lord of Ashes now. He realized these cultists were way more capable than he gave them credit for. He broke into a nervous sweat, but kept the smirk, thinking about the irony his worshipper was out there running for mayor, while he, the god, was living in a dusty, basic rental property. He played it cool, replying that he understood and told her to carry on. Anna said, "All right then," leaned in, pointing a finger as she dropped the real intel. They found something. The god imposter. It looked like the fake deity had escaped from the Market Foundation. One last detail she added was, tonight was the night they'd finally scrub their ledgers clean and fix that massive screw-up from a few months back. Chen dropped the heavy news, her sins gone, washed away by the Lord of Ashes himself. Anna's face lit up like a Christmas tree, blushing hard as she stammered about how awesome that was before excusing herself. Chen gave a simple nod. As Anna stood up to bounce, she spun around with one last request he needed to keep their little deal strictly confidential. She dipped her head in a quick bow, whispered an, "All right," and vanished. Fast forward a bit and the clock hit 6:20 p.m. Time to summon Tina. She rolled up and stood at attention. Chen looked her over. Girl had the disguise game on lock. He told her the real training started tomorrow. He was about to drop some supernatural knowledge on her. Tina beamed, practically glowing with excitement. Chen dismissed her for the night. Tina ducked her head, chirped an all right, and promised to be back bright and early at 6 the next morning. Silence filled the room. Chen rubbed his chin deep in thought. The big question, what kind of divine swag should he drop on his cultists before the summoning? He muttered to himself he wasn't running a charity here. Nothing comes for free. Suddenly, a thought hit him. Why was he even asking? The ancient text was clear. The Lord of Ashes blesses his simps with food. But what kind of food? He considered bread, but no, way too basic for a cosmic horror entity. His eyes drifted to Kola, who was batting an apple around. Coffee was a no-go, but that apple, that could actually work. Apples are legendary golden apples, poison apples, total fantasy staples. Then, out of nowhere, a chant echoed through the cafe, dripping with dread. Endless bad omens, the source of disasters, the white haze villain, the destroyer of worlds, the Lord of Ashes. They were offering up the loot, the fruit from the abyssal depths of the Black Sea, and the legendary book of the Decapath Traveler. They begged him to manifest his terrifying form and strike fear into their hearts. Hearing the summons, Chen stood up, eyes locked on the ceiling. That sounded like Anna's voice. Looks like our girl climbed the corporate ladder of the cult. Meanwhile, on the other side of the veil, inside the priest's sanctum, Anna was on her knees in the prayer hall. Behind her, the high priest and his minions were bowing down in reverence. Anna led the prayer, pleading for the entity to show his magnificent, terrifying self. The high priest was sweating bullets. Last time they tried to sacrifice the Black Sea fruit, but got interrupted by Hush Strike. Not this time. They weren't risking a fail, so they upped the ante. One offering wasn't enough. They threw in Senator John's heirloom, a disastrous ranked relic passed down for generations. They were going all in. The book of the Decapath Traveler. Suddenly, a thick white fog started rolling in, accompanied by the sound of 3 deafening booms. The high priest looked up, heart pounding. Here we go. A creepy grin stretched across his face. The ritual was working. They were trading high-tier loot for a massive payout. The Lord of Ashes used to be cold and distant, but in that swirling haze, a blazing sphere of light erupted, sending ash swirling through the air. A blinding golden glow pierced the fog, followed by another earth-shaking boom. The high priest's mind raced. The Lord of Ashes was officially the most responsive deity in the dimension. Amidst the lightning-charged fog, the Lord of Ashes materialized. Anna stared up at the god eyes sparkling with pure fanaticism. But beneath the smoke and mirrors, it was just Chen, hidden from view, making sure he cranked up his otherworldly god scent to the max. Their minds were warping his appearance, seeing a cosmic horror instead of a guy in a coat. Anna clasped her hands, reciting the titles like a fanatical mantra: Endless Bad Omens, Source of Disaster, Destroyer of Worlds, Lord of Ashes. She presented the Black Sea Fruit and the Ancient Book. Chen projected his voice, accepting the tribute. The fog expanded, swallowing the entire hall. Chen pulled a bag from his coat, popped it open, and casually stashed the fruit and the book. As the items vanished into the mist, Anna watched with joy, convinced he had accepted their apology. Then Chen pulled out the red apple. He placed it on the floor, declaring this was their new divine blessing. The high priest watched the flaming haze swirl. Anna, still gazing upward in awe, kept chanting the titles, praising the destroyer of the world as their ultimate destiny. The fog lifted. The god and Chen were gone. All that remained was the floating, flaming ball of light. The high priest stepped toward the floating fire, eyes wide. He proclaimed it to be the legendary Heart of the Heat. Lore stated the Lord of Ashes had incinerated over 20 worlds. Those worlds were reduced to nothing but dust, and this, the Heart of the Heat, the remnant of a burned-out planet. Its value blew any disastrous ranked relic out of the water. This was god-tier loot, but its true potential was locked. If they could find a legendary craftsman, they could forge an untouchable ranked artifact. The high priest closed his eyes, sighing deeply. It was a tragedy they didn't know anyone with that kind of skill. Aina whipped around, eyes bright. Maybe we should just ask the divine messenger. The high priest's lips curled into a smooth smile. Brilliant idea. I almost let that slip my mind. Aina pouted, seeing right through him. He was totally baiting me into suggesting that she realized. Sly, old fox. Meanwhile, Tina was dead to the world, buried in her pillows. She murmured in her sleep, total, magical, genius. Suddenly, her hand morphed. It twisted into a nightmarish claw, dripping with obsidian smoke and tipping with razor-sharp black nails. Just as quickly, the dark mist evaporated. The monstrous limb shrank back, returning to her soft human hand. Back at the shop, Shen lounged with Yale's soul ball. It pulsed with a ghostly blue aura, bleeding ethereal light into the room. He laid out his loot from the earlier summon, that mysterious dark fruit and the ancient tome. He eyed the fruit, an abyssal oddity from the deepest trenches of the sea. No official name, no known stats. Every single one packed a punch of chaotic power. If you got lucky, you became an instant disaster-ranked threat. But if you rolled a critical fail, pure nightmare fuel. We're talking bizarre mutations like your fingernails shuffling around your fingers. It was basically Russian roulette with superpowers. Then a light bulb went off in Shen's head. What if I stack the deck with the Ring of Luck first? He glanced at the book and decided to shelve that experiment for later. He closed his eyes, tuning into the disaster-ranked relic, the Book of the Decapith Traveler. Holding the open grimoire, he analyzed its first ability, record. The rules were simple, but strict. Bring the book to a location, flip to a blank page, and stand stone still for 10 minutes. Boom. Everything within a 300-foot radius gets imprinted onto the paper. It could store 10 dynamic scenes fully editable. These weren't static photos. The recordings moved and the user could watch them like a surveillance feed from a god-tier perspective. Flip the page and you control the zoom. It was literally like looking through a high-end camera lens. He zoomed in on a chipped coffee cup. When did that break? He panned over the shop interior and the street outside. Just as he suspected, record functioned exactly like the playback in the soul ball. But the vision hard stopped at the 300-foot mark. Time to test feature number 2. The second ability was teleport. You stare at the page and whisper the ancient activation code. And snap, you're instantly warped to that recorded location. Range the entire universe. Shen grinned. There really is no such thing as a trash tier, disaster relic. Then he read the fine print. For every 3 uses of record or a single teleport, the user pays a price. You randomly lose something important. And we're not just talking car keys. Your eyes, your ears, your heart, your friends, family, or even your literal freedom. Everything was on the table. He smirked, shivering theatrically. Terrifying. Good thing he was completely exempt from the bill. He whispered teleport. In a heartbeat, reality shifted and he was standing in the coffee shop. He blinked, stunned. Did it work? It felt smooth, like he hadn't even moved a muscle. Zero lag. Instant transmission. He snapped the book shut. It needed a 24-hour cooldown now. Totally worth it. That feature was a literal get-out-of-jail-free card. As the night bled into the gray before dawn, a blonde figure materialized outside Shen's coffee shop. Clutching a golden rust cross, he brooded over Christine from Turmeric Flower. She was hunting the hidden iris just like him. She'd been spotted way too often at this hole in the wall on remote Schilling Street. The Anti-Magic Bureau files were clear. The owner had ties to the Chaos Cult, a plague on the second continent since the dawn of history. He gripped his cross tighter. The Chaos Cult was the mortal enemy of the Corona Church. Sinners against the Origin fire had to burn. Inside, Shen leaned against the counter, totally oblivious. He wore a pout, looking bummed out. Where is Christine? She's late. He had hatched a master plan, used Tina's name to recruit Christine into hawking supernatural intel and artifacts. He grinned. Maximum profit, zero loss of class. A classic win-win situation. Suddenly, the door swung open. A tidal wave of holy golden light crashed into the shop. It was searing. Shen shielded his face, squinting against the glare. What the hell is that brightness? A silhouette stepped through the radiance. Shen peered through his fingers. Is that guy watching me with one eye? With hair shading one eye, he suddenly realized his aura had been bullying everyone in the room this whole time. He was actually shook that someone could withstand his pressure, and even make him flinch. Locking eyes with Shen, he mused on how the Chaos Cult had fallen off total weaklings after thousands of years. But the Anti-Magic Bureau files hyped this mysterious coffee shop owner as an absolute unit. So he figured he better test the waters before making any sudden moves. Just then, Tina popped up with a bubbly welcome, leaving the guy dripping sweat and mumbling an awkward, yeah. He honestly wondered if she just saw him as some random NPC. Eventually, he sank into a chair. Shen rolled up, asking for his order, while casually resting a hand on his chest. Noticing the intense gaze, Shen threw back a question. Why the stare? Is my fit messy or something? As Shen adjusted his shirt, the fabric parted to reveal the silver rose cross glinting against his skin. The man froze. That's the Eternal Rose Cross. Insanely powerful, but the cost. Wearing it usually blasts voices into your skull until you spiral into madness. He couldn't process that Shen was rocking it 24/7 like it was cheap jewelry. Shen flashed a grin, suggesting he start with a cup of joe. The man shut his eyes tight. I don't drink coffee. Shen blinked. Who walks into a cafe and hates coffee, sweating a little at the awkwardness? Shen pivoted. Our tea slaps though. But the guy shut that down too. I don't like tea either. Throwing his arms wide, the man preached that the fire of origin forbade them from enjoying well anything. Then dropping the theatrics, he pointed a finger and demanded, just give me a glass of water. Shen kept a poker face searching his memory bank. Yale's Soulball had mentioned that guys radiating blinding sun-like auras were worshippers of the fire of origin, walking holy halos that burned evil forces. Shen felt a vein pop. So this guy just showed up to act like a total weirdo. Whatever. Based on the intel, Shen figured this creep was definitely from the inner circle. In fact, he was exactly who Shen suspected. The light chaser, Frederick Augustine Shen, announced. Hearing his government name drop so casually, Frederick replied, I knew you were expecting me. Shen didn't skip a beat. You're here for the god imposter. Frederick's composure shattered. He was furious. How did Shen know? Even the Anti-Magic Bureau was in the dark. That was top-secret intel, known only to the Corona Church high-ups. Flashing a sinister grin and a glowing eye, Shen stared Frederick down. Don't ask how. Let's just say I know a lot of dirty little secrets. Mentally, Shen thanked the Oracle Girl for the leak, but he wasn't about to show his hand. Taking a seat opposite Frederick, Shen demanded the real story. To emphasize the point, he conjured a swirling ball of fire on his index finger, his golden eye boring into Frederick's soul. Speak. Witnessing the magic and hearing those words, Frederick felt his mind fracture. He flashed back to the dossiers, claiming the chess player reeked of ancient gods and seemed to serve the Lord of Ashes. He had pegged Shen as just a high-level lackey, but that assessment was dead wrong. This guy wasn't a servant, he was the monster. Gritting his teeth, Frederick scrambled for a loophole. The fire of origin taught that when you hit a wall, you gotta find a sensible way around it. Working with the enemy wasn't betraying the faith if it was necessary. Yeah, a sensible tactical move. He decided to follow his heart. Clenching a fist, he shot up from his chair and yelled, I am following the will of my heart. I request a collaboration. Shen just smiled and waved a hand dismissively. All right, let's hear it. Now, holy items aren't your basic mystery relics. These are legendary drops that spawn every 115 years on Miracle Day, when the fire of origin descends on St. Rose Church to purify them with holy light. Their best stat, the usage cost is nowhere near as lethal as the original curse. The light chaser is strapped with the strongest holy item, a disaster-ranked original. And the man himself is top of the food chain among disaster-ranked heavy hitters. Frederick nervously started spilling the tea. The god imposter is a gifted fugitive who broke out of the Market Foundation. His power, he can literally twist reality. He was locked down in the third level of the ruins but managed to escape from the third largest continent. He headed straight for the second largest continent with a single twisted ambition ascending to godhood. Sure, he was destined to crash and burn, but his methods, straight up blasphemy. Hearing this tea, Chen just sat there dead silent. Frederick ground his teeth, looking ready to explode. He swore he'd hunt down this god imposter and wipe him off the map permanently. It was the only way to save his deity's rep from total disgrace. Chen let out a heavy sigh, thinking, figures. Huge relief washed over him. He wasn't the imposter they were hunting. He had a hunch, but getting confirmation meant he was in the clear. Chen pursed his lips, rubbing his chin in thought. If he summoned his god, would it basically be summoning the same entity? A smirk played on his lips. Whether he's playing the role of an evil god or a righteous one, who cares? They're all divine beings, at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Frederick was sweating bullets across the table. He explained he'd been digging into this imposter situation for days and finally dropped the bomb he needed Chen's help. Chen hit him with the most bored expression imaginable, looking away like he couldn't care less as he asked what Frederick was bringing to the table. What's the payout? He implied. Frederick immediately slammed a box down and raised his voice. The box of Corona. He hyped it up as an original twisted ranked relic used by the big guy upstairs to purify artifacts back on Miracle Day. Basically, it turns loot into holy gear. The only side effect, it leaves your mouth feeling like a desert. Frederick grinned, adding that if you feed it water and paper every 3 days, it spits out sunlight charms that roast evil spirits. Impressive, right? Chen just folded his arms, eyes closed, giving him the silent treatment. The awkwardness peaked. Frederick scrambled up and bolted for the door, desperate to leave. Chen watched him go with a puzzled look, while Frederick was practically grinding his teeth to dust as he made his exit. Hey, Chen called out with a smirk, breaking the tension. Order a coffee next time, yeah. Frederick just nodded, looking defeated. On his way out, Frederick spotted Cola, the cat strutting across the kitchen shelf. He blushed, OMG, so cute, until the cat unleashed a demonic scream at him. Chen watched mentally as the guy nearly jumped out of his skin, tried to run, and then froze in terror at the sight of the furball. Cut to Christine, lounging in a meeting room buried in a mountain of snacks. Standing over her was a woman in a sharp suit, Fei Enro. Do we really have to keep doing this? Faye asked, looking stressed. The inner circle is a death trap. We're rich enough to retire like yesterday. I know, Christine mumbled, spraying crumbs everywhere. I get it, Faye. Faye sighed, sweat dropping. Could you maybe not talk while chewing? She watched her boss demolish the food, thinking, does she have a black hole in her stomach? She never eats like this at the agency. Christine finally wiped her face and got serious. I'm working for him now. Quitting isn't an option unless I want a fate worse than death. Faye started to protest, but Christine shut it down. Eyes closed, she explained. The real villain is still out there. He is my only shot. She was determined to make turmeric flower a powerhouse again. It's what everyone wants, she smiled. Faye teared up, cheeks flushing red. Okay, she whispered softly. Christine stood up, announcing she was heading to the coffee shop. I'll wait for you, Faye beamed. Steak for dinner. Christine paused, patted Faye's head affectionately, and smiled. Deal. Back at the shop, Christine walked in and froze. Chen was chilling in his chair, but Tina was standing right next to him. Wait, I know her, Christine realized. The girl I used to spy on. Meet my apprentice, Chen said casually. She helps out around here. Tina smiled, and Christine felt a sharp pang of jealousy as she sat down. I need some quick cash, Chen said, sliding a small bottle across the table. Sell this for me. It was the water of spirituality. Careful though, he warned. If a normie touches this, they'll lose their mind. Start seeing things from the nightmare realm. Christine grabbed the bottle, her eyes going wide and blank for a split second. She pressed her lips together. I need to research this as soon as possible, she thought, nodding in agreement. Chen flashed a satisfied grin. You're doing great work. Christine struts into the room, making sure her presence is felt. But the vibe shifts instantly when she spots Chen lounging in his chair, with Tina hovering loyally by his side. Her eyes lock onto Tina and recognition hits hard. That's the girl, the exact target she used to secretly tail from the shadows. Chen makes the introductions, labeling Tina as his apprentice and the shop's day-to-day grinder. Tina flashes a sugary, sweet smile, sparking a nasty twinge of jealousy in Christine's gut. She swallows the envy and takes the seat opposite Chen. The boss man cuts the small talk. He's short on funds, and he needs her to move some inventory to generate quick cash. Christine is game. That's when he unveils the merchandise, a tiny, innocent-looking water bottle. But he drops a serious disclaimer. Watch yourself. This is the water of spirituality. The danger level, off the charts. He explains that if a normie touches this stuff, their mind snaps. They'll start hallucinating things from the spirit realm that no human should ever see. Christine grips the vial, her gaze zoning out as the gears in her head start spinning. She purses her lips, playing it cool on the outside while internally screaming, I need to get back to the lab and research this miracle juice immediately. Chen flashes a satisfied smirk, hitting her with some rare praise. By the way, you've been absolutely killing it lately. You keep 10% as commission, he offered. She beamed, snatching the deal and skipping out the door with a chirpy goodbye. Chen pivoted to Tina. Pack it up. We're closing early, he ordered. I've got business to handle. Tina blinked, totally caught off guard. What, you off to slay vampires? Tame a giant dragon, she teased. Chen facepalmed, letting out a heavy, exasperated sigh. I need to set those teleportation waypoints. It's literally a matter of life and death, he thought. Fast forward to later that night. Chen lurked on the outskirts of Miranda, clutching the grimoire near the Thames port. Next stop, the hotel right next to the anti-magic bureau. He locked himself in the washroom, book in hand. Nobody expects an intruder to just chill in the bureau's plumbing, he mused. I'm not reckless enough to barge in the front door. Peering through the tome to spectate his own coffee shop, he nodded. Checkpoint saved. Time to bounce. He uttered the command teleport and reality warped, depositing him instantly back at the cafe. The shop was pitch black. Suddenly a voice sliced through the silence from right behind him. Took you long enough. Chen's heart spiked. Busted. He instantly prepped his defense, should he dissolve into mist. No, freeze him first, then ghost, he calculated. But before he could trigger the spell, Mr. Chen, you deaf, the figure asked. Chen paused, lips pressing into a thin line as the familiarity hit him. It was George. Chen spun around, adrenaline fading into irritation. Guy nearly gave me a heart attack. George loomed in the shadows. Who creeps into a coffee shop in the middle of the night anyway? Kitchen's closed. No brew for you, Chen snapped. George didn't flinch. Look, thanks to you. I'm on a no-fly list. Can't leave or enter the city freely. Getting here was a nightmare. Came to see you found the place empty. Then poof, you just manifest out of thin air. George hadn't sensed the magic. Chen smirked internally. He didn't feel a thing. This Decapith Traveler book is legit. Way more powerful than I thought. Chen flipped the breaker, bathing the room in light, and they settled into opposite chairs. Been a minute, George muttered. Yeah, Chen agreed. I've been pulling double duty lately, George continued. Job 1. Taking out the trash. The scum I couldn't touch when I had a badge. Back at the bureau, it was all red tape and evidence. Hands tied by protocol. You cut those strings for me. Job 2. Reconnecting with old contacts. I had to ghost. Chen studied him. Did he lose his memory, or is he plotting something? Well, at least you're off the leash now, Chen noted. George flicked a lighter, the flame illuminating his face as he sparked a cigarette. He resurrected me, but hitched me to his crazy war wagon, George thought. No clue what his endgame is. Just hope humanity isn't the collateral damage. Smoke curled upward as he locked eyes with the shop owner. Looking at him, he's a demonic puppet, sure, but he feels more human than most people. That Baron jerk actually had skills. Haven't seen Su Ling around, George noted, which means nobody's here to stop me from lighting up. Hey Chen, cut in. No smoking inside. George flinched. Ah, my bad. He crushed the cherry and set the butt down. Listen, I stumbled onto something huge. Can't exactly run to the bureau with this. I need you to relay a message to Su Ling for me. Chen raised an eyebrow. Since when are we tight? He used to be so stiff. George grinned, reading his mind. Relax, we're homies now. That smirk makes me want to punch him, Chen thought. Fine, I'll get the word to her. George leaned in. There's this new cult popping up all over Miranda. Fanatics. They're worshipping something called the Lord of Miracles, or the White Sunday claims he's the ultimate savior. And the followers, just average Joes. No magic signatures, so the Bureau's ignoring it. Low priority. They're just monitoring the situation. They think it's just another scam. Chen closed his eyes. Classic, he thought. Even fake cults need watching here. In a world crawling with evil gods, unchecked worship is a one-way ticket to the apocalypse. George continued. So, I did some digging myself. This Lord of Miracles craze, it exploded overnight. Zero buildup. Totally unnatural. Like a switch flipped in their heads, Chen mused. Exactly, George nodded. A memory sparked Iris's hidden notebook mentioned this pattern. It's him again, Chen realized. The god imposter, Chen stated flatly. The who, George asked. This white sun is a fugitive. Escaped from the Market Foundation ruins. And he's packing some serious supernatural heat. Dude's reality warping powers were straight up broken. He came to Nolan chasing godhood, and now he's touched down in Miranda to wreak havoc. But he's got heat on his tail. Frederick, that fanatic from the Corona Church, is already in the city hunting him down. Meanwhile, George is sweating bullets, forcing a nervous laugh, as he admits Shen is terrifyingly good at digging up intel. He figures telling Shen anything else is pointless, since the guy already knows everything. George hints that with all this data, Shen must be plotting something big. Shen just hits him with a cryptic smile and says, maybe we're chasing the same endgame. Shen clarifies he doesn't need George's help, he's handling this solo. No way is he letting some supernatural entity turn Miranda into a wasteland. George closes his eyes, genuinely shook by Shen's resolve. He stands up needing an exit strategy, saying he's gotta bounce. Before his nicotine cravings suffocate him, Shen tells him to stay safe, closing his own eyes, and promises to have a fresh brew ready for his next visit. Just as George is about to step out, he pauses, asking if Su Ling is doing okay. Shen, eyes still shut, drops a hint that someone hasn't given up on her yet. George mutters about maintaining the balance and asks Shen to watch over her. Shen gives the nod. Cut to the next morning at the cafe. Shen's reflecting on all the tactical warfare he's seen, thinking he never expected this level of drama to land on his doorstep. Right then, Su Ling walks in, greeting Mr. Chen with that innocent vibe. Shen switches to host mode, welcoming her, and taking her order. But here comes the plot twist. Aina walks in at the exact same moment. Su Ling clocks her immediately, mesmerized by this girl's platinum blonde hair and wine-red eyes. She's thinking this girl is dangerously cute, but those eyes hold a wisdom that doesn't match her age. Su Ling figures she must be some high-tier elite. Looking like a high schooler but radiating mature boss lady energy, Shen, holding a coffee cup, starts sweating profusely. As he stares at Aina, his internal monologue is screaming, why is she here? Suddenly he realizes the disaster unfolding. On one side, an evil cult shrine maiden. On the other, an elite anti-magic bureau investigator. He's stuck in the middle. If Aina says hello, Su Ling will sense something is sus. Worse, Aina might blow her cover. Shen glances at Su Ling, thinking she's too naive to know the bureau is already tracking her betrayal. George already warned him the bureau can scan memories. Threatening Su Ling to stay quiet is useless, because the second the bureau reads her mind, Aina is getting locked up for life. Aina turns to greet him, starting to say long time no see, but before she can drop the bomb, Shen panics, snapping his fingers to cast a high-level freeze spell, locking her in place instantly. Su Ling's eyes go wide with terror, cold sweat breaking out as she feels Shen's intense blue aura flooding the room. She's confused and terrified as Shen, eyes glowing with raw power, commands her to go wait in the back room, claiming it's inconvenient to chat with guests right now. Su Ling, shaking, agrees immediately, wondering why he had to flex that hard just to send her away, but she knows better than to mess with surface worlders. Meanwhile, Aina is basically a statue, frozen mid-sentence facing Shen. Moments later, the spell lifts, and a confused Aina asks what the heck just happened. But Shen is already blurring toward her with super speed, ordering her to sit down and talk. She complies, dropping her bag on the table and taking a seat, announcing that, As a divine messenger, she needs a massive favor. Shen gives a slight, respectful bow, but cuts to the chase: order a drink, stay put, and don't wander off. She agrees, thinking that, compared to the stiff formal events the high priest drags her to this random coffee shop, is way more chill. She closes her eyes, smiling, feeling like she's finally in a safe space. Shen heads to the counter, glancing back to make sure Aina is distracted. Seeing she's zoned out, he flash steps to the back room where Su Ling is hiding, slips inside, and shuts the door, letting out a nervous chuckle. Su Ling stares at him, baffled. Shen sits down, warning her to stay woke, about the Lord of Miracles worshippers, revealing they're linked to the false god. Su Ling nods, promising to tip off the authorities if he's cool with it. Then she pivots, saying she has intel on the previous incident. She figured out the truth. Shen wonders if she means the candy-selling elder, and asks why she's reporting this now. Su Ling drops the bombshell. The head of the Buettes ordered a supernatural hitman to cast a life-draining spell on the elder, sacrificing him so the noble could regain his health. She's confirmed it. Case closed. The investigation proved Count Buet is royalty, and a senator with zero cult ties, just pure corruption. Or maybe some outer gods were pulling the strings from a different dimension. Her expression went completely blank, lips quivering as she dropped the bomb. If she let the Anti-Magic Bureau take the wheel, that corrupt count would probably walk free without a scratch. Chen pressed her for the game plan. She snapped her head up, locking eyes with him. Blood for blood. Chen didn't say a word, letting the weight of that hang in the air. She introduced her weapon, the Black Blade, counter-evil, a legacy relic from her father. It wasn't just steel, it was the core dogma of the anti-magic hunters, and she refused to let that code die out on her watch. She admitted it might be a glitch in her own character, but she always found it twisted that society viewed people who actually chased justice as the broken ones. Chen shut his eyes, visualizing that blade counter-evil, designed to sever darkness itself. Didn't matter which dimension you were in. Staying purely righteous was a one-way ticket to hell, with no return flights. He flashed back to George's intel. The Bureau saw Chen as a VIP asset. Logic followed. The closer he kept Su Ling, the deeper her plot armor would be. Back in reality, he warned her to watch her six no matter what path she chose, and if things went south, to come find him immediately. That hit her hard. Su Ling confessed that everyone else preached, that the world wasn't black and white, just 50 shades of moral gray. Nobody had her back when the chips were down, and even well-meaning folks always told her to just fold and give up. She glanced at Chen, catching that reassuring smile, and realized she'd been desperate for an ally. She beamed, thanked him, and headed for the door. Chen watched her go, tossing out a casual, "Stay safe, come back soon." Then he spotted Aina sitting with her back turned, and smirked. He'd managed to dodge a catastrophic meeting between the two girls. Smooth. He grabbed a fresh cup of black tea, and slid it over to her, apologizing for the wait. She just smiled like an angel. No worries at all. My divine messenger is so kind, she internalized. Then she pulled a box from her bag, signaling the start of a main quest. She set the box down, staring at it intensely. Inside, this is the heart of the heat. According to the high priest, they needed a god-tier alchemist to craft an untouchable rank relic, and their cult's skill tree was empty in that department. Chen asked if she needed a carry, and she nodded. Yes. Chen's brain scrambled. Crafting an untouchable relic, insanely hard. Plus, his alchemy stat was basically zero. But looking at Aina, blushing, smiling, looking absolutely adorable, he knew he was cooked. Life wasn't fair. He felt his own face heat up, cleared his throat, and bluffed. He'd hold on to the materials, sure, but crafting it was a grind, and he'd need compensation. She agreed, instantly asking for his price. Chen pursed his lips, sweat beading on his forehead, mentally screaming that he should ask for 10 million in cold hard cash. That was the plan. But his mouth went rogue. I need intel on every worshipper of the Lord of Miracles in Baranda. He laid it out. Some imposter was using them, claiming the titles of Lord of Miracles, White Sun, and Savior. Aina didn't hesitate. Consider it done, divine messenger. Chen closed his eyes, relief washing over him, telling her to wait for the crafting to finish. Aina beamed, hit him with a, "Yes, my dear divine messenger," and swooned over how cute he was. Chen stared at the box, realizing his inventory was filling up with cryptic, dangerous loot. He couldn't just stash nukes in his bedroom forever. Eyes closed, face tragic, he muttered about needing to buy a new safe house immediately. Hopefully Christine would wire some funds soon. Suddenly, his gaze locked on the ring of luck on the table. He could feel the energy humming. The cooldown was over. The ring of luck was fully recharged. A few hours later, inside his room, Chen held the summoned fruit in his hand. Time to consume the item. He hyped himself up, reminding himself that with the ring active, this drop should guarantee a new skill. He opened wide, bit down, and crunched through it. Instantly, a glowing aura flared around him. He looked at his hand, shocked. He was semi-transparent, like a glitch. He frowned. Partial invisibility was kind of a trash tier power. But then, a holographic manual popped up. It comes with instructions. He scanned the text and realized the fading effect was just the visual skin. The actual ability was called trace wipe. It wasn't optical camouflage. It was mental stealth. It worked like mass hypnosis on anyone in the area. As long as he didn't do anything crazy loud, he became basically an NPC that normal people's brains would just ignore, even if he was standing right in their face. He closed his eyes, grinning. Time for a field test. Transforming into his haze form, he slipped out of the room into the shop where Cola was snoozing on the table. He manifests as a misty wraith right in front of Cola, shifting into a semi-transparent blur with a mischievous smirk. And thwack slaps Cola, making the cat yelp in surprise. Cut to broad daylight, a guy in a sharp black suit, a heavy hitter from the Chaos cult ranked disastrous, is strolling down the alley. He clocks the sign for Shen's joint. Reading Handsome Men Coffee Shop out loud, he muses that it takes some serious guts to rock a name that bold in a mundane world. Deciding he actually digs the vibe, he steps inside, creeping around like a peeping Tom, while Shen watches from behind the counter, trying to welcome the guy, but the dude totally ghosts him, still snooping around. Shen starts questioning the massive inner circle weirdo, energy radiating off this guy. Finally, the suit clears his throat and spins around, finding Shen, deadpan, eyes closed, lips sealed. The man reaches into his coat, pulls out an envelope, and, with a dramatic throat clear, tosses it onto the counter. "1 tomahawk steak, please." Shen thinks, could you be any louder? Glancing at the envelope, Shen remembers, right, this is technically a coffee shop. Suddenly, the guy bursts out laughing, claiming he must have the wrong store and turning to leave. Shen's face twists into a mix of anger and shock. Realizing this clown is practically screaming, "Hey everyone, I'm dropping off secret intel." Shen grabs the package, thinking it's impossible to find a normal human in the inner circle, though he has to admit the Chaos cult gets results. He rips the envelope open. He'd tasked them with digging up dirt on the god imposter, so maybe they actually found a lead. Scanning the document, Shen mutters. They tracked down at least 177 families in Baranda, worshipping the Lord of Miracles. 15 families were the deep dive targets, and every single one has been loyal to this Lord of Miracles for years. But here's the twist. Originally, they were die-hard believers of the Fire of Origin. Shen realizes the god imposter is warping reality, rewriting their entire worldview to target the Fire of Origin's followers specifically. Looks like the Lord of Miracles has major beef with the Corona Church. Then Shen freezes, spotting the two political frontrunners dominating the polls in the region, Senator John and Senator Jalen. Dark energy starts leaking off Shen as he connects the dots, the report says. All 15 cult families are backing Count Jalen. Boom! Shen shifts into his divine messenger form, cloak of darkness swirling. He recites the coordinates West Baranda, 322 Elm Street. Teleporting out, he sighs, looks like the shop's closing early. Meanwhile, over at Senator Jalen's fancy mansion in the dining hall, Jalen's son reports that Ada was an angel last night, no crying. Jalen grins, admitting he was way worse than Ada. Back in the day, a total nightmare child. He turns to his wife Selena, mentioning he's hitting the club tonight to talk big business with some senators, so don't wait up. Selena nods, mentioning her own afternoon tea party plans and wishing him a safe trip. Cut to a back room. A suit-clad bodyguard watches a middle-aged man flip a coin into the air, calling it clean since it landed heads up. The bodyguard nods, promising to shadow the senator from the shadows. As Senator Jalen struts down the hallway with maids bowing left and right, Shen materializes right in his face, invisible, clutching his recording artifact, the Book of Decapath Traveler. Scanning the target, Shen realizes it's not just the senator, even the two twisted rank supernatural bodyguards haven't sensed him. He checks the video feed on his book, spotting a maid in the wardrobe, and scoffs. Rich people. He clenches his jaw, annoyed at his own jealousy, since he's living the good life even while broke. Glancing back at the screen, he notices the maids have frozen, dropping into prayer mode. He pauses. What the hell? They all started praying in perfect sync. He zooms in on the lips, catching the chant, "Praise the mighty Lord of Miracles, the white sun savior of all." Shen stares in disbelief. Even the baby is under this spell, he concludes. This is high-level reality distortion, nasty, dangerous magic to go up against. Shen warps to the library, standing dead still. The entire household has been praying. For 10 straight minutes, the distortion level is off the charts. They're being played like puppets. The god imposter has hacked their senses, making them believe he's their deity. And the Miracle of White has a sidekick, likely a brainwashed Oracle Shen figures. Lucky for him, he's rocking the protection of the Eternal Rust Cross. That firewall should be strong enough to block the corruption. But Su Ling and Tina, they're sitting ducks. If their perception gets warped even a tiny bit, it's game over. They'd be dead before their brains could even process the kill shot. Shen exits the library, stalking down the hallway, his mind dissecting the Miracle of White. He's doing the math. If this imposter really had God mode enabled, he'd just spam miracles and be untouchable. No, there's gotta be a glitch, a limitation. Shen pushes open a door, stepping into the unknown, and then it hits him the White of Miracle has Tina's location. She's compromised. She might already be a puppet like Su Ling, a total double agent ready to stab him in the back. Shen cracks a jagged, nervous grin, thinking, thank God I kept my cards close to my chest with her. Suddenly, something catches his eye. A box shoved under the crib. He crouches down and drags it out, definitely hidden on purpose. He pops the lid, peering into the dark interior, and finds a single slip of paper. The message is urgent. If you find this recording, don't wait. Go straight to the Anti-Magic Bureau. Report the evidence. Report the family. Burn it all down. But the next line sends a chill down his spine. If you are reading this, there is a high probability you aren't even you anymore. Shen stares at the note. Bingo. I knew the vibe was off. Here's the backstory. Senator Jalen wakes up one morning to find a mysterious letter on his desk. The sender claims to be Mr. White. The contents are pure nightmare fuel. The writer details the family's daily routine with stalker-level precision, like he's been living in their walls. But the text is trying to gaslight him. No bad intentions here, just want to be friends. Yeah, right. Jalen's gut instinct screams trap. He knows exactly what this is, a death threat from some supernatural freak in the inner. He paced the floor like a caged animal, weighing the pros and cons of calling in his own supernatural heavy hitter to handle this mess. But before he could even make the call, boom, a second letter manifests in the hallway, planted dead center on the path he had to take. The mysterious penman offered a deal too sweet to ignore, a guaranteed win in the upcoming election, claiming to be tight with Jalen's ancestors and united by a shared beef with the Corona Church. The writer revealed himself as the head honcho of the fading miracle cult. Senator Jalen did the math. Saving a VIP like that meant a massive payout. So greed took the wheel, and he decided to bury the secret deep, telling absolutely no one. Looking back, he realizes his brain was probably getting scrambled by some serious sensory hacks. Mr. White's letters just spawned out of thin air, which is straight up nightmare fuel. White mentioned catching a boat from the third largest continent to the second, and Jalen nearly spilled his entire life story in return. Then came the God Ascension plan. He intended to farm 3 specific requirements for a dark ritual, the endgame, injecting that raw power into his soul to bypass mortality and achieve God status. He even promised Senator Jalen a VIP ticket to divinity alongside him. The senator was hooked, addicted to the idea, chasing that high even in his sleep. His grip on reality was officially totally gone. Then came the rude awakening, a fresh letter on his nightstand penned in that same familiar scrawl. It dropped a bombshell hundreds of years ago. Jalen's ancestors had backstabbed Mr. White, selling him out to the Market Foundation. Mr. White wasn't here to partner up. He was on a revenge tour, and Jalen was the target. The message was clear: I'm coming for you. Cut to the coffee shop. Shen walks in mental gears, turning over the letter's mention of the 3 ingredients for the God Ascension plan: 1 million cases, 1 million forms, and 1 million faiths. He connected the dots fast. The cases linked to the nightmares observed by the hidden iris. Forms pointed to the biological mess involving Tina, and faiths meant the twisted minds worshipping the Lord of Miracles. Shen stared at the white crystals in his palm, swiped from Senator Jalen's personal stash, inside a box. They were a perfect match for the ones found on that creepy hotel scarecrow. He clenched his fist, realizing White needed these crystals to warp reality. That explained everything. The teleporting letters were just the start of a massive gaslighting campaign against Jalen. Shen told himself he had cracked White's backstory, powers, and motive. But the core mechanism of the God Ascension plan, that was still a black box. Moments later, Shen caught Kola snooping around the box. He leaned against the doorframe, asking what she was up to. Kola flinched at his voice. For a split second, her face morphed into a glowing red nightmare demon straight out of a horror movie. Just as quickly, she snapped back to kawaii mode, sticking out her tongue with a playful meow. Shen wasn't buying it, wondering how a cat learned to pick locks, considering the door she just walked through was heavy security. He eyed the box, realizing he needed to watch this creature closely around the Book of the Decapath Traveler. Later, Shen slid the stolen evidence across the table to Su Ling while she scanned the pages. He assured her the docs were 100% legit, pulled straight from the senator's crib. Su Ling couldn't help but ask how a civilian was miles ahead of the entire Anti-Magic Bureau investigation. Shen just closed his eyes, playing it cool. Call it a collaboration. Go tell your bosses. To move fast, we need to hunt down the god imposter, and you guys have the manpower for that. Su Ling nodded, but she was wary. She couldn't figure out his angle or what price he'd ask for later. Struggling to believe he was handing this over on a silver platter, Shen mentally facepalmed, realizing he almost forgot his mysterious extra-dimensional entity persona, knowing that helping the feds for free was definitely out of character. Back at HQ, the commissioner looked up from his paperwork, eyeing Su Ling as she took a seat on the sofa. What did Mr. Shen say? Su Ling kept it brief. He calls it a joint op, and says the Bureau owes him a favor. The commissioner's eyes snapped shut. If he wants a favor, you report this directly to me. Regarding the chess player, tell no one else. She gave a firm nod of agreement. The commissioner stood up, signaling her to follow him. A moment later, they were both rising in the elevator. On the surface, Su Ling mused the Anti-Magic Bureau looked like just another boring gray government office. They even let civilians waltz right into the lobby. But the real nightmare fuel, that was buried 4 levels deep underground. She glanced at the digital display, watching the numbers tick down as they neared the 3rd basement level. The lower they sank, she realized the darker and more twisted the secrets became. Your average investigator wasn't even cleared to set foot on B2. Only the commissioner and 2 deputies had the clearance for the 4th level. Finally, the elevator chimed and the doors slid open. Stepping out, Su Ling spotted a man in glasses, sitting alone in a pitch-black void of a room. He was perched under a weird brick archway, totally surrounded by water. The roar of rushing currents filled the empty space. Watching him, Su Ling thought, "You'd have to be absolutely unhinged to work in a place like this." As they closed in, the commissioner whispered that this was the Oracle's sanctuary, her spot to disconnect and recharge, like she was in a deep trance. He then held out a ring, ordering Su Ling to pass it to the Oracle for a temporary power boost. Su Ling stared at it, skeptical. How could this help? It was a disaster-class relic. Putting that thing on meant trading chunks of your own lifespan for power. Inside the chamber, it was Spartan, just a bed, a table, and a bench. The Oracle sat on the bed, frozen in meditation. Su Ling stopped at the threshold just as the girl murmured an apology. "Why are you sorry?" Su Ling asked, confused. The Oracle just shut her eyes tight, her face twisted in silent grief. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. "Give it to me," she commanded. Su Ling hesitated, gripping the ring, worry written all over her face. "Don't stress," the Oracle reassured her. "The commissioner will restore whatever time you lose." "All right," Su Ling agreed, though her voice wavered. Later, back at the coffee shop, she filled Shen in. They had pinpointed the God Imposter's hideout and were launching the raid tonight. She pointed a finger at him for emphasis. "If this goes sideways," she said, "we're counting on you to have our backs." Shen just looked at her, totally unimpressed. "Are you seriously asking for a handout instead of paying back that debt?" "The Bureau owes me?" he asked, looking bored. "We'll pay you back either way," she shot back. Shen shrugged. "Good luck with the bust then." As she stood up to leave, a thought hit her. She couldn't actually leave yet. One of her mission requirements was standing right there. Heading for the door, she threw a wave at Tina behind the counter. Tina smiled and waved back. Suddenly, Shen stood up, his voice cutting through the noise. "Tina." She perked up. "I'm right here." He looked her dead in the eye. "Don't go home tonight. The guy who attacked you, he's coming back." Tina's eyes went wide, her brain completely short-circuiting. Her face turned beet red. Panic set in. Did she miss the second half of that sentence? Was this a proposition? She spun around, flustered, and squeaked no, leaving Shen standing there totally confused about what he said wrong. Cut to later at Shen's shop. He sat across from Su Ling while Tina hovered nearby. "The God Imposter is in custody," Su Ling announced. "It's over?" Shen asked. Su Ling pumped her fist, grinning. "Honestly, he was super weak. It felt like someone had already beaten him to a pulp before we got there. His power levels were way lower than the intel suggested. We had 2 A-rank investigators and astral barriers locking the place down. 0 chance of escape. We bagged him instantly." Tina's jaw dropped, a mix of shock and sadness on her face. "Wait, it ended at midnight yesterday." Shen stood up, crossing his arms and letting out a sigh. Tina slumped into a chair, downing one coffee after another. She kept muttering 2 words, "magic war." Hearing that her head dropped, defeated, Shen stepped closer. "There isn't going to be a magic war," he said firmly. Su Ling watched them, puzzled. "What's up with her?" "Something feels off," Shen muttered. "Maybe the Bureau just went too hard on the guy." Whatever it was, a single supernatural entity didn't stand a chance. Su Ling giggled, blushing a little. Finally, she beamed. "I can actually chill for a few days." Shen raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "My birthday is in 2 days," she explained. "A friend invited me over, so I'm celebrating at her place." "Since when do you talk about surface world friends?" Shen asked. Su Ling smiled softly. "I really only have one best friend." 2 days later, Su Ling arrived at Dai Mai's house. She stepped up and knocked on the door. It swung open, revealing Dai Mai bathed in a warm golden glow from inside, dressed to the nines. "Happy birthday," she cheered. Su Ling's face lit up. "Thank you," Dai Mai ushered her inside. "Come on in, everyone's waiting." But the second Su Ling walked in, she froze. The room was packed with a crowd of boys and girls she didn't expect. She scanned the room, eyes wide. Total shock. She expected a ghost town, not a full-blown mosh pit of guests. Her social battery was low, but everyone was there to hype her up. The pile of birthday gifts was stacking up like a dragon's hoard. For once, the smile on her face was real. Dai Mei leaned in, impressed. "Girl, you handle your liquor like a pro. Didn't see that coming." Su Ling cracked up. Suddenly, the vibe shifted. A man strode into the dining hall, zeroing in on them. "You must be Su Ling, my daughter's classmate. I heard you're only 18, he said, voice smooth. "Making it into Baden Empire Academy at that age. That's not just luck, that's elite talent." He looked genuinely impressed. Clutching a sleek box, he introduced himself. I'm Huo and Dai Mei's dad. Couldn't let the night pass without getting you something too. Call it a little, thank you for looking out for my girl. Su Ling took the box, muttering a polite thanks, unaware of the weight it carried. Huo En flashed a winning smile. Save the unboxing for later. Actually, do you have a sec? Join me upstairs. Just a quick chat. Su Ling shrugged. Sure. She followed him up, leaving the noise of the party behind, walking straight into the spider's web. They stopped at a heavy door. Huo En's voice dropped, losing its warmth. Here we are. Someone's been dying to meet you. The door clicked open from the inside. An older man stood there, eyes locking onto her like a predator. Finally, you're here. Su Ling froze. Count Buet, here. Her blood ran cold. The man raised a hand, stepping back as he saw her tense up. Easy now. Breathe. Rage spiked instantly. You have the nerve to show your face. Before she could lunge, Huo En blocked her path, hand outstretched. Chill, Su Ling, Huo En warned. Suddenly, a third figure stepped out from the shadows, smiling effortlessly. Let's just talk this out, okay? Su Ling blinked. Mr. Ben Nai. A cold sweat broke across her neck. Why was he here? The perennial C-ranked investigator. The nice guy of the force who mentored literally everyone. This didn't add up. He'd helped every rookie at least once. Now, he stood shoulder to shoulder with her enemies. 3 against 1. Ban Nai waved it off casually. Word on the street is there's some bad blood between you and Mr. Buet. I'm just here to help squash the beef. Buet nodded solemnly behind him. He's right. Big misunderstanding. Buet let out a heavy theatrical sigh. Totally my bad. I regret everything. Su Ling stared daggers. It wasn't a misunderstanding. Buet didn't flinch. His face softened into practiced hope. You're right. Poor choice of words. It was a mistake. A terrible one. I've been living in agony over it, but I'm man enough to face the music. I know forgiveness is a tall order, but I can fix this. I'll compensate the elder's family. Or better yet, I'll compensate you. 20 million yuan. Cash. Su Ling didn't even blink. Keep your dirty money. Buet snapped, voice rising. Oh, come on. You act like I'm the devil. You want the truth? I only needed a sip of that old man's life force. Just a fraction. I wasn't trying to drain him dry. I was going to pay him 10 million. How was I supposed to know he was running on empty with only 5 years left? I know you're hunting me. Hell, you want me dead. But have you actually stopped to use your brain? Justice does nothing for a corpse, but the living I've been pushing a new bill. Real change. Look it up. If this passes, kids all over Nolan get education resources, a future. Healthcare for thousands versus 5 measly years of one old man. That is how you balance the scales. That's real atonement. Don't forgive me, fine. But ask yourself, is satisfying your little hero complex worth destroying all that potential good? Shut your mouth, Su Ling screamed, shaking. Just excuses, all of it. P.O.P. A cork flew across the room. Ben Nai poured a glass, grinning like nothing was wrong. Happy birthday, by the way. You're legally an adult today, Su Ling. Time to start thinking like one. The Count feels bad. He's saving kids. Isn't that enough for you? Why make this harder than it needs to be? No, Su Ling roared. It's not enough. Huo En stepped into the light. Easy. Everyone slips up, kid. You gonna stand there and tell me you've never made a mistake? Su Ling glared, jaw tight. Never. Huo En chuckled. I admire that grit. It's why I'm glad Dai Mei has a friend like you. Dai Mei. The name hit her like a punch to the gut. If she blew this up right now, what happens to her best friend? She looked at the 3 men. Did Dai Mei know her dad was a monster? The party downstairs, the crowd, strangers piling up gifts, people who didn't know her, who was actually paying for those presents. It was all orchestrated. Her gaze dropped to the sleek box in her hand, the one Huo En gave her. It felt heavy, probably a diamond, a big fat hush money diamond. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. Just a classmate's birthday, huh? Why drop a fortune on a stranger unless you're buying their soul? She let out a long, shaky breath. The gift box hit the floorboards with a heavy final thud. Cut to Su Ling drenching wet, drifting like a ghost through a pitch-black alley as the rain poured down. The killer had been within striking distance, breathing the same air, yet her blade stayed sheathed. She couldn't understand how she just walked out of that room alive. Her mind raced. What was the move now? Should she hunt down the murderer with stone-cold detachment? Was she doing this for that old stranger who gave her candy? She didn't even know his name. Was it justice? Or was it something darker? George's warning echoed in her skull. Someone like her didn't belong in the inner circle. He said she wouldn't survive the endgame. She turned away, lips sealed. After what felt like hours, wandering the labyrinth of rain-slicked streets, she found herself standing outside Shen's coffee. Subconsciously, her feet had carried her to the one place that felt like safety. Rewind to the day before Su Ling's birthday. Shen was dead to the world, buried in his pillows, until a voice sliced through his dreams. Anna, chanting praises to the destroyer of worlds. She was hyping up the Lord of Ashes, calling him the root of all disaster, the ultimate bad omen. A total stan, pledging her undying loyalty right there in her prayer. Shen jolted awake, sitting up with a miserable expression. He looked around the empty room. Great. Sounded like a summoning ritual was kicking off. Suddenly, a holographic interface popped up in his vision like a livestream HUD. It showed Anna kneeling on her bed, deep in fanatical prayer. Was this some kind of pixelated vision? He realized the game had changed. First, he could accept summons and sacrifices. Then he could meet summoners in the dreamscape. Now he was receiving live prayers directly. Maybe the universe was trying to tell him something. He wondered what kind of wild future lay ahead. It hit him, then the era of the Lord of Ashes was ancient history. That meant the old rules were dead. Prayers weren't restricted by time limits or cooldowns like the dreamscape. It seemed only physical summons were time-gated. The connection was crystal clear. He watched Anna begging the mighty Lord of Ashes for a sign, asking for his divine will. Shen's internal monologue was screaming. My will is to get some sleep. Quit bugging me. He squeezed his eyes shut, totally over it. He caught himself. A god shouldn't be so petty. He needed to chill and wait it out. Finally, the screen vanished. He sat on the edge of the bed. The whole thing lasted about 10 minutes, standard summoning duration. Still, why was she praying in the dead of night? He was trying to catch some Z's. Then his eyes landed on the box, sitting on the cupboard. Was she trying to trigger a relic creation event? He stood up and padded across the room toward the mystery package. Haven't even unboxed this yet, he muttered. He wondered what kind of tribute Anna had actually sent him. He lifted the lid. Whoosh. A blinding golden inferno roared to life. Shen blinked. He admitted he didn't know the first thing about astral alchemy spells. Probably needed to hit up Baron for a tutorial later. The intensity of the flame grew, washing over him. He stared into the abyss of the fire, the heart of the heat, the concentrated essence of worlds scorched into oblivion by the Lord of Ashes himself. This wasn't just rare loot. It was impossible. A legendary item that shouldn't exist in reality, only in the deepest myths. It didn't belong in this dimension. Its origin was purely divine, and Anna had somehow retrieved it after the summoning. The fire condensed, morphing into a pulsating ball of flame resting innocently in the box. Shen stared at it, his mind clicking. It reminded him of the apple he'd given them. He snapped the box shut. A theory was just a theory until proven. He needed to run some actual tests to confirm it. But for now, sleep was the priority. He crawled back under the covers. Now this is a god-tier blanket, he whispered, smiling as he drifted off. But the grind didn't stop. He materialized in a thick gray fog and sighed. Seriously, overtime, even in his sleep. As he navigated the haze, he thought about the pantheon of gods from other dimensions. Being the IT guy for all of them was going to leave him with zero downtime. Up ahead, he spotted Baron kneeling on the ground facing away. Shen approached from behind. Make it quick. Baron kept his eyes shut, praying to the mighty haze. He started explaining his failure. He hadn't engaged the light chaser, and because he failed the capture mission, the lightless dust had lost faith in him. He added that the targets had bailed on Baranda, but Baron had a gut feeling. They still had unfinished business in the city. They wouldn't just ghost without a reason. Shen stood silently processing. Why did the lightless dust want to assassinate a VIP of the Corona Church? Usually nobody messed with the church's authority without a serious motive. It was suicide. Shen cut to the chase. We need to initiate a new summoning ritual, as soon as possible. Baron nodded, accepting the command instantly. Shen rubbed his chin, plotting. If he wanted to verify if the heart of the heat was actually the apple he gifted, there was an easy workaround. He gave Baron a specific task: compile every scrap of knowledge you've gained into a book. Baron, eyes still closed, agreed to the assignment. As their forms began to dissolve into the mist, Shen made a mental note to hit the library after his shift. If Baron didn't recite Wandering at Ease, his hypothesis was solid. Moving through the spiritual plane, Shen descended through the night and touched down inside his coffee shop. He stood in the dark, eyes closed, plotting his next move. He never saw this coming. Those chill verses he recited from Wandering at Ease and the Equality of Things had glitched into something dark, two twisted high-tier forbidden arts now dubbed Transcending Bounds, and Uniformity of Everything. With a face full of annoyance, it hit him. The Baron had literally resurrected his daughter, which explained why the guy was acting so thirsty for his approval. That meant the succubus who begged for a basic blade to gift the light chaser must have watched that junk turn into a god-tier mystery item. If it hadn't, that savage succubus would have already stormed back, demanding a refund. Next time, he needed to crack the code on how these upgrades actually worked. Like if he tossed them another apple, would it mutate into something else? Or would it still spawn the heart of the heat? And if he handed over the heart when they summoned him, would it evolve again or just nerf back into a regular apple? He wondered if his loot drops had to match the vibe of other eldritch gods. Should he start catering food during the Baron's rituals? Then his mind drifted to the origin of his power, questioning if he just got lucky with the RNG after transmigrating. But his gut screamed that it wasn't that simple. Either way, he was grinding his way closer to becoming a literal god. Suddenly, Su Ling burst into the coffee shop. and Chen, totally caught off guard, practically jumped out of his skin asking who was there. When he recognized Su Ling, he immediately asked what went down. She turned to him, absolutely soaked from the storm, and whispered his name. A beat later, they were sitting across from each other. Chen stared at her, thinking about how intense and professional she was at the Anti-Magic Bureau. It was easy to forget she wasn't even a full adult yet. The reality check only hit him when she mentioned her birthday. This girl had just turned 18. Eyes shut tight, Su Ling admitted she could tell by their tone that they just wanted her to drop the case and lower her guard. She knew most of it was pure theater, but she was spiraling. She was terrified that fighting back meant losing her friend. Chen kept it real. This wasn't an accident. It was a premeditated hit. The elder's birthday just happened to align perfectly with Count Bue's. Su Ling's lip quivered as the truth sank in. Looking at the floor, she whispered that she knew passing that bill was a coordinated move and that numbers matter. Individual strength, irrelevant against the system. But still, she squeezed her eyes shut and whispered it again. But still. Chen closed his eyes, telling her to breathe, and game out the scenarios if she kept pushing forward. He told her to calculate exactly what she could afford to lose versus what was off limits. Only then would she figure out her true endgame. Su Ling echoed his words, questioning her own desires, then asked what he would do in her shoes. Chen hit her with the cold truth he wasn't her. Su Ling replied that nobody was. She shut her eyes again, looking totally defeated. Chen glanced at the clock. It wasn't past midnight yet. He softly wished her a happy birthday. A faint smile touched her lips as she thanked him. Then a genuine smile broke through. By morning, Su Ling walked down the stairs, spotting Chen already on the grind in the shop. He turned, asking how she was holding up and if her headache was gone. She said she was good, but her face was blank. Internally, she was freaking out that a mysterious entity, like Mr. Chen, had actually guided her when she was lost. Her eyes darted around, cheeks burning red, lips trembling. As the embarrassment hit, she couldn't believe she crashed in the shop yesterday and spent the entire night in Mr. Chen's room. She whipped her head around, shot Chen a smile, and thought that maybe, just maybe, they were friends. Chen asked if she'd made her choice. She said yes. Chen closed his eyes, giving her the green light, but warned her not to get reckless. Eyes closed, she replied, that she got the message. Chen mentioned he had a little something to help her infiltrate the place, an item that might just save her life if things went south. Her jaw dropped, she couldn't believe he was entrusting her with such a mysterious relic. As Chen slid the book across the table, she thanked him with everything she had. Meanwhile, over at Count Bue's office, the vibe was trash, empty wine bottles everywhere. The Count was slumped on the sofa, head back, puffing on a smoke. His secretary stood there stiffly as Count Bue admitted he purely smoked that old man because finding someone with a matching birthday was a nightmare, and hey, the guy was already sick anyway. But he never calculated that the old guy had ties to a top-tier investigator or that Ban Nai had pocketed 1 million yuan from him. To shut down any arguments, Count Bue decided to gaslight everyone, claiming Su Ling was mentally unhinged and suffering from paranoid personality disorder, which made reasoning with her impossible. Clutching a wine bottle, he grumbled that the other guy claimed he was looking for alternatives, but let's be real, he just didn't want to cough up the refund. In a fit of rage, he hurled the bottle against the wall, smashing it to smithereens and scaring the living daylights out of his secretary. As Count Bue ground his teeth like a wild animal, the secretary started sweating bullets. Bue stared him down for an uncomfortable moment, but the secretary actually held his gaze. Finally, Bue broke the silence, explaining that the Anti-Magic Bureau had been around for over 2,000 years, originally standing as the ultimate shield for humanity on the second largest continent. Even today, the church, the royalty, and the Anti-Magic Bureau stood as the three titans of Mulan's inner circle. Totally confused, the secretary asked, if they're that overpowered, why don't they expand their territory? Bue shrugged, calling them idealists, though he hinted there were darker secrets even he didn't get. Then he ordered the secretary to go fetch Mr. Inuyushi from the Salians. The secretary nodded quickly, but Bue wasn't done. He added a sick twist, telling him to find a woman who knew how to have a good time. Why? Because he wanted Mr. Inuyushi to cast a glamour spell, making that random woman look exactly like that psycho Su Ling for his amusement. The secretary turned, sweating profusely, and agreed as he reached for the door handle. Suddenly, a pitch-black sludge dripped right onto the sofa where Bue was sitting, followed by a deafening boom. The secretary spun around in terror as blood-curdling screams ripped through Count Bue's office. Moments later, outside the mansion, Su Ling dropped from the sky like a phantom, landing lightly on the garden wall, her blade dripping with blood. Clad in her stealth gear, she realized that without Mr. Shen's assist, pulling off a ghost-like assassination would have been nearly impossible. Clutching the book, she knew that in any other timeline, she would have barely escaped with her life. Meanwhile, back at Shen's cafe, Shen leaned back in his chair, whispering that Su Ling likely nailed the mission. While she was asleep last night, He'd used the Book of the Decapith Traveler to map out every inch of the Count's mansion. With that cheat sheet, her success rate skyrocketed. Still, he closed his eyes, a bit anxious, noting that if things went sideways, she could always trigger the teleport function. But he knew this mission was personal, something she needed to handle solo to prove herself. Just as he was deep in thought, Christine peeked around the wall, asking if she could come in. Shen deadpanned. "You're already inside." Christine took a seat opposite him and dropped some intel she'd found an inner circle auction happening soon, crawling with supernatural elites. And she wanted to make a splash by putting the water of spirituality on the block. She'd done her homework, hitting the books hard since her last visit. Staring at Shen, she couldn't fathom how he could be so casual about trading god-tier items for mere cash. Convinced he must be a disastrous rank monster in disguise. Shen, loving the initiative, gave her the green light. Christine hesitated, unsure if she should use his name for the auction. Shen closed his eyes, responding that it was too early to reveal their connection, keeping things low profile for now. Christine nodded, then mentioned she'd been busy expanding the Tulip Agency, recruiting fresh, supernatural talent. She told the newbies she worked for a heavyweight, but only the OGs knew that heavyweight was the legendary Mr. Shen. Hearing this, Shen actually blushed, stunned that she had put all the pieces together. Honestly, did he even deserve a subordinate this cracked at her job? As he drifted into thought again, she quietly asked if she made the right call. Shen closed his eyes, total boss mode, and decided it was a win-win. He gets power, she gets clout, it all depended on the rewards he dished out. While he was strong now, he wasn't exactly untouchable yet. The good news, he'd just unlocked the blessing, transformation, but he knew he couldn't just rely on spamming it during summons. To get stronger, standing up and stretching, he dropped the mic. Christine was now his official ambassador, authorized to do whatever it took to expand his empire. Christine beamed with pure joy, and her voice rang out, sealing the deal. Meanwhile, back at Count Bue's office, Mr. Inuyasha stepped onto the scene. He clocked the crimson splatter on the sofa, and Floor instantly demanding to know if their star investigator was definitely the killer. The secretary, sweating like he was in a sauna and clearly rattling, admitted he wasn't 100% sure, but pointed out she was the only one with a grudge, and she'd been beefing with the Count lately. Clutching a creepy little puppet, Mr. Inuyasha brushed off the hesitation. He declared he'd see the truth for himself. Suddenly, an eerie, magical glow beamed down on the doll and swallowed the secretary whole. The secretary's eyes went dead blank, his panic vanishing instantly as he droned on that Su Ling was the prime suspect. Turning his back on the mesmerizing display, Mr. Inuyasha ordered the secretary to spill the tea on everything that went down recently. He wanted every single detail about Count Bue's final moments, realizing this investigator actually had the guts to take out the head of the Bue family. In Veranda, convinced the Salions wouldn't clap back, Chen was buried under his blankets, tossing and turning, praying nobody would ruin his nap. But deep in the dreamscape, he showed up. Chen's inner monologue was pure rage. He was definitely going to make Baron pay for this wake-up call. Right in front of him, inside a white void swirling with fog, Baron was on his knees, channeling the vibes of the White Shore. He reported that the Salions had touched down in Miranda, warning they might test the divine messenger, and that their family history was ancient and sketchy. Their boss was a top-tier sorcerer. Cold sweat dripped down Baron's face as he shut his eyes, signaling he got the message. It probably meant zero to the divine messenger, but Baron felt the need to drop a friendly heads up. Chen loomed behind him, face twisted in annoyance, wondering why Baron woke him up for such small potatoes. But Baron wasn't done insisting that this sorcerer was a total headache and overly prepared, and when a disastrous ranked mage is prepared, it puts the whole city on the chopping block. Baron dropped another bomb. The family leader was also rolling with the lightless dust, a crew that seemed weirdly obsessed with both the divine messenger and the gods popping up lately. Chen realized his chances of good sleep were officially gone. Later that night, chilling at his coffee shop, he sipped his brew, thinking about Yale's memories. It was clear even a guy like Yale was terrified of the lightless dust. That fear was written all over his chats with the Bishop of Hush Strike. When Hush Strike had beef with the lightless dust, the Bishop's first move was to ghost them completely. Chen figured the lightless dust had to be the most elite sorcerer squad out there, with every member sitting at disastrous rank or higher. Their leader was a total mystery. A ghost in the system ranked by the Anti-Magic Bureau as untouchable. Chen broke into a cold sweat, lips quivering as the reality hit him. They really were untouchable. Unlike him, he flashed back to how the lightless dust had wiped a powerful cult off the map in just 2 weeks. A cult that once went toe-to-toe with the Chaos Cult in its prime and ran a whole small nation. Closing his eyes, Chen thought about how the lightless dust hit up Baron, a known fugitive, proving they didn't play by the rules. He wondered what they thought of him, then remembered the Salions that Baron mentioned also showed up in the Chaos Cult's files. It clicked. Count Buet was leaning on the Salions. The puzzle pieces were coming together. Meanwhile, inside the commissioner's lair at the Anti-Magic Bureau, Su Ling stood her ground. The commissioner asked if she knew why she was on the carpet. And if she actually pulled the trigger? With a stone-cold face, she admitted she did. The commissioner shut his eyes, looking stressed, telling her she'd gone rogue because of too much freedom. As a legacy of the anti-magic hunters, she'd been stacking up crimes, all in the name of playing hero. He admitted they saw this coming when they recruited her, but reminded her the Anti-Magic Bureau was a legit operation built on order and rules, not a playground for investigators who assassinated senators with superpowers. Su Ling shot back, saying there was no legal way to make Count Buet pay for his dirt, so she handled it herself. Hearing that, the commissioner snapped, asking if that was her official stance as an investigator. She smirked, replying that her stance was serving justice. The commissioner sighed heavily, admitting he didn't believe in justice. And neither did the Bureau. He pointed out that Count Buet wasn't exactly a VIP, but his faction had been secretly squeezing the Bureau. He explained that he wasn't going to throw her to the wolves since Buet was careful enough to leave zero evidence, and nobody saw her do it. But thanks to internal red tape, they were still going to have to pay a price to clean this mess up. He dropped the hammer, warning her that her messy stunts were dragging the Bureau down, and she needed to remember she was on the official payroll now, effective immediately suspended. Su Ling rolled her eyes hard and pouted, radiating pure I couldn't care less energy. The commissioner called out her salty attitude, but she just pivoted away, tossing back that she was bouncing if they were done here. But the commissioner, glued to his desk, dropped a final word to the wise. She froze back, still turned to him and clapped back that she didn't need his 2 cents. The commissioner shot back. If George was still breathing, he wouldn't have pulled a rookie move like that. She spun around, face full of shock, eyes popping out of her head, silently freaking out. Did he know? The commissioner kept lecturing, explaining George was all about laying low right after a brawl so he wouldn't be suspect number 1. He would have found a fall guy. And he definitely wouldn't leave a blood-soaked disaster behind. He would have staged it to look like a tragic accident. Bottom line, she's still green. Su Ling stayed quiet, staring him down until he finally waved her off, telling her to get lost. Cut to the shop the second the guy passed out. The kitty finally got some me time. This cat's a pro. She cracked the door open like a master thief and prowled the streets, just trying to touch some grass and vibe. But she had zero clue a total nightmare was waiting to ruin her chill night. Out of nowhere, slow clapping echoes on the midnight street near the cafe. Creepy. And look who it is, Mr. Inayusi. He's talking to himself, saying, business comes first before hunting the investigator. His plan, pay the shop boss a visit and show him some salient family hospitality. According to his intel, the owner's a softie, so as long as Inayusi keeps it chill, it should be a walk in the park. He is the last in line for the throne after all. They wouldn't send a VIP like him. If there was actual danger, Cola rubbed her ear with a foot, glaring daggers at Inayusi. He told the stupid stray to move it. Cola screeched back, full rage mode. Inayusi flashed a villainous grin, asking if she really wanted the smoke. He wound up and punted Cola, but the cat stopped his kick cold with a single paw. A blinding light exploded, and suddenly, Mr. Inayusi was asking what the hell in pure terror. Cola, wrapped in blazing aura, was shedding ash like snow. She morphed from cute kitty into a burning chaos seed, letting out a demonic screech right in his face. Seeing her true form, Inayusi flinched hard. Was he really looking at a burning chaos seed? Cola wasn't a pet anymore. She was a towering kaiju standing over him. Inayusi panicked, why is a chaos seed here? And frantically cast swirling green lightning around his arm. But the magic twisted, morphing into dark slime that oozed out of his body and splattered behind him. The slime lunged at the chaos seed, trying to land a cheap shot, but the beast intercepted it instantly with a razor-sharp claw. The lightning slime started spinning wild. It gathered behind the chaos seed, shape-shifting into a roaring dragon monster ready to throw hands. Meanwhile, Inayusi booked it, thinking a wizard battle is all about prep time, and he needed to stall this thing. While the slime dragon roared, the chaos seed whipped its tail at Mach speed, slicing the summon clean in half. Inayusi, adjusting his glasses while hiding, mused that a magic hound relies on buffs, not raw skill. He activated Leonhardt's Golden Eye, a cheat code ability that grants temporary insane luck, but creates a debuff of weakness for 1 hour later. After the clash, the chaos seed glanced back, watching the slime monster regenerate. Inayusi saw this and thought his distraction play was working. Deep in the night, Inayusi gripped his magic arm and started chanting a dark incantation, summoning the avatar of twistedness, the instinct collector, pure negative energy, and the supervisor of chaos. Tapping into the eldritch link between man and madness, he prayed for that twisted energy to swallow his enemy whole. Suddenly, his chest started throbbing, buttons popping off, and a dark orb burst right out of his torso and floated up. The black sphere phased through the wall, banking around corners, while the chaos seed mauled the slime dragon, clamping down on it while the creature screamed. Right then, the chaos seed's eyes lit up. It levitated, blasting a fiery aura from its maw. That incinerated the slime dragon, ending the match. Meanwhile, the dark orb now glowing with light. He crept up on the seed of chaos, using the dark four-fanged sphere as cover, while it let out a low, guttural roar. He wound up for a lethal strike, but the beast had reflexes like a cat. It spun around, chomped down on the sphere, and thrashed it like a rag doll. Then its maw began to glow. A split second later, a massive inferno erupted from its throat, blasting a pillar of flames straight into the clouds above the city. As the fire fizzled out into smoke, we see Anyusi. His shirt had popped open from the strain, but he was laser-focused on his glowing magic arm. Astral shield. Fully charged, he announced. But barely a second later, crash, the seed of chaos bulldozed right through the wall, invading Anyusi's secret chamber instantly. It didn't hesitate. A massive claw swept out, aiming to take his head off, launching him into the air like a missile. Mid-flight, a wave of panic hit Anyusi as he realized his so-called ultimate defense had shattered like glass. As he plummeted, the monster locked eyes with him, predator versus prey, and followed up with another vicious swipe. The claw slammed into the earth with the force of a bomb, sending a shockwave that rattled the whole area. Meanwhile, the kitty, absolutely livid about the rude wake-up call, unleashed a furious combo on Anyusi. After like 81 hits, the cat paused, realizing its food was way too bloody and gross to actually eat. It hesitated, staring at the meat pile, then shrugged and dove in anyway. Cut to the coffee shop across the street. Chen was chilling opposite Su Ling, wondering why the building facing them looked like Godzilla had just used it as a chew toy. Thank God that shop owner doesn't sleep in his store like Chen does. It got him thinking though. Is retail actually a life-or-death gig now? While Christine's out there grinding to pay the bills, Su Ling just closed her eyes and confirmed target eliminated. But I'm suspended pending investigation, Chen scoffed. Sounds like a slap on the wrist to me. Su Ling actually beamed at that. The good news, her bestie Demai is totally clueless about the whole messy situation, so their friendship is safe. She figures Demai's dad kept his mouth shut, probably because he's terrified of Su Ling. Or maybe with Count Buet dead, he realizes keeping his daughter close to a killer is actually a smart move. She sighed deeply. Honestly, sometimes I miss the simple life of a slum-dwelling anti-magic hunter. Back then, the bad guys were just scum and monsters, black and white. And you didn't have to worry about friends getting caught in the crossfire. Chen smirked. So why not just quit the bureau? The perks, obviously, she shot back. Free tuition housing, full medical coverage plus legacy benefits for future kids. Being an extraordinary citizen carries weight. You can't buy that kind of status with just cash. Then she shifted gears. By the way, thanks for lending me the Decapath Traveler book. She leaned in, serious now. How can I repay you? Seriously, name your price. Chen didn't miss a beat. Help me dig into the Lightless Dust and the Salian family. The Salian patriarch is one of the Dust's top guys, he warned. Watch your back, that family is dangerous. They'll be looking for payback. Su Ling broke into a cold sweat. The Lightless Dust wasn't just some gang. Even their inner circle is anonymous. Nobody knows who anyone truly is. She closed her eyes. That's it. That hardly counts as repayment. Count Buet was tied to the Salians anyway, so I would have investigated them regardless. Chen blinked. Is she seriously asking for more work? Just consider it a favor owed, he said. Meanwhile, over at the local cathedral, a robed priest was lurking in the shadows. He sat in the dim prayer hall, kneeling before a massive blazing orb on the altar, chanting to the mighty fire of origin. I am your loyal servant, he whispered. Show me the path. I am lost in the darkness. Hours passed. Night turned to day, sunlight flooding the stained glass. The fireball on the table had solidified into a flaming statue. The priest hadn't moved. The false god has been captured, he murmured. The bureau agents have him. His little conspiracy is in ruins. But he hesitated. Was this what the higher-ups wanted? Did this match the prophecy? I never expected a simple coffee shop owner to be that. Overpowered. Suddenly he jumped. Crackle, a golden lightning circle manifested on the floor, and words began to etch themselves into the glowing energy. His eyes went wide. The mighty fire of origin speaks. He trembled with excitement. A direct response. Had the fire finally acknowledged his devotion? Cut to Chen. He's bored watching the priest on a lightning screen like it's a Zoom call. He typed out a warning. Beware the lightless dust. The priest froze, his face going pale. Total silence. Understood, Shen replied, keeping his face deadpan. Inside he was shook. He definitely didn't expect a wrong number text meant for a literal righteous god. Talk about a lucky break. It was dead quiet in the shop, which was a blessing since he was bored out of his mind anyway. The believer bowed low, hand over his heart trembling. My lord, the mighty fire of origin infiltrated a coffee shop in Veranda. He went for intel, but he ran into him. The man squeezed his eyes shut, sweating bullets as he recalled the classified files from the Anti-Magic Bureau. The files called him the chess player, a cosmic horror, an entity so powerful and mysterious merely thinking about him induced madness. He squinted, terror rising. This being, he reeks of the Lord of Ashes, the man stammered. He's definitely a divine messenger, maybe a high-ranking dependent. Whoever he is, he's lethal. A walking nightmare. Meanwhile, Shen sat there, eyes closed, sweating nervously. Bro, I didn't even touch the guy. Do you really have to hype me up as some eldritch monster? Back in the prayer vision, the man was desperate. He wished he could summon a horde of worshippers instantly to offer more holy tributes. He needed a plan to cleanse this evil entity without accidentally nuking the entire city in the process. Suddenly, the flame idol flared up. Wait, why is he thanking me? Shen wondered, confused. A golden aura scorched the floor tiles in front of the believer, forming a massive burning word. No. The man blinked. Okay, the font size is incredibly aggressive today. He immediately shut his eyes, head down. The god's will is absolute. His silence is my destiny. I dare not question it. As the statue pulsed with light, the scene cuts back to reality. Shen was just chilling in his chair, gripping a coffee cup. Thank God that prayer got routed to my voicemail and not the actual deity, he thought. This guy's a straight-up terrorist. Suddenly, whoosh, Tina burst into the shop like a hurricane, vibrating with excitement. Sorceress Tina is in the house, she announced. Shen checked the time. Why is she here so early? She caught his look and grinned. I did it, boss. I memorized every single word. That entire supernatural studies book you gave me. Locked in here. She tapped her head. Shen raised an eyebrow, skeptical. In less than 2 weeks. No way. He stood up, looming over her as she took a seat. All right then, he challenged. Pop quiz. What are the 5 pillars of casting an astral spell? She didn't even blink. Normies can awaken powers via godded-given gifts or astral spells. Basics are split right there. Most astral magic comes from extra-dimensional deities. It's binary legal spells and forbidden arts. Mess with the forbidden stuff. The Anti-Magic Bureau will have you in cuffs before you can blink. As for the 5 pillars, she counted off spells, prayers, illusionist, music contracts, and tools, plus the cost sacrifices, the price mediums, and the core desire. Shen stared. Damn, she actually flowed through that. Then it clicked. Tina and Su Ling were top-tier scholars at the Baden Empire Academy, literally the Ivy League of Nolan. Tina noticed his stunned silence and blushed pink. Heh, maybe I'm actually kinda smart. Shen smirked. You nailed it. He promised to teach her a legit astral spell that night. This isn't a party trick, he explained. It locates paths both physical and supernatural. Basically, it's the ultimate emergency exit when things go south. Tina's eyes sparkled with pure admiration. Shen pointed a warning finger at her. Don't get cocky. The success rate isn't guaranteed. Do not rely on it as a crutch. Tina's shoulders slumped a bit, but she nodded dutifully. Understood. Later, Shen raised his hands, voice projecting, but internally he was conflicted. I taught her the method, but can she actually pull it off? He closed his eyes. Spiritually, she's slow. Honestly, she's kind of useless. But that determination, I can't say no to that energy. Boom. A deep thud vibrated through the floorboards. Shen looked up. That's gotta be Baron. He'd told him to prep a new ritual, and the guy didn't waste time. Finally, a competent employee. Cut to Baron's lair. A complex magic circle pulsed on the floor. A shadowed hand clawed its way out of the abyss, wrapped in black smoke. Baron knelt in reverence. Behind him, Yana stood silent in her robes, watching from the shadows like a statue. Baron began his chant, invoking the unnameable, the unspeakable, the unknown, the mysterious and unpredictable God. He poured his despair and agony into the connection, using his pain as a bridge to the divine. He held up the severed arm of Stolas. I offer this flesh, he declared. Good, evil, I don't care. I will do anything to achieve the one desire burning in my heart. Eyes shut tight. Baron felt the surge. Mastering 2 forms of forbidden knowledge had leveled him up significantly. He was now an elite among the disastrous ranked beings. A true threat. But he wanted more. He craved the untouchable rank, that god-tier field where humanity ceases to exist. While Yana crumpled to the floor completely out cold, Baron snapped his eyes open. It was showtime. A thick, mystical white fog rolled in, and stepping out of that haze was Shen rocking Baron's avatar skin. He materialized holding the box with the apple, declaring he accepted the offering like it was just another Tuesday. Suddenly, the arm of Stolas launched itself at Shen. He snatched it out of the air, grimacing internally, screaming about how nasty this thing felt. The limb twitched in his grip, and Shen seriously considered yeeting it out of his house immediately. It was vibrating now, which made it 10 times grosser. He genuinely debated just torching the thing right there. Then the arm went limp, playing dead. Shen decided to let it slide. He needed to run a couple of diagnostics on this summon. Specifically, he had to figure out if buffed items could be rebuffed, or if that was breaking the game rules. He also needed to know if his blessing powers were geo-locked to the god's field. Plus, would these blessings mutate into the same twisted artifacts the Chaos Cult was experimenting on? Shen closed his eyes, nodding solemnly. Leaving this cursed object with Baron would only fry the guy's brain. And honestly, he wondered about the nature of the info dump. Would spamming the same knowledge trigger a glitch or unlock some forbidden dark lore? Either way, it would be super embarrassing for a god to mess that up. He cleared his throat and started the chant hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Baron grabbed his head and started screaming in agony. Shen watched, thinking, yeah, buddy, that's exactly how my brain felt the first time. Eyes glazed over, hands clamped over his ears. Baron muttered the revelation. These were the fundamental building blocks of reality. He threw his arms wide, shouting that he finally cracked the code. He looked up totally enlightened. He realized the old uniformity of everything had just been overwritten. This was deconstruction and reconstruction at the atomic level. Whoever held this knowledge had root access to the universe, the very elements of the world. With this elemental sight, he could X-ray the structure of ancient relics. Using the power of the uniformity, he could hack reality, breaking down basic elements and rebuilding them into brand new, powerful artifacts. But the real kicker, he was convinced that mastering both powers meant he could literally craft sentient life with souls. He stared at his hand, hyping himself up. Combined with the soul field hacks from transcending bounds his mighty god, must be setting him up to engineer a whole new species. Shen side-eyed Baron, wondering why the guy was tweaking so hard. Glancing at the boxed apple, Shen thought, wrap it up, we're burning daylight. He needed to make the drop. Suddenly, a blazing light flared up in front of Baron. He flinched, asking if this was the legendary artifact he thought it was. Was this the heart of the heat? The fireball in the apple hovered upside down in the mist, defying gravity. In a flash, the apple shriveled up. Baron stared, totally confused, wondering if his divine reward was a piece of dried fruit. From the safety of the fog, Shen's voice boomed, ordering Baron to hit the rendezvous point and find his messenger. Cut to Shen back in his bedroom, sitting on his bed. He was still holding that grotesque arm of Stolas. Next to him lay the soul ball of Yale. He sighed, even his encyclopedia Yale had zero data on this creepy limb. He shook the arm like a rag doll. Well, at least it's not trying to strangle me, he thought, relieved. Still, it was way too hideous to shove in a drawer. He tossed the arm under his bed. Yeah, that belongs in the shadow realm, he decided. Dark smoke swirled around him as he suited up into his divine messenger form. He stood up. Time to go collect Baron. Checking the library's live feed via the Book of the Decapath Traveler, he saw the coast was clear. Baron hadn't shown up yet. Shen teleported straight from his room to the library. Back at the house, the door creaked open. Kola trotted in, sniffing the air as she approached the bed. Jump scare warning, the arm of Stolas shot out from under the bed and choked Kola. Kola's eyes filled with tears, terrified, letting out a muffled scream. But she wasn't going down without a fight. She drop-kicked the arm away. She peeled out of the room at Mach speed. A moment later, she peeked back in, eyes still watery. Checking the scene, the arm was just lying there on the floor, totally lifeless again. Meanwhile, over at the library, Baron walked in carrying 2 black bags. He figured the divine messenger was already waiting. He felt guilty for wasting time running all the way from the suburbs. Shen, leaning back with his eyes closed, thought, man, this teleportation book is a lifesaver. No more pedaling a bike like a maniac for him. But suddenly, a chill shot up his spine as he realized the 4th summoning. His abilities were evolving fast, and with Baron looming right in front of him, Shen knew he had to wrap this standoff up pronto. Baron just wouldn't let it drop, nagging him about why every scrap of forbidden lore had to be logged in that specific book. Shen was over it. He looked Baron dead in the eye and told him he didn't need a reason, didn't need to get it, and definitely didn't need to think. Your job is to follow orders, period. Baron shut up immediately. Shen mentally groaned, wishing this guy would just vanish and go bug his superior, even if that superior was technically Shen himself. Baron finally took the hint, dropped the loot bags, and turned to bail with a quick understood. Shen started sweating bullets, letting out a massive sigh of relief as the door closed. He was barely keeping a lid on the volatile energy raging inside him. Snap. His cane shifted into a cable, whipping out to snag the boxes. Gotta grab my gear and get out of here, now. In a blink, he teleported from the library straight to his living room. Chaos at home. The severed arm of Stolas was zooming around like a maniac, terrorizing poor Kola. Zap. Shen materialized in a blaze of light. Kola spotted him and sprinted for safety. The arm screeched to a halt, totally busted. Kola leaped onto Shen's shoulder for backup. Shen, looking chill in his streetwear, stared down the rogue limb, his eye flaring a demonic red. Try running again. I'll toast you with the heart of the heat. Test me. The arm shook like a leaf. Shen dissolved into his shadow haze form. Stay low, Kola. Daddy's got work to do. Boom. A sonic crack rippled through the air as Shen, now a living shadow, launched himself off the coffee shop roof. Gliding through the back alley, a terrifying realization hit him. The haze. It was bigger, stronger. He wasn't just in the smoke. He was the smoke feeling everything. Back at the shop, Kola was shivering against the door. The arm of Stolas was huddled right behind her, equally traumatized by Shen's power. Shen swirled back into the shop and solidified into human form. But the thought haunted him, what if, one day, the switch doesn't flip back? With every summoning ritual, he felt his humanity slipping further into the void. Kola trotted up the arm of Stolas, clamped firmly in her jaws. Snitching on its escape attempt, Shen nodded. Good girl. He slumped into a chair, exhausted. He slammed the 2 boxes on the table. Guard duty, Kola. If that thing moves, bite it. Hard. Meow. Message received. Shen cracked open the first box. Is this really just a regular apple? Inside sat a shriveled, dried-up fruit. The only magical change. It was burnt to a crisp. He rubbed his chin. So, the magic upgrade only works on items from that god's specific tier. Interesting. Theory confirmed. He opened the second box, and the heart of the heat, a literal orb of fire, floated out. Shen smirked at the glowing flame. Just as predicted. Looks like I need to hit Lord of Ash's status before I can run a real test with this fireball. Until then, we wait for Tina. Flash forward 3 weeks. Rain pouring. A guy at a bus stop was skimming a damp newspaper. Senator John. Swept the election. New mayor in town. The paper was full of promises. The usual wealth, safety, and zero crime spiel. Protection from the cults. Blah blah blah. The guy rolled his eyes. Boring. What does this elite nonsense have to do with a nobody like me? Total snooze fest. The old dude standing next to him chimed in. They should be covering the real story. Like how the miracle cult is brainwashing the entire countryside. The old man gazed toward City Hall. Miranda. Used to be the center of the universe. Capital of hope. Now, just another megacity. Haven't been back in, what, 100 years? The younger guy froze. Wait 100 years. He looked closer at the old man. Wand check. Broom check. Invisibility cloak. Check. You're a wizard, aren't you? Guilty as charged, the old sorcerer chuckled. The guy laughed nervously. So, what brings you to Miranda? Relative died, the old man said flatly. Didn't really like him much. Weren't close. But they got killed here. Family duty calls, you know. The guy started sweating bullets. Oh, sorry for your loss. The old man stared off. It's cool. I'm already over it. Meanwhile, across the city, Su Ling woke up and stretched in front of her window. She spills the tea the commissioner gave her. Hang Lai, the current head honcho of the Salians, is secretly a member of Lightless Dust. This guy is built different, a veteran of countless wars armed with a terrifying stash of weird astral magic. Suddenly blushing, she admits her plan report this intel to Mr. Shen and absolutely demolish some dessert. Cut to her facing the ultimate enemy, the bathroom scale. Even with a supernatural physique, she feels like she's gained a few pounds. Wham! She kicks the scale under the bed. Logic. If you don't measure it, you aren't fat. Problem solved. A knock at the door interrupts her delusion. She marches over yelling, "Hold on, I'm coming." She unlocks the door, swings it open, and freezes. It's the newspaper guy from the bus stop. Su Ling stares totally confused. "Mr. Albert, what are you doing here?" Her mind races. How did her ex-landlord find her? Track her to this new spot. Albert drops the bomb he hasn't eaten in ages and is starving. Su Ling is speechless. Albert hits her with the puppy eyes, asking if she can spare even a bite. He apologizes for looking like a total wreck. She points inside. Just, come in. Albert walks in, scratching his head, clearly embarrassed. He mutters that he can't believe. He's barging into a girl's house like a creep. He explains he's running on empty, no food since morning. Su Ling asks, "You broke. How did this happen?" Albert ignores the question, looking around and saying, "You're really balling out now. Nice house." Su Ling stands behind him, casually noting, "She snagged a lucrative part-time gig." Albert turns, sweating profusely. "Yeah, must be making bank." She closes her eyes. Drop it. She knows it's hard for people not to think. It's sus that a regular college student has a luxury pad. The school rumors are already screaming sugar daddy. She decides to feed him. Moments later, she slams a cold drink and some food on the table. He wolfs down half the plate in seconds, eyes still glued to the food like a starving animal. He wolfed down the leftovers, but the hunger didn't fade. Snatching a cold bottle, he chugged it like his life depended on it, chanting, "I'm starving," like a broken record. Suddenly, Albert's skin flushed a violent crimson. Su Ling started to ask if he wanted seconds, but the words died in her throat as she screamed his name in horror. The transformation was instant. Albert turned completely red and clamped his jaws around the steel flask, shredding the metal like it was paper. Blood gushed from his gums, but he didn't even flinch. His eyes went dead and hollow, repeating that endless mantra of hunger. Crunch. He chewed the jagged metal shards, swallowing them down with a mouthful of his own blood. It was a total bloodbath. As his manic screams filled the room, Su Ling bolted for her bed. This wasn't a tantrum. This was straight up supernatural. Definitely magic. Her gut told her to alert the Anti-Magic Bureau immediately, but a wave of ice-cold dread washed over her. Her phone. It was gone. Panic spiked in her chest. What the hell was happening? Had to be the Salians. Poor Mr. Albert was just a puppet on a string, but where was the puppet master pulling the strings? No phone meant zero backup from the Bureau. She was on her own. Suddenly, Albert shambled into the room, the hunger consuming him. He wasn't eating food anymore. He was gnawing on his own hands. Starving, he wheezed. His hands were a gory mess, fingers chewed down to the bone, blood painting his face. Fresh blood dripped from the mangled flesh as he lunged toward Su Ling. "I want a taste," he hissed. Swish. Su Ling swung her blade, vaulting over him to land perfectly behind his back. If this was a curse, she could counter it. She struck. Albert collapsed his leg, twitching violently in the aftermath. Did the enemy weaponize his kindness? While her mind raced, a scene unfolded elsewhere in the building. An elderly couple lounged on their couch. "I'm stuffed," the old man sighed. "Just gonna rest my eyes for a bit." His wife nodded, tea in hand. Suddenly, the door flew open. Su Ling stood panting on the threshold. "I'm here to save you," she yelled. The couple just stared, frowning in total confusion. "Crap, too much explaining. Forget it, this is a robbery," Su Ling barked. "Give me your phones now." As the couple stood up, that nightmare scenario repeated. Their skin turned that same violent shade of crimson. "So hungry," they droned in unison. Su Ling grit her teeth, a cold sweat breaking out. Not them too. She bolted out, checking apartment after apartment, desperate for a sane soul. Zero luck. Every single resident was trapped in that same starving zombie-like trance. Alone in the hallway, Su Ling's mind reeled. How the hell did they curse an entire complex? Was it touch? Some massive AoE spell? She swallowed hard, clutching her own stomach instinctively. Was she next? Sweat beaded on her forehead. It had to be Heng Li, codenamed Terror. Only Terror could pull this off. Meanwhile, the building erupted into a cacophony of screams. Hungry. The walls vibrated with the chant. Su Ling fled into the pouring rain, standing alone on the slick pavement. The streets were empty, driven away by an astral barrier. Suddenly, a monstrosity appeared, a dog with glowing red eyes and a gaping maw where its head should be. Su Ling. It rasped behind her. She spun around as the beast prowled closer. "I am the leader of the Salians, Heng Li Silian. Remember Count Buta, the man you slaughtered. He was family. A minor descendant, sure, along with Anyusi, but blood is blood. Anyusi." The name meant nothing to her. The dog snarled, "I'm going to kill you slowly. I want to savor your despair." Su Ling's eyes went wide as the creature's body began to warp, inflating like a gruesome balloon. What the boom? An explosion rocked the street, summoning bolts of black lightning from the sky. The dog detonated, showering the area in gore. Su Ling braced herself. Was this another layer of the curse? Out of the mist walked Albert. He was unrecognizable, bloated, bloody, and coming straight for her. "You were cursed ages ago," he distorted. "Your supernatural constitution bought you time, but you can't outrun death. It will be slow and agonizing." Su Ling paused, checking her own senses. Was that a pang of hunger? She closed her eyes, turning her back on him. A supposedly unbreakable death curse. Interesting. If he wanted a fight, he'd just fight. But stealing her phone, that was a strategic move. He wasn't trying to kill her slowly. He was stalling. He was terrified she'd contact the Bureau or him. The slow death speech, total bluff. He was shaking in his boots about someone powerful showing up. He wanted a quick kill so he could flee B-land. That meant Heng Li's main body was close. She had to get a signal out now. Before the curse really kicked in, we cut to a coffee shop vibe where Shen is tossing a toy for a cat. Every time Kola fetches it and brings it back, there's one major red flag: the cat's eyes are glowing crimson. Shen gives the kitty a good job, but his expression tightens. He knows this furball is definitely plotting something. He had run diagnostics on every critter in the neighborhood, and only this one reacted to the scent of an interdimensional god. He makes a mental note to grill the cat later. For now, he grabs the Book of the Decapith Traveler, resting on the table. Anna's last summon really helped him connect the dots on a few theories. Items have specific transformation rules, one change, no takebacks. Pretty standard stuff. He flips the book open, deciding it's time to check on Su Ling and Tina. With the recent chaos, he needs to make sure they aren't getting wrecked. Cut to Su Ling sprinting through a downpour. She's desperate, muttering about needing to contact the Anti-Magic Bureau as soon as possible. She reaches the high school building. Logic dictates there has to be a working landline in the faculty lounge. She bursts into the office and makes a beeline for the phone sitting on the cabinet. The place is a ghost town. She didn't expect Heng Li to cast a spell with such a massive area of effect. Her hand hovers over the receiver, but she freezes. Something feels off. Suddenly, the phone bloats up, explodes outward, and roars as it morphs into a grotesque, giant human face. Su Ling stares, eyes widening in horror. Is this a summon? She snaps her sword up, realizing she needs to block the dark lightning arcing toward the ground before that monster fully manifests. A barrier materializes, locking the creature in. Just as she lunges to deliver the killing blow. Snap, the shield fractures. The beast struggles inside, then suddenly phases right into the floorboards. A deafening crash echoes as the monster shatters the concrete and burrows deep underground. The thing vanishes into the earth, but Su Ling keeps her shield wall active, not dropping her guard. But suddenly, her left hand starts trembling violently, blood dripping from her fingers. She realizes, last time it was a finger fracture, now the recoil hit her shoulder. She wonders if this summoned horror is immune to brute force. Regular steel won't cut it. Heng Li definitely did his homework on her fighting style. As blood streams from her hand, she tightens her grip on the hilt. The crimson liquid coats the blade, and she thinks, thank God she hasn't revealed her trump card yet. Her blood is mixed with that of an eldritch being, the Boar Demon, giving her weapon a massive buff against evil entities. She raises the sword and immediately a brilliant azure aura erupts from the steel. But deep down she knows even this might not be enough to take down Hang Li. Her eyes go wide. The price of this power is too steep. A crimson mark creeps across her face. The curse is activating. She collapses to one knee, leaning on her sword for support. Right on cue, Albert steps out from the shadows behind her. He mocks her, claiming her death is inevitable. "Pick your poison," he sneers, eyes glowing with malice. Soaked in gore, he flashes a twisted smile. "You either turn into a ravenous beast and die, or suffocate inside one." Suddenly, the massive abomination erupts from the floor again, roaring right in Su Ling's face. She looks down, then forces herself up. Her ears are shifting, elongating. The transformation is speeding up. Suddenly, the beast collapses cold. Time seems to stop as the monster's bloated form freezes midair. Someone's got her. It's Shen, decked out in his full divine messenger form, clutching her waist securely. He tells Albert, "You walked into the wrong fight." He steadies Su Ling. "Can you stand?" She looks down, cheeks flushing pink. I can manage for now." But the threat isn't over. The creature beneath the floor surges up, exploding into a multi-faced nightmare. Debris rains down. The floor completely crumbles beneath them. Su Ling tips backward into the void, but Shen is right there. He catches her before she plummets. "Looks like you need a hand after all," he quips. She purses her lips, face burning. She tells herself it's just the curse seal on her stomach acting up, and that she's been overheating ever since Shen arrived. It has nothing to do with him. Albert interrupts the moment. "I can't beat you, Shen," he admits, "but you can't save her either." Shen shoots back, cold as ice. "I will protect her, and I will end you." Albert drops to the floor. "Find the main body. Now." Su Ling held the line, her blade drawn and steady standing as the final barrier between Shen and the unknown. She warned him that Albert had to be close. The enemy wouldn't stray far from his puppets. Shen didn't waste a breath. Snap! A fireball ignited at his fingertip. He launched it. The flame wasn't just fire. It was a bloodhound. It tore through the school corridors, sweeping every room with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, outside, the situation had gone from bad to nightmare. A sea of monsters swarmed the grounds, hundreds of locals twisted by the curse screaming one word, hungry. Their eyes burned with a feral red glow. Su Ling's heart hammered against her ribs as the realization hit her. Those screams, those are the apartment residents. Panic edged into her voice. She knew these people. Shen closed his eyes, sensing her turmoil. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked coldly. Su Ling dropped to her knees, bowing her head in desperation. "Please, don't slaughter them." She believed there was still hope for them. Shen rested a hand gently on her head, breaking his usual stoic vibe. "Relax. I won't let you carry that guilt today." Su Ling's eyes widened, shock washing over her. Suddenly, a phantom flame flickered in her vision, triggering a violent flashback. 10 years ago, the night sky bleeding red with fire, the agony, the screams of the dying, the curses and begging that rolled out of the inferno like ocean waves. That fire had never stopped burning in her mind. Back then, she had prayed for a hero who never came. The memory faded, replaced by the present reality. She looked up, smiling through the pain. "Thank you." Even a supernatural being steeped in pride would pause for the sake of the innocent. Cut to the bathroom, the Seeker fireball hit the jackpot. It hovered over a stall, illuminating a glowing red magic circle. "Hang tight," Shen commanded, sensing the discovery. "I'm ending this." Su Ling tightened her grip on her sword. "Go, I can handle myself. I'll be fine. They can't touch me." But as Shen dissolved into a haze of smoke to teleport, Su Ling whispered, "One last warning, be careful." Flash forward to the office. The creepy old guy from the bus stop phased through the wall, wrapped in a sickly blue aura. "Boring," he scoffed, inspecting his fingernails. "Totally lame. I was enjoying my little horror movie. Then that guy showed up and wrecked the plot." He smirked, eyes gleaming. "Sure, an untouchable ranked being is OP overpowered, but I'm not just gonna roll over and quit." Back at the school, the horror show was ramping up. The horde breached the building, sprinting toward Su Ling while shrieking hungry. Su Ling didn't hesitate. She bolted, leading them away to buy time. Adrenaline surged as she sprinted up the stairs, taking them two at a time, bursting into the open air. The rooftop. Rain lashed down as she skidded onto the wet surface and slammed the heavy metal door shut. "Come on, Mr. Shen," she thought, bracing her weight against the door. "Just destroy the source. I just need to survive until then." Bang, the corridor exploded with noise. Bodies slammed against the other side. Su Ling dug her heels in muscles, screaming as she held the door. Then came the crunching sound. They were literally chewing through the wood. Snapping jaws appeared through the splinters, still chanting, "Hungry." Crash. The door gave way. The mob spilled onto the roof like a tidal wave. Su Ling scrambled backward, creating distance. They charged. She activated her sword, purple lightning crackling along the blade. But her mind raced with a grim calculation. Feeding this weapon, my own blood is draining my life force. She was running on fumes. Every second brought her closer to passing out. "I can only manage one more attack." She gritted her teeth, staring at the monsters. "I can't kill them. They're victims." Suddenly, swish, a blur of motion sliced the air. The charging mob collapsed instantly, bodies hitting the wet concrete with a heavy thud. Blood sprayed across the roof. Su Ling gasped, lowering her weapon. She knew that style. It was Shen. He had saved her. Miles away, Shen unleashed hell, obliterating the roof directly above the hidden spell circle. The magic array shattered into dust. He looked up through the broken ceiling, satisfied. Spell broken. Su Ling is safe now. But as he scanned the ruins, a frown creased his brow. The caster wasn't here. Is he still back at the apartment? Shen pondered. Classic tactic. The safest place is often right under your nose. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the Book of the Decapath Traveler. Standing alone in the rain, he flipped it open. Well, he internalized, isn't this a coincidence? The vision in the book was clear. The old man was standing right back in the apartment office, casually chilling by the couch. Gotcha. But then Shen noticed something unsettling. The old man was staring right back at him. The villain was watching Shen via a magical surveillance feed, projecting from the destroyed circle's remains. The old man tilted his head, confusion dawning on him. Wait, is he watching me? Watching him? Then the sky tore open. Boom. Red lightning cascaded from the heavens, washing the world in monochrome. The area was instantly dragged into the colorless town. The old man's face twisted in pure terror. The colorless town, he stammered. Swish. Shen materialized directly above him. A glowing rune, burning like blood and fire, ignited on the old man's ring finger. Checkmate. The old geezer sneered, claiming Chen's reality was nothing but a fabrication. Enraged, Chen whipped his cane through the air, aiming for a kill shot, just as the elder proclaimed he was about to get hit. But that was the trap. The disaster rank artifact, Truths and Lies, triggered the second skin met skin. Power like that demands a blood price. The user's body literally decays, flesh rotting away bit by bit with every use. The mechanic was twisted, speak a lie, and reality warps to make the opposite happen. But there's a cap, only 3 reality-bending lies per day. It wasn't magic without rules, though. The lie had to be grounded in logic, no claiming you're suddenly a god or invincible. And the curse wasn't just physical rot, it forced the user to vomit out their darkest, most hidden truths against their will. The second Chen's cane made contact, the air distorted. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted, blasting Chen backward before the hit could land. Chen reeled, trying to process the invisible force that just parried him. Meanwhile, the old man casually clasped his hands behind his back, looking unbothered. Creating distance, the elder had to admit it, this kid was a beast. Chen wasn't just strong, he carried a very specific aura. The stench of colorless town clung to him. Cold sweat started trickling down the old man's neck. He needed an exit strategy fast. Time to spam the relic again, consequences be damned. He mentally cursed the equivalent exchange, big lies required, spilling big truths. What a drag. Chen frowned, watching his opponent closely, wondering why the guy had suddenly started rambling like a lunatic. Was this the backlash of some cursed artifact? As Chen analyzed the situation, the old man locked eyes with him. Just as predicted, spilling his guts was the fuel required to power the lie, the inevitable tax of the relic. He realized his mind was no longer a safe space. He couldn't hide his schemes. The relic was dragging every secret into the light. If he didn't act now, he was toast. The old man made up his mind, tactical retreat immediately. Goodbye, chess player, he muttered. He let out a sigh, banking on the god imposter to clean up the trash he was leaving behind. Once the god ascension protocol kicked in, everyone was as good as dead anyway. He gripped the feather pen tight against his palm. He could feel it, a massive revolution was on the horizon, ready to shatter the current era. Those interdimensional gods would be erased, and the author would script a brand new reality from scratch. A world where humanity wasn't so pathetic and fragile. He cursed again, hating the steep price this artifact demanded for such power. Chen narrowed his eyes, calculating. How was this guy planning to bail, and what exactly could that weird item do? The elder began to levitate, trusting the twisted magic to carry him out. Suddenly, he paused, his mind glitching. Lovely weather today, he blurted out. The rain is gorgeous, and honestly that cake really needed more sugar. He cackled, knowing Chen would never crack the code of the feather pen. Pointing a finger at the hero, he drifted backward. As he spewed more lies to trigger the trap, he anticipated Chen's suffering. Chen didn't wait, he barked. Freeze. Chen launched himself into the air, cane raised for a smash attack. But the old man just flashed a creepy knowing smile. A blue aura flared up. Blend, the man whispered. Chen's strike came down hard, but his target dissolved right into the floorboards. Better check on your little pawn, the voice echoed. She's probably dying right now. With a final malicious laugh, he vanished completely. Chen landed stunned. Did that freeze command only hold him for like 2 seconds? Meanwhile, over at the school, the sky turned apocalyptic. Massive plumes of black smoke choked the air. Su Ling stood on the rooftop tracking the anomaly. Suddenly, the smoke birthed a nightmare from another dimension. An ash worm slithered out, zeroing in on her. Su Ling held her ground, eyes locked on the approaching beast. She clocked it immediately, a spawn of the Lord of Ashes formed from the very dust of destruction. But it was just a grunt, low-level trash. A mere underling of the Lord packing the punch of a superior twisted rank entity, dangerous but handleable. Its main trick, spitting interdimensional fire that burns the soul, not just the skin. Su Ling gripped her blade. She had exactly one shot at this. She channeled everything she had. With a scream, she swung, unleashing a massive U-shaped arc of pure lightning. The electric wave tore through the air, gliding through the ashworm like butter, slicing it cleanly in half before surging onward. It didn't stop there. The blast cleaved right through the apartment complex behind it. The top half of the building slid off, crashing down in slow motion. Boom. The impact shook the earth. For a heartbeat, the ruins stood still, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Then gravity won. As the structure crumbled, the escaping old man spotted Chen hovering amidst the falling debris. Not bad girl, the elder thought. But Chen wasn't done. He conjured a massive razor-sharp arrow construct from his cane. He'd been doing his homework on new combat forms. Su Ling watched the devastation, the building coming down alongside Chen's giant lightning bolt. Vision blurring, she let a smile creep onto her face. Her legs gave out as consciousness slipped away. That familiar scent. Mr. Chen was okay. With that comforting thought, she hit the floor out cold. Boom, the massive lightning bolt Shen unleashed, screamed through the air, aimed dead center at the old-timer. But the second that electric arrow pierced the old man's chest, he didn't bleed, he just popped out of existence. Poof. Shen stared at the empty space, eyes narrowing. A decoy. That had clone jutsu written all over it. Slippery little guy, Shen muttered. He dissolved into a thick, swirling haze, surging past the blast zone to hunt him down. The weapon morphed back into a sleek cane, snapping into Shen's grip as it flew back to him. As the mist solidified back into a human form, Shen tightened his grip on the cane. You can run, he announced to the silence. But Miranda is going to be your tomb. Cut to a grimy, deserted alleyway where the old man suddenly materialized. Soaked by the rain, he slumped against a wall. Finally over, he exhaled. That nasty side effect had made him spill way too much intel to Shen. He squeezed his eyes shut. Hope the author forgives the spoiler. Even with the leak, he figured the god imposter's master plan was still in play. A bit rocky, sure, but still a go. Suddenly he froze. Someone else was in the alley. Ruolin stood just a few steps away, throwing up a casual wave. Lucky me running into you here. The old man's blood ran cold. He knew that face. Ranked investigator Ruolin. Don't let the fresh baby face fool you. He looks 20, but the guy is a literal immortal who has been around for thousands of years. Legend says he spent over a century as a retribution knight for the Corona Church. He's heavy duty. The Anti-Magic Bureau is moving way too fast, the old man hissed. Usually they drag their feet until the paperwork is done. Then it clicked the chess player. He must have snitched to the feds the second the fight started. Ruolin just stood there, hands clasped behind his back like he owned the place, staring the old man down. You're Heng Li, right? Big boss of the Salians, Ruolin smirked. I remember your kingdom, back when it was actually relevant. He pointed a lazy finger. Didn't your ancestor have a little entanglement with the Holiness Cute? His expression darkened. But that's ancient history. This new world, it doesn't have room for dusty leftovers like you. Ancient families need to stay buried. Ruolin raised a hand, summoning a crackling aura of golden lightning. Let's speedrun this, he yawned. I've got cute girls to track down, and this is cutting into my flirting time. He hurled the golden bolt straight at Heng Li. Shouting praise the sun, the blast tore through the alley, screaming upward into the sky. But as the golden glow faded, empty air. Ruolin blinked, genuinely surprised. Heng Li was gone. Okay, respect, Ruolin admitted. Guy actually ghosted me. Smart move, though, since backup was inbound anyway. He tapped his earpiece, eyes closing as he connected to the network. Target located. Heng Li is in the sector, he reported. Listen up, everyone. Hoping for a day off, vacations canceled. Get over here now. He dropped the details. 3 unranked agents were joining the party, and the astral blockers were active. Teleportation is offline, boys. Heng Li was trapped in the city like a rat in a cage. Moments later, Heng Li phased through a brick wall, stepping out onto the street. Almost there, he thought, heart pounding. Once the truths and lies spell reboots, I'm out of here. Suddenly, whoosh. Shen's mist form swirled right in his face. Shen solidified, blocking the path. Heng Li grimaced, turning his head. Using that spiral feather really tanked my RNG, he complained. First Ruolin, now you. Talk about bad luck. Shen stood tall, book in hand. Oh, don't worry, Shen said, cold as ice. Your luck hasn't run out just yet. Using the Book of the Decapith Traveler again, Heng Li scoffed. That thing has a once-a-day limit. Shen grinned. That's what you think, Shen replied. You see, artifacts need a recharge, but I found an exploit. Thanks to the Chaos Cult sending me 2 Hearts of the Heat, I unlocked a hidden feature. Turns out they're basically rapid chargers. They juice up mysterious relics like the Ring of Luck, and the book instantly. He tapped the book. As long as I keep them within 40 inches of the heart, I have 0 cooldowns. Shen took a menacing step forward. Heng Li stumbled back, throwing his hands up in defeat. Okay, I fold, I surrender, he stammered. Truce, let's call a truce. I can be an asset. If you don't trust me, use me as a pawn on your chessboard. Just don't shoot. He was desperate enough to offer a soul-binding contract right there on the spot. Hang Li begged Shen to spare his life, claiming he was an asset too valuable to waste. But Shen shut him down cold, telling Hang Li he lost his bargaining rights the moment he attacked. Hang Li panicked, screaming why. He insisted the intel locked in his brain was priceless, and that Shen couldn't possibly be thinking about executing him. Shen didn't hesitate. He froze the guy solid and raised his cane. If I need answers, I'll drag them out of your corpse. With a brutal swing, the cane connected, and Hang Li's frozen body shattered into 1,000 jagged shards. The next morning, Su Ling woke up and stared at a familiar ceiling. Realizing she was in Shen's bed, her face turned bright red. I'm so dead, she muttered, trying to bury herself back under the covers. Suddenly, Shen's voice cut through the door, yelling at her to quit stalling and get out here for breakfast. Su Ling bolted upright, eyes wide, instantly correcting her posture. I'm up, I'm not lazy, she shouted back defensively. A few minutes later, the two of them were seated at a table in the coffee shop picking at their food. Su Ling finally asked the big question. So, what happened yesterday? Shen didn't look up. He died. Su Ling nearly choked on her toast. A disaster-rank monster just died, she asked with her mouth full. Shen frowned. Swallow your food. You're spraying crumbs everywhere. He closed his eyes, looking bored. Don't act so shocked. He was weak. But you're the one who leveled an entire apartment complex. The property damage is catastrophic. Su Ling wiped the crumbs off her face and shot him a playful wink. Relax. The Anti-Magic Bureau handles the cleanup, and they'll wipe the witnesses' memories too. She gave him a confident thumbs up. Besides, any destruction caused during an official mission gets billed directly to the National Treasury. Shen pursed his lips, a look of mild envy crossing his face. Must be nice, he thought. Working for the government means never having to stress about the bill. His mind drifted to the upcoming auction. The real question was whether Christine could spark a bidding war for that vial of water of spirituality. Snapping back to reality, he asked about the god imposter. Locked down tight at Bureau HQ, Su Ling confirmed. Shen nodded grimly. Good. Squeeze him for more intel. A few days later, Su Ling was standing in an elevator next to the commissioner, her mind racing about the prisoner, known as the White Miracle. She watched the digital display, tick down toward basement level -3. This guy, Brian White, was ancient history, literally. Born 153 years ago, a Nolan native who started the miracle cult. Back in the day, his biggest sugar daddy was actually Senator Jalen's great-grandfather. The elevator pinged, and they stepped into a gloomy corridor lit by flickering wall lamps. As their footsteps echoed, Su Ling shuddered. Brian White wasn't just a cultist. He was born with the terrifying ability to twist reality itself. That power gave him a massive god complex. He grew up thinking he could just take whatever he wanted. And honestly, he could. His power level was off the charts, likely eclipsing even the disaster-ranked threats. The commissioner placed his hand on a door sealed with lightning magic. He's pumped full of elimination nails, he explained, to keep his powers on a leash. But don't let your guard down. The heavy door slid open, revealing a stark white room. In the center sat White, matching the room in a pale suit, his back turned to them. Took you long enough, White drawled. He slowly turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Here to report your failure, or just here to annoy me with more questions. The commissioner stepped past Su Ling, looming over the prisoner. What's the next play, White? The villain leaned back, resting his hands casually on the floor. Not time for spoilers yet, he teased. But when the moment comes, you'll know. His gaze shifted to Su Ling. Your little version of justice is cute, really. But my plan, it's going to flood this world with absolute righteousness and purge this chaotic mess for good. Su Ling held back a scoff, thinking, there is nothing righteous about you. White sat up straighter, reading her expression. Sacrifice is necessary. He closed his eyes, looking almost peaceful. You might sacrifice your life, sure, but I'm sacrificing something far greater. That's why my justice is superior. His eyes snapped open, burning with intensity. And that is why I cannot fail. Su Ling stepped forward. You don't get to play God and decide who dies for your cause. White studied her for a moment. I like you. You have morals. He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Release me. Submit to me, and I can show you a path you never dreamed of. The commissioner cut in sharply. Save the sales pitch. I know what you're doing. We know about the supernaturals under your mind control. Somewhere deep in Baranda, the sleepers are lying in wait. They've got their orders and they're primed to strike. It's not if, it's when. White kept his head down, a smirk tugging at his lips. He had to hand it to the commissioner. The guy was way sharper than he looked. But then White dropped the bomb. Imagine a squad of unhinged supernatural weapons, with zero survival instincts and nuke-level powers. Killers who don't fear the Reaper. The commissioner didn't flinch. He just flipped a coin, caught it, and stared at the cold metal. The surface glowed, revealing a faceless void. Why waste time guessing what your little brainwashed puppets might do, he mused, when I can just ask the puppeteer directly. White scoffed. Good luck. Mind-reading precognition. None of that works on me. Your mental defenses are cute, the commissioner replied, his voice dropping an octave. But I'm a fan of the classics. Pain. Pure, unadulterated agony. I'm going to shatter your spirit and pulverize your mind until you're begging to spill your guts. He shot a glance at Su Ling. Get out. You don't want to see this. Her eyes went wide, caught totally off guard, but she nodded and bailed. Cut to a library sometime later. Chen, rocking his divine messenger avatar, looms over a contact. So what does the Great Baron want now? The man asked. Chen squeezed his eyes shut, sweat trickling down his neck. My cover is blown, he hissed. Yale doxed my surface identity on purpose. He gestured to his new fit. Had to switch up the drip in the face just to sneak back into the academy. He flicked a vial of blood across the table. Your next job. The guy snatched the vial out of the air. Whose juice is this? Chen didn't miss a beat. A corpse. Make the dead talk. The man gripped the glass, staring hard at Chen. Doubts started creeping in. Is this guy really just a divine messenger? George's intel was specific. There's supposed to be a hard line between the messenger and the chess player, but right now, they feel like the same dude. He's radiating that white shore fog, mixed with the sulfur of the Lord of Ashes. It didn't make sense. What is he? Fast forward. They're on a bus. Chen's in the back seat listening as the guy spills tea. Senator John. Yeah, he's Mayor John now. Dude's definitely an upgrade from the last trash fire. Better promises, at least. If he actually delivers. Even at 70+ years old, short-term or not, that's a W in my book. Chen listened, mind racing. Wasn't John tight with the Chaos Cult? He rubbed his chin, vibing on the info. Honestly, he never thought John would actually snag the seat, let alone get the public to stan him. Usually politicians are the villains in movies, but Anna's reports mentioned something interesting. The Chaos Cult is trying to rebrand, going for that respectable secret society aesthetic, even if the Anti-Magic Bureau still has them flagged as cringe. The bus screeched to a halt in front of a massive structure. We're here, the man said. They hopped off and headed down a long, echoing corridor. The guy placed a hand on the wall. Zap. A lightning-infused magic door materialized. He gestured for Chen to go first. The door slid open. The contact walked in, but Chen froze at the threshold, legs shaking, sweat pouring. He white-knuckled his cane, mumbling a quiet "Roger that." Inside, he was spiraling. Is this just fatigue? Did the divine messenger skip leg day, or is the walk from the bus actually draining him? A few minutes later, the guy is in the zone. He traces a spell circle on the floor, standing dead center. He looks at Chen, deadly serious. This isn't your average party trick. It's forbidden arts. Stuff you only get by breaking the laws of magic. Circle done, he steps out. Behold the spell of spirits. Stage 1 complete. He lifts the vial. Purple energy leaking from the glass. He summons the reagents. One fear, one heart of a nightmare. The items levitate, hovering over the circle. Then he pulls out the main ingredient, the blood vial. Chen gave him. He holds it high. Blood of the fallen, he intones, starting the chant. Boom. The components sync up. Green lightning crackles from the circle, the items spinning in the glow. Arms wide, he's chanting like a machine. Suddenly, golden light bursts from the artifacts, slamming into the center, erupting into a massive storm of golden electricity. Chen watches, totally mesmerized. Damn, he thinks. That flow, that complexity, I'm not even close to that level. Is this what they call masterclass? Just then, a star of green lightning ignites around the golden core, energy surging and spiraling straight up into the void. As the three artifacts dissolve into thin air, a neon green singularity ignites, birthing a spectral figure hovering above a crackling lightning pentagram. Heng Li materializes from the void, confused, demanding to know if the peons are watching, only to realize his soul has been forcibly summoned back. Sensing the volatile energy, the summoner steps back from the ritual circle to give the resurrection spell some breathing room. That's when Shen steps into the light with a cold smirk. Long time no see. The moment Heng Li locks eyes with him, the ghost lets out a blood-curdling shriek of pure terror. Fear floods Heng Li's gaze behind his spectral glasses as the green aura flares around him. Shen leans in, ready to drop some harsh truths on the inner circle member. You know, there are very few things worse than death, Shen taunts, but having your soul snatched by your worst enemy, that's at the top of the list. There are a million ways to break a spirit. Heng Li snarls back, spare me the lecture. I'm not bowing to you, you don't have the juice to force me to submit. Big mistake. The mysterious caster standing behind Shen steps forward, his aura shifting from passive to predatory. Funny thing about vengeful spirits, the man muses darkly. Sometimes they come back stronger than they were in the flesh. Regular weapons don't scratch them. Astral spells bounce off. He raises a single finger, charging it with crackling dark energy. Zap. A jagged bolt of violet lightning erupts from his fingertip, coiling around Heng Li like a supernatural python. It drills straight into the spirit's spine. But that power boost, the caster grins. That doesn't apply to trash like you. You're just a corrupt, ignorant ghost. And my nihilistic will is about to bring you to your knees. The purple electricity surges, roasting Hang Li's essence. He screams in agony, his spirit flickering. How? This shouldn't be possible. As the lightning hacks directly into his mind through his forehead, the caster glances over at Shen, cool as a cucumber. Alright, he's primed. What do you want to know? Shen doesn't hesitate. The god imposter. Everything. The caster turns back to the writhing spirit. You heard him, you pathetic mute. Spill. Tell us everything about the god imposter. Hang Li freezes completely broken. He finally whispers the terrifying truth. The god imposter. He's going to become the god of the mortal realm. It's the god ascension plan. If he succeeds, his power level will be off the charts, literally unimaginable. The caster frowns, sensing the urgency. When? Give me a timeline for this plan. It's not when, Hang Li gasps. It's today. Meanwhile, tension is peaking at the Anti-Magic Bureau HQ. The main hall is packed. The commissioner stands at the podium commanding the absolute attention of every agent in the room. He swipes his hand through a holographic display. Listen up. We just intercepted critical intel on the god imposter. He's been busy. Using distortion of understanding, he's brainwashed 35 supernatural beings in just a few hours. Most are Nolan locals, some were imported. And the clock is ticking. They're launching a coordinated strike today. The target, civilians. They're planning a massacre across multiple sectors of Baranda. Su Ling sits in the crowd, her face pale with dread. Rualin shoots up from his seat, cutting through the noise. Hold on. Why? A massacre doesn't fit his M. Oh, there's no tactical gain. It honestly just makes things harder for him. Exactly, the commissioner nods grimly. Ideally, yes, but this is personal. It's revenge. He preaches righteousness, but deep down, he's salty at the Corona Church for ruining his previous schemes. Since Nolan is Origin Fire territory, he's hitting us here in Baranda instead. But the bloodshed is just a distraction. His real goal is exposure. He wants to blow the cover off the supernatural world, reveal everything to the normies. Rualin closes his eyes, realization dawning. He's dragging the inner circle into the light. The commissioner locks eyes with Su Ling. Correct. It's part of the master plan. He wants to expose us all. That delicate wall between the surface world and the inner circle, he's bringing a sledgehammer to it. It's a balance that has held since the dawn of the modern era. Su Ling's mind races back to the history books. In ancient times, magic was public knowledge. But as modern society emerged, the shadows deepened. The powers that be signed the ultimate NDA, a global pact separating the realms for good. Magic stayed in the shadows of the inner circle. Regular life ruled the surface. 2 worlds, 1 planet. But now the god imposter is burning that contract. The commissioner's voice booms, snapping everyone back to reality. This is a code red emergency. Everyone needs to gear up now. We've got pings on his ambush sites. All investigators mobilize immediately. No hesitation. Base defense stays put. Everyone else, you're splitting into 2 strike forces. Alpha team, you've got 17 hot zones to cover. Intercept and neutralize. Bravo team scatter. Small squads, citywide surveillance. Remember who you are. You are Baranda's first line of defense. This was the final firewall. If this defense crumbled, humanity was officially deleted. Deep inside the safe house, Chen cut straight to the chase. The ascension ritual. It's going down today, isn't it? Hang Li didn't deny it. Chen demanded the blueprint. Hang Li caved, spilling the dark secrets of the God Ascension protocols, straight from the Lightless Dust playbook. Sure, someone had pulled it off before, but a mortal god wasn't exactly bulletproof. Compared to a deity from another dimension, a mortal god was a joke, just a glitch in reality on steroids. To level up from a human to a mortal god, you needed the unholy trinity of ingredients. 1 million distinct cases, 1 million physical forms, and 1 million devout believers. The god imposter had already grinded out the stats for the last 2 requirements, in some backwater village way, before he ever set foot in Baranda. The gears turned in Chen's head. The hidden iris cases, that was the missing piece, the final million. So why bring the circus here? Chen pressed. Why is the god imposter obsessed with Baranda? Hang Li dropped the bomb. Baranda was the only server capable of hosting the final ritual. Every chaotic moment so far, just a smokescreen for the Anti-Magic Bureau. The imposter played a 4D chess move. He used reality distortion to split his own existence in 2. Chen blinked, stunned. A twisted grin crept up Hang Li's face. Mr. White, he's barely half the man the original is. Carrying only 50% of the power, he left a breadcrumb trail so obvious a rookie could follow it. He literally handed himself over on a silver platter to the Bureau. He wanted those cuffs on him. He wanted the interrogation room spotlight to spill his grand revenge plan. But it was all a setup for today, October 15th. A classic bait and switch. Keep the feds busy chasing shadows, so nobody would be watching the real stage. Chen's jaw tightened. He mentally scanned the map. Baranda Central Square, Mayor John's public address. That was ground zero. The exact spot where the mayor was mic'd up for his big speech. Hang Li twisted the knife. The imposter wasn't just going to crash the party, he was going to magically execute the new mayor, live, in 4K, with thousands screaming in the plaza and millions glued to their screens at home. If he pulled that off, boom, instant mass hysteria. The raw emotion needed to trigger the final ascension protocol. He was going to ascend to godhood on a global livestream. This wasn't random, it was surgically planned. The imposter must have used that precog kid to script this entire day. Chen's eyes narrowed. And the lightless dust, how deep are their hands in this dirt? Heng Li's voice trembled. The whole thing. It's the author's masterpiece. All of it. Suddenly he clamped up. I can't. I seriously can't say his name, he shrieked, begging them to back off. The interrogator behind him didn't care. He raised a finger crackling with fury and blasted Heng Li with high-voltage lightning. Spill it, maggot. Who runs the lightless dust? The voltage spiked, tearing a scream from Heng Li's throat. It's him. The author built it all alone, Heng Li wailed. He was on the verge of dropping the name, but the lightning didn't stop. It sizzled through his veins until his skin started to fracture like porcelain. Please, one more chance. Too late. A deafening snap echoed as the golden lightning shattered his physical form. He exploded into motes of light, leaving nothing behind. The interrogator cursed, fuming at the dead end. Chen turned on his heel. I'm out. The mage whipped around. Where you going? Skipping town. Chen paused, eyes shut tight. No, I'm not running. He reflected on his journey. This weird dimension used to terrify him, but somewhere along the line it started feeling like home. He'd stopped cowering and started fighting. He wasn't the lonely outsider anymore. He had a crew. He had a life here. If he fled now, he'd lose everything all over again. No way. He was going to make these wannabe gods crash and burn. Cut to a penthouse office. A middle-aged suit swirled a vial of crimson liquid that looked suspiciously like blood. He held it up for his guest, a guy in a black suit who eyed the red cocktail like a starving wolf. The guest bowed deep and scurried out just as Anna stepped out from the shadows. With the room clear, Anna drifted toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window. She basked in the golden hour glow, eyes shut, soaking in the warmth. When she opened them, the warmth was gone. Her face was a mask of cold indifference as she stared at the city below. From the plush sofa, the boss threw a question at the man in the black suit, asking if he realized how impressive it was that they had made it this far. The guy in the sharp black suit dropped the bombshell fresh intel straight from the Anti-Magic Bureau top brass. They'd pulled half their best agents off the field. Something massive was going down in the city, and it had their full attention. The figure lounging on the sofa didn't even open his eyes. He'd heard the rumors, sure, but whatever chaos was brewing out there, not his problem. His network was silent, which meant they were in the clear. A twisted grin spread across his face as he locked eyes with the agent John. Just enjoy the moment, my friend. Live it up. After all, you're the one running this city now. John straightened his tie, ego swelling. That's right, I'm the new manager, which means I can finally pull some real strings for the church. He leaned in impatient. Now about that reward I was promised. When do I get it? The man on the sofa let out a chilling, high-pitched giggle. You know, I've been walking this earth for over 300 years. He reached into his coat pocket, eyes gleaming with a dark secret. You don't survive that long without knowing how to cheat death. He pulled out a swirling potion. Drink up. He slid the vial across the table. John downed it in one gulp, the glass slipping from his hand and shattering on the floor. Instant regret. John turned beet red, clawing at his throat, screaming in agony. What did you give me? It feels like I'm swallowing fire. Then snap. The redness vanished. The burning stopped cold. John blinked, stunned. The pain was gone, replaced by a rush of raw power. He'd never felt this alive. The man on the sofa just waved a hand dismissively. I tweaked the formula, dialed back the purity of the blood of fire to a mere 0.2%, just enough for a mortal to handle. It halts aging, recharges your cells. It's basically bottled immortality. Keep drinking, and you might even unlock powers that defy logic. He watched John marvel at his own hands. Of course, I left out the fine print. One sip buys you exactly 3 years. After that, you wither right back to nothing. So tell me, John, he asked, voice smooth as silk. Is your loyalty worth the price of admission? John dropped to his knees instantly. I will never betray my God. You have my eternal allegiance. The man smirked. Scene shift, thousands of citizens packed the city square. Banners waved, charts flew high, and boards with John's name were plastered everywhere. Hidden in the sea of faces, a blue-eyed boy watched with cold detachment. This world is a chaotic mess, totally orderless. These sheep are clueless. They're begging for a shepherd, a god to tell them where to walk. I took them in, showed them the path to salvation. His eyes narrowed. But then the Jellens had to go and snitch to the Corona Church. Ruined everything. He clenched his jaw. My mistake was playing nice. I didn't use distortion of understanding on the whole flock. I left cracks in their loyalty. Never again. This time, total control. I'm planting my flag here and I will be their god. As the crowd roared around him, chanting slogans for Nolan, John strutted onto the stage, beaming like he owned the place. He looked out at the massive ocean of people soaking in the adulation. I'm standing here today because of you. The people of Baranda. I want to thank every single citizen who loves this city and looks out for their neighbors. Behind him, Ruolan stood like a statue in sunglasses, mind racing. We're compromised. Only half our team remains 2 A-rank agents, and 8 B ranks. The prophecy says the assassination only fails if 2 A ranks are on site. We're cutting it close. Meanwhile, John kept working the crowd. Crime is skyrocketing. Danger is at our doorstep. These malicious cults are threatening everyone, especially our families. You've seen the horror with your own eyes, the crimes they commit in the shadows. Happy homes destroyed, tears and tragedy in a single heartbeat. And why? Because we failed. We failed to protect the very people who make this city great. Deep in the crowd, a man pulled an artifact from his pocket, the Eye of Anubis. He grinned. This light wipes out everything in its path. No shield can stop it. The cost, 10 years of my life, totally worth it. He held the glowing eye aloft, chanting ancient words. Boom, an orange sun-like sphere shot into the sky. Ruolan saw it instantly. He shoved John back, screaming, "Get down, watch out. I'm running on half power. No distortion bead to back me up. One slip up, and we're dead. But one moment is all I need." The crowd started losing it. What's going on? Hey, don't interrupt the mayor. Who's blocking him? Is he under attack? Let him speak. Ruolan ignored the noise roaring at the assassin. Get off the stage now. High above the Eye of Anubis pulsed with deadly energy. And then Chen dropped in full divine messenger mode, ready to wreck shop. Behind the guy who triggered the Eye of Anubis, reality just stopped. Time froze instantly, and poof, the artifact vanished into thin air. Shen smirked, scanning the paralyzed crowd until he locked onto his target. Gotcha. The man whipped his head around, eyes widening as he spotted Shen looming right behind him. Shen casually tossed the now tiny Eye of Anubis in his palm like a toy. Game over, buddy, he grinned. So, what should I call you, White? Or do you prefer the God Imposter snap? The time freeze shattered. Reality flooded back, and the crowd erupted into total confusion. Where'd the mayor go? What happened to the speech? Ruolan's earpiece crackled to life amidst the chaos. Clear the civilians, secure the target, and neutralize the imposter's plan. Then, in a blink, the mob vanished, teleported away. Silence fell. It was just Shen, and the perp left standing in the empty plaza. The man couldn't mask his shock. You, he stammered. I can't believe you wrecked my plans again. His form twisted, skin rippling as he shed his disguise. It was White, the real deal. He shut his eyes, visibly frustrated. Humor me. How did you figure it out? I carry the weight of thousands. I represent absolute justice I cannot lose. So tell me, where was the flaw? Shen shrugged, looking unimpressed. You weren't beaten by some cosmic power, bro. It was the little things. A piece of candy, a stubborn girl, honest kindness. That's what took you down. Pure, simple humanity. White stiffened, sensing a presence. He spun around to find Ruolan blocking his 6. He was boxed in Shen in front, Ruolan behind. Nowhere left to run, Shen taunted. But White wasn't done. I can lead them to paradise. If I become a god, I can save everyone. You mortals just don't get it. He threw his arms wide, eyes shut tight. I have to save you from yourselves. Even if it kills me, I'll end this chaos. Suddenly, 3 orbs of scorching flame tore out of his chest, orbiting him like satellites. The assassination was a bust, sure, but he'd harvested enough raw emotion to force the next step. It wasn't perfect, the ritual would be unstable without full power, but he was completely out of options. Freeze, Shen commanded. Instant stillness. The world paused again, everyone locked in place except Ruolan. Shen blurred into motion, smashing his cane directly onto White's skull. Thwack. Nothing. Not even a scratch. Shen leaped back. Did we get him? Ruolan called out, anxious. Then crack. White's body fractured like porcelain before detonating. A blinding shockwave of pure light swallowed the entire plaza. It was brighter than a supernova. It was so intense, vision blurred. Through his dark shades, Ruolan watched White simply dissolve into the brilliance. As the glow faded, Ruolan muttered, "He's gone." Then a frantic voice in his ear, "Look up now." Ruolan froze. He gritted his teeth, mind reeling at the sight above. Across town, Anna stared out her office window, paralyzed. The suit-wearing guy gasped. Suling's eyes went wide as saucers. Even Shen stood there transfixed. Above them, the impossible hung in the air, 2 suns, 2 identical skies layered over the city. It was high noon, and that second sun was swelling, pulsing with a heat that baked the pavement. The man in black, the priest, glared at the anomaly, fury radiating off him. How dare they, he seethed. Mocking the gods like this, it's absolute blasphemy. A vein pulsed on his forehead. Just you wait. Meanwhile, the commissioner stood on the department rooftop, gazing upward. Suling stepped up behind him, voice trembling. "Chief, what are we looking at?" "The God Ascension ritual," the commissioner murmured. "I saw this once before, decades ago. Never thought he'd be crazy enough to brute force it into existence. He's shed his mortality now. We can't fight that thing alone. It's out of our league." But Sir Suling pressed, "Can't even the S-rank investigators handle him?" The commissioner stayed silent. Finally, he turned. I'm going to underground. Basement level 4. Back on the ground, Shen stared at the cosmic horror show above. Well, Shen quipped, looks like the boss just entered phase 2. It wasn't a real planet, but the sheer scale was terrifying. Rualin pressed his hand to his earpiece, face pale. Command just updated the threat level. The god imposter isn't just a villain anymore. He's been designated untouchable. Humanity is now facing the 23rd untouchable entity in history. This is officially a global catastrophe. Losing the city, that's the best case scenario right now. We're talking total annihilation. The ritual is volatile. He only succeeded by sheer dumb luck. The guy's completely lost his mind. Shen nodded grimly. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from behind Rualin. The crowd instantly turned into a choir glazing the so-called mighty Lord of Miracles, that blinding white sun they called a savior. Rualin and Shen whipped their heads around to stare at the source. It was absolute fanaticism. That guy and his 3 buddies stood there, arms reaching for the sky, screaming praises on an endless loop like broken records hailing the Lord of Miracles. The white sun, the savior of everyone. But it wasn't just them. That chant started echoing from every single house and street corner, perfectly synced with the second sun's creepy light flooding the city. Surrounded by that droning noise and the unnatural glare, Shen analyzed the vibe. He wondered if this was the utopia that Creep had been preaching about. His verdict: this wasn't happiness, it was mind control. Everyone was turning into blissful NPCs in a hypnotized paradise. The sun was an absolute unit, massive enough that Shen worried its influence wouldn't just stop at the central square, but was designed to overwrite the reality of the entire city, transforming it into a twisted, holy kingdom. This god imposter clearly had major beef with the Corona Church and was desperate to snatch the title of god, aiming to dethrone the Fire of Origin. The church must have seen this coming, sending the Light Chaser armed with a divine relic, built specifically to nuke reality-bending powers. He was their hitman against the god imposter. With 2 suns facing off in the sky, Shen realized it was time to test his final theory. He checked the time with Rualin, who glanced back, and clocked it at 11:53. Shen whipped out his Book of the Decapith Traveler, announcing he had a side quest to finish, and needed to track down the holy worshipper, the Corona Church's very own Light Chaser Frederick. Rualin asked if he was good to go, and promised to ping the Anti-Magic Bureau. He tapped his earpiece, activating the comms, and demanded to know if the Light Chaser was currently stationed inside the Baranda Church. The commissioner had given orders to find out why Shen was hunting for their star player. Maybe he was about to witness a legit miracle. Shen stayed quiet, playing his cards close to his chest, while Rualin added that they could still do damage control since the White Miracle's power was glitching and unstable. Very few people outside Baranda had been brainwashed, so the server could still be rolled back if they patched the problem immediately. He pointed a finger at Shen, proposing a cover story. Could they use astronomers and weather experts to gaslight the public? They could claim the double sun event was just a rare atmospheric phenomenon. Shen smirked, admitting those experts were more useful pawns than he expected. He triggered his teleport, but instead of the destination, he spawned right in the middle of his own coffee shop. He'd mixed up the waypoint with the cafeteria, nearest the church. Thinking he could still speedrun the distance, Shen's sudden entry scared the living daylights out of Cola, who let out a terrified meow. Shen instantly shifted into his haze form and vanished into smoke, while poor Cola, eyes welling up, cried out in fear and bolted. Meanwhile, on the church's open rooftop, Shen materialized back in his human skin, decked out in his signature black suit. Facing an invisible barrier, he muttered that the air felt thick with resistance. He stepped through the force field, noting that his human form didn't trigger any alarms inside the church's perimeter. The guy from earlier, having swapped his black suit for priestly robes, was standing in front of a flame statue, demanding to know why Shen had crashed the party. Shen teleported right behind him, whispering that he was just there for a vibe check. The priest snapped that he wasn't in the mood for games. He spun around, tears streaming down his face, and screamed that the entity mocking the gods was hovering right above them. Shen, sweating a little at the intensity, replied that was exactly why he showed up. The man insisted Shen follow protocol, turned back around, and demanded to know his endgame. Shen dropped the bomb. He wanted Frederick's god to pull a real miracle. He guaranteed that his deity, the Fire of Origin, the light source and protector, would physically descend on this world. The priest shut his eyes tight, admitting he knew Baranda was glitching out and that eldritch gods from other dimensions were knocking on the door, but without a green light from his holiness, he couldn't just summon a god solo. He opened his eyes, face completely deadpan, and said trying that would be major blasphemy. Their gods were protectors, so using a deity for selfish reasons was strictly off limits. Shen waved his hand dismissively, saying copy that, but then accused the man of not actually caring about his god. The priest asked what he was implying, and Shen, pouting and looking away like a brat, doubled down on the accusation. All this guy did was yap and make excuses when things got real. The priest triggered and, pointing a furious finger, yelled at Shen to watch his mouth, claiming he wasn't scared of him. Shen fired back that he was just spitting facts. The White Miracle's objective was crystal clear. He wanted to permanently overwrite the Fire of Origin. This was a revenge plot, and if that imposter won, the Corona Church would be deleted by the Miracle Cult. Shen hinted that the priest's hesitation was basically signing their death warrant. Instead of rising as a saint, he was about to go down in history as a straight-up sinner. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead, panic setting in as he demanded to know what Shen was really playing at. What's the endgame here? Why are you baiting me? Shen just flicked his wrist, looking totally unbothered. Baiting, please, Shen scoffed. Since when is praying to your own god for a bailout considered a sin? Unless, Shen let the words hang. You're scared something else might pick up the phone. That snapped the man's patience. He screamed. Impossible. The Fire of Origin is absolute, infinite power, undefeated, unstoppable. You don't question perfection. Nothing replaces my god. Nothing humiliates him, Shen smirked, leaning in. Then why are you shaking? Because TikTok. Any minute now, this whole town is going to start bowing down to the White Miracle. The priest's face went pale with dread. Shen twisted the knife. They'll swarm this place, tear it down brick by brick. They'll stomp on your holy statue once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Day and night, total disrespect. Shen pouted, feigning sympathy, and closed his eyes. Who knows, maybe they'll even renovate this sacred hall into a public restroom. That did it. The man's eye twitched violently. He ground his teeth so hard you could hear it rage boiling over in silence. Let them try, he roared. You think I'm a coward? You think I'll just roll over? Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the tension from outside, screaming praises to the mighty Lord of Miracles. The White Sun, the savior of all Shen, whipped his head around, genuinely caught off guard, staring at the entrance. The chanting echoed louder. The priest pursed his lips, made his choice, and whipped out a glowing golden artifact, a cross-shaped sigil. He crushed it in his fist and bellowed light. Instantly blinding gold energy exploded from the symbol. The radiance flooded the sanctuary, blasting out the windows and bursting through the doors like a holy shockwave. As the glow settled, the man stood tall. My god isn't distant. He's answered humanity's call from across dimensions time and time again. Sure, the last descent was centuries ago. Success rates are basically zero. Shen cut him off instantly. Nah, it's gonna work. Check the time, 12 noon sharp. Both suns are blazing directly overhead. The man paused, then closed his eyes. He dropped to the floor, legs crossed, turning his back on Shen. He began to chant, invoking the endless light source. Beams of sunlight pierced the stained glass, illuminating the dust motes, as his voice rose, calling upon the creator of everything, the primal flame of the world. He offered up the ultimate sacrifice to him, cross of brilliance begging for sanctuary for his wretched soul. Looming behind him, Shen realized the stakes were high. If he wanted brilliance to survive in this world, he had to act. This was the first time he'd actually conned someone into summoning him. Shen grit his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead while the man kept chanting, completely oblivious that the entity was standing right there. The desperate prayer intensified, calling out to the infinite light, the prime creator, the primal flame of the world. Suddenly, the chant echoed back, a booming voice crashing through the roof like thunder. The floor quaked beneath them. Shen snapped his gaze upward as ominous black smoke breached the church, piercing the invisible barrier and flooding the hall. It swirled around him, but the summoner kept his eyes shut tight, locked in his trance. Shen eyed the suffocating gray haze, frustrated. What does this gray fog even mean? He didn't wait for an answer. He summoned his magic cane, no time to hesitate. Shifting into full divine messenger mode, Shen levitated, wrapped in the gray smog as he shot up into the ink-black sky. The smoke spiraled down and vanished into the atmosphere. Shen floated high above, drifting toward the sun. It looked miles away, but the sky was darkening fast. Suddenly, Shen was right there, face to face with the star. Up close, the sheer scale was terrifyingly majestic. He drifted back, glancing down at his hand. Realizing he had successfully logged into the Fire of Origin account, he had descended like a literal god from another dimension. From this vantage point, he figured he could accept the sacrifice even if Frederick was nowhere in sight. But a doubt crept in, did he actually wield the earth-shattering power of an outer god right now? Back in the church, the summoner finally snapped his eyes open. He spun around. Nothing. No Shen. No crazy energy spikes. The guy just vanished. What happened? He muttered. Who exactly is this chess player? Suddenly, boom, a shockwave rattled his bones. That sensation, that's a true godly descent. He sprinted into the courtyard, screaming like a lunatic that even untouchable rank beings were basically insects compared to a god from another dimension. He was convinced the chess player wasn't worthy of this cosmic entity. Something was seriously wrong with Baranda City. A third sun blazed into existence overhead. It felt different, a heat that didn't just burn the skin, but warmed the soul. The church emptied as crowds poured into the streets, necks craned toward the impossible sky. Freezing on the stairs, the summoner stared up, stunned. Is this really the Fire of Origin? 3 suns hung in the heavens, but the middle one, it was massive, pulsing with an intensity that dwarfed the other 2. The left one was the real sun. The others were pure cosmic energy. Shen, hovering in the stratosphere, calculated he was about 10 miles out from that central giant. He was floating, sure, but moving like he was stuck in molasses. He closed his eyes, noting, "This is the first time I've actually used the God from another dimension admin privileges during a summon." Wait, correction. He recalled using the authorization once before in Colorless Town to launch an attack, when he saved Su Ling from that imposter god. Morphing into his haze form, he drifted away from the solar giant, while the city below remained fixated on the three-sun phenomenon. Ruolan watched trembling. Is the fire of origin the sign he promised? She had to know who was this guy really. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office, a man watched the sky in terror. Is a god descending? Is this the apocalypse for the chaos cult? Aina ignored his panic. She turned back to the glass wall, eyes locked on the burning sky, and started praying silently to the Lord of Ashes. Please save us. Only you can stand against the fire of origin. She begged her deity for intervention. On the flip side, Su Ling's mind was racing. Sure, the fire of origin was classified as righteous, but it was still an outer god. Ancient texts warned that a fire from the deep cosmos once purged an entire human civilization. Its will was absolute. This wasn't just about Baranda anymore. The survival of the entire human race hung on this god's whim. High above the sun, wrapped in red lightning arcs began to drift toward the massive glowing orb. Su Ling screamed internally. It's going to nuke the white miracle. She was terrified. The shockwaves alone would wipe Baranda off the map. Shen kept driving the sun forward. Nearly 10 minutes had burned by, while the malevolent white kept yapping. Suddenly, a voice only Shen could hear whispered the verdict. He would succeed. He's gonna win. He's gonna tear them apart. He's gonna make the night shine like high noon. Listening to that rant, Shen realized White had officially snapped, mashing those three conditions into one sick obsession. That quirky personality was dead and gone. Nothing left now but a straight-up monster. Then a booming voice erupted from the sun, wrapped in waves of sparkling red fire, swearing vengeance on the origin fire to become a god. He kept chanting it like a curse. He would succeed, he would dominate, he would crush his enemies, and he would turn the dark into light. It was all about destroying his rival to prove he was superior. Suddenly, the smaller sun started diving straight into the massive glowing one. It was getting closer. Down on the street, people were freaking out, screaming that the two suns were about to crash. Get a picture, it's a miracle. The shout echoed everywhere from apartments to skyscrapers to the malls downtown. A little kid tugged on his mom's arm, eyes wide, begging her to look up at the celestial collision. Su Ling craned her neck, yelling that the white miracle was attacking as White's sun basically swallowed the other one in a blaze of heat. White smoke surged toward Shen. He could feel White's presence, it was unmistakable, but he was confused. Why wasn't White striking him down, not taking chances? Shen morphed his cane into a weapon and hurled it at the white sun with lethal speed, but it bounced back without a scratch. It's over, White declared. His sun pierced right into the core of the larger one, and crowds on the city walls gasped as the orbs overlapped. Total eclipse. As they melded together, the sky was left with just two distinct suns hanging there. Then Crack White's fake sun started fracturing, and a blinding light exploded outward, flooding the heavens and washing the whole city in white. The glare subsided. Su Ling stood there, dripping with sweat, realizing White had literally turned himself into a sun to punch his ticket to godhood. He was the white miracle, the maker of impossible things. She kept her eyes glued to that massive sun hovering above. It drifted near the real sun. She realized that right at his peak, with the whole city witnessing his glory, he had fallen. A white haze swirled around the glowing giant, leaving two suns dominating the skyline. One was the actual sun, but the other, it was massive, brighter, and way more terrifying. Outside the church, the crowd was buzzing with confusion. Wait, are there only two left now? One guy, surprisingly chill, nudged his buddy. Yo, did you get the shot? Did you catch all three suns in one frame? Yeah, I got it, his friend muttered, staring at his phone. But I think the heat fried my lens. Meanwhile, the priest on the church steps was losing his mind, screaming out to the heavens. He collapsed to his knees, begging the mighty origin fire for mercy, praising his lord between sobs. Total devotion to the sun. The crowd turned to watch him wailing, and that raw emotion started catching on. While the priest bawled his eyes out, a sweaty bystander tore his gaze away and nudged his friend. We gotta go. Now. Let's bail. His friend just closed his eyes, sweat dripping down his face, and nodded. Agreed. The priest threw his arms wide, shouting at the sky that the false god was filth trash, not even worth mentioning in the face of such brilliance. Only the protector is the true god, he roared. Right then, a voice cut through the air from above. It announced that the wannabe god was doomed. In fact, he'd already failed. Suddenly, a thick white mist started rolling in. You couldn't see a thing inside that fog. But then the source of the voice touched down right in front of the priest, the oracle girl. She flashed a knowing smile and finished the prophecy. He would succeed, he would triumph, he would wound his enemies. He would turn night into day. And at the absolute peak of his glory, he would fall from the heavens. His destruction, she said, would be a spectacle for the masses, leaving absolutely nothing left of him. Erasure. The priest stared at her, stunned. Was this really her, the Oracle Girl, the legendary seventh, untouchable from the archives? The one flagged by the Anti-Magic Bureau. Ignoring his shock, she explained that the ancestors of the Light Chaser had broken her seal ages ago. Since then, every single generation of the Frederick bloodline had been tied to her fate. She turned her back to the priest. I gave him the blade, she murmured. I made sure the prophecy played out exactly as written. But we're done. I'm washing my hands of him. She gazed up at the twin sons, the real one, and the massive glowing imposter, and raised a hand to shield her eyes. I can't see it clearly anymore, she admitted. The future. It's getting blurry. Too many variables. Too many unknowns. But until the end of the world, she vowed, I'll be watching, bearing witness to whatever comes next. Meanwhile, Su Ling leapt from the rooftop, landing gracefully on the pavement. Threat neutralized, she stated flatly. A bitter smile touched her lips. She admitted the truth, she was powerless. Completely useless. Just like she had always been. Flashback to her first run-in with the god imposter, the striker had swooped in to save her life. She shut her eyes tight, admitting the harsh truth. She was still helpless, weaker now than she had ever been. Meanwhile, the priest threw his hands up, posing on the church steps while staring at the heavens, screaming that he could channel the fractured power of a deity from a whole different dimension. And he wasn't just claiming one ability. He bragged about stacking multiple divine powers, maybe even all of them. He kept looping the same fanatical rant, desperate for his god inside the church to answer the call. Suddenly, Shen materialized from a swirling vortex of gray and white mist, shifting into human form as he silently crept up behind the fanatic. While the priest stood there, sobbing and begging, his god Shen loomed over his shoulder, casually noting what a massive crybaby he was being. The priest whipped around, face flushed with embarrassment, coughing and sweating bullets as he squeezed his eyes shut, and demanded to know where Shen had been hiding. Shen, still halfway between mist and man, shrugged it off, claiming he'd just been having a little chat with his gods. The priest exploded, screaming that Shen's words were pure blasphemy, but Shen just dissolved back into the haze and drifted away. That spectral fog floated over the rooftops before finally settling inside his coffee shop, where Shen coalesced back into flesh and blood. Su Ling wandered into the shop head, hanging low. Shen spotted her immediately, calling out her name and asking what brought her there. She tilted her head, asking if it was really him, then murmured that her feet had just dragged her here on autopilot, her gaze dropping back to the floor in defeat. She asked about the chaos that just unfolded, knowing he had a front row seat when the god imposter got wrecked. She couldn't wrap her head around it, a literal god descending to fix their mess. She confessed she felt like a total NPC, completely insignificant. Everything she had fought for, every stand she took, felt worthless next to the cosmic scale of an interdimensional being. Shen shut that down immediately, telling her she wasn't insignificant. He suggested that maybe her relentless pursuit of justice was exactly what saved the city, in ways invisible to the naked eye. He flashed a warm smile, telling her to keep grinding because her journey was far from over. Su Ling stared at him in silence, a small smile finally breaking through. Cut to the Anti-Magic Bureau HQ, where the commissioner stood glued to the video wall, watching John on the news. The man was shouting about his stroke of luck, spinning the narrative that the assassination attempt was aimed solely at him, sparing his supporters. But then he flipped the script, lamenting that if even the city's mayor isn't safe, then nobody is. He announced he had already twisted the parliament's arm and was pushing through strict new laws for total city protection. Right then, the atmosphere in the room shifted as an elderly senior official walked in. Outside the glass, a squad of men in black suits held the perimeter. The senior locked eyes with the commissioner, announcing he had finally arrived. Addressing him coldly as Baylight, he tossed a dossier on the table. Senator Bouet was dead, taken out by an assassination that had inside job written all over it, and the killer likely had ties to the Anti-Magic Bureau. He dropped another bomb. Senator Jalen's entire household had been played like puppets, and if the god imposter hadn't left deliberate breadcrumbs, nobody would have ever noticed. The commissioner fired back, pointing out that Senator John was nearly executed on live TV, and that the god imposter had ascended to become the second son right before the fire of origin sparked. He admitted the Bureau had a window to stop it, but the worst-case scenario played out anyway. The senior slammed the book down, declaring that Parliament had zero trust left in the Anti-Magic Bureau, and every single senator was now terrified for their life. He didn't mince words. He told the commissioner he had fumbled the bag too many times. The commissioner closed his eyes, arguing that the Miranda crisis was technically solved. The senior agreed, but countered that their final solution was summoning a literal god, which was basically like dropping a nuclear bomb just to put out a kitchen fire. He then delivered the bad news. Next year's budget was getting slashed by 30%, and a new elite squad, the Special Enforcement Team, was being activated, with the sole priority of protecting the senators. From this point on, This new unit would also take jurisdiction over incidents involving the inner circle, effectively sidelining the bureau. The commissioner was shook, questioning if this was real. He reminded the senior that historically the government stayed out of inner circle business. That was the royal family's turf, and the bureau's responsibility for hundreds of years. He asked if the senior was really trying to shatter that ancient tradition. The senior turned his back, revealing that the royal family had already greenlit the plan. He wasn't asking for permission, he was giving a notification. He declared that he would personally take command of the newly formed distinctive countermeasure force. The commissioner closed his eyes in defeat, realizing the game had changed. Miranda was staring down the barrel of an even darker future, and he just hoped the senior wouldn't get drunk on power and let the things that actually mattered burn to the ground. Cut to the rooftop, Baron and George stood like statues, watching the sky while the wind whipped around them, snapping their clothes. Baron broke the silence, asking if George had really thought this all the way through. George didn't flinch. His mind was locked in. He had to go back. If anyone could help him track down those severed connections, it was that guy. Baron threw him a skeptical look. Was he sure a dude like that even had a wife? George smirked, claiming he had a few leads. Baron pressed him, questioning if he had any actual detective chops, and George fired back instantly, claiming his skills were leagues above Baron's. But the vibe at Shen's coffee shop the next day was a total disaster. Christine sat with her head down, apologizing profusely. She confessed she'd sold the water of spirituality to some anonymous middle-aged guy who dropped a bid without blinking. But then chaos erupted. A supernatural freak brainwashed by the god imposter ambushed them out of nowhere, turning the auction into a war zone. Shaking and dripping with cold sweat, she explained how the mystery buyer grabbed his cash and the goods and bolted. Shen just sat there, brain buffering, muttering the words, ran away over and over, like he couldn't process the absurdity. But there was a silver lining. Christine added that the auction house owner agreed to partial damages and had already wired the cash that same day. Shen asked for the damage report, and she dropped the bomb 20 million. Shen's face flushed a deep crimson, totally shell-shocked and lost in the sauce. His brain stuck on a loop, repeating 20 million. Later that night, the mood shifted. Shen lounged with a cup of joe, but he was glowing, literally. A circular aura of golden light pulsed around him, lighting up the dark shop. He realized he'd unlocked the power of radiance after his stint as the Fire of Origin. It wasn't just for show either. He was basically a walking battery, pumping positive energy into the neighborhood, healing injuries, and recharging everyone nearby. But his body was radiating so much heat, it was actually cranking up the room temperature. He could even buff people's positive emotions, which was great for everyone, except Kola, who was huddled against the wall trembling, staring at the glowing Shen in terror. Shen just ignored the panic, smiling serenely, his mind already on real estate. He decided to check out a new crib tomorrow, finally a chance to escape this cramped room. He wanted to keep the coffee shop running, but living here was becoming a logistical nightmare. His magical loot was piling up, and he couldn't keep stuffing artifacts under the bed or cluttering the tables. Just then, the door chimed and Ina breezed in, beaming as she stood before him. "Greetings, divine messenger," Shen chuckled, slipping back into barista mode to ask what she wanted. She told him she'd take whatever the divine messenger deigned to serve. He stood up, teasing a special treat. "Look forward to a brand new flavor today." Ina watched him, her gaze intense, and dropped some major news she'd mastered: advanced astral spells. The high priest had literally run out of things to teach her. Shen couldn't hide his pride. She'd leveled up massively. Ina caught his approval and grinned while Shen marveled internally. Her growth rate was insane, faster than ever, thanks to that second shot of the blood of fire she took not long ago. Once they settled down, Shen shifted gears, mentioning he'd heard she was crushing it at the cult this month. She nodded enthusiastically. Ever since John's success, a chunk of their crew had infiltrated Miranda's law enforcement. Plus, the high priest cooked up the blood of Scarlet, a diluted, optimized version of the fire blood. Now, elite millionaires and senators were practically clawing each other's eyes out just for a chance to join the cult. Shen made a bored face, closing his eyes and nodding along like, yeah, heard it all before. But Ina wasn't done. Her tone dropped. They'd received some rock-solid intel, claiming the Bishop of Hushstrike was currently in Miranda. Shen's eyes snapped open, cold sweat pricking his skin. Hushstrike here. He did the math. 4 bishops total. 2 already smoked by him. And he still had Yale's soul ball stashed in the backroom drawer. While he spiraled, Ina admitted they were clueless about the bishop's agenda. Maybe they were picking up where they left off. Shen tried to downplay the panic. If they were just here to summon something, maybe it wouldn't be a total disaster. His lips pressed into a grim line as reality hit him. Wait, no, these psychos would slaughter. A sacrifice before the ritual. Sacrificing Miranda. That would turn the whole city into a literal ghost town. He told her he understood the stakes. Suddenly, a chanting voice cut through the air, drilling straight into Shen's skull. Source of vitality, Father of Xenos, formless master, sleepless eldritch spirit. Shen snapped his head toward Aina, realizing with a chill that voice wasn't coming from her. The chanting continued. She was ready to trade it all past future body and soul. Suddenly a thick gray smoke swallowed Chen whole. While that disembodied voice kept demanding, he flex his eldritch muscle and save them from humanity. Caught in the haze, Chen told Aina rides over. Head back first, we're done for today. And just like that, he vanished. Cut to a white void where a mysterious girl sat cross-legged before a massive blue rune circle. Chanting like her life depended on it, she prayed with the weight of the world on her shoulders. As the Xenos leader, she had to clutch up and save her people from the Foundation. Suddenly, the circle lit up and bulky tentacles burst out, spiraling upward and taking over the entire space. And yeah, these things were absolutely massive. She cracked her eyes open. Is that you, Dad? She needed to know if the Eldritch Spirit, the boss of all Xenos, had finally pulled up. Being the last High Elf alive, she welcomed him as the tentacles went wild, slithering around the room like giant snakes, dripping some nasty gunky slime everywhere. Then poof. The tentacles glitched out of existence, leaving Chen standing dead center in the empty white room. He frowned, unimpressed. You got a death wish or something. While Chen stood there, the girl kept yapping, dropping the lore. The legends say the Eldritch Spirit is the OG ancestor of all Xenos monsters. The master of wisdom, rocking a terrifying body made of shifting, jet black vines. She explained that 9 represents time, and this dimensional god is the moth. She doubled down on the offer, her past, future, body, soul, everything, begging to see that eldritch power. Please, save us from the humans. Chen thought so. Betrayed me for salvation. He clocked those massive ears instantly. Definitely an elf. Her accent wasn't from Miranda though. She sounded way more like she was from Emery. He'd heard that twang before. No doubt about it, he knew exactly who she was. But she locked eyes with him again and hit repeat on the desperate offer. Body, soul, everything. Just give me the juice to crush the humans. Chen flashed back to Yale, agreeing to become a soul ball. If I take her soul, what happens? He wasn't trying to repeat that mess. I'm not exactly running a pawn shop for weird items here. He scanned the room. Stark white walls. Isolation. It looked exactly like the anti-magic bureau prison from Yale's memories. Is that why she's rushing? Is she secret summoning from a jail cell? An astral spell. This heavy messes with sensors. It wouldn't last. Suddenly, golden lightning crackled around a security camera on the wall and Snap fried it instantly. Chen started sweating. He grinned nervously. Classic. My mere existence is a weapon right now. Everything he did triggered supernatural glitches. Gotta keep a lid on this power before I accidentally delete the whole world. He had no clue who her ops were or who she was saving, but he figured she could just DM him through prayer later. He shut his eyes. Time to build a network connection. He decided to play the long game. No sacrifice today. I'll give her a blessing instead. Think of it as expanding the brand globally. But what counts as an eldritch blessing? Bodily fluids. He opened his eyes, sweating bullets. Wait, do I just pee? He blushed hard. No, weirdo. I don't have that kind of kink. He spawned a gray orb and decided to go with blood. A quick slice on the finger, just a drop. Keep it simple, the girl gasped. Is that the blood of God? Suddenly shadows loomed. Tentacles swarmed overhead, and from the mass, Chen's glowing blood dripped down. The girl's inner monologue went crazy. A Xenos taking God's blood gets insane buffs, but usually goes insane, period. She didn't hesitate. Eyes closed, mouth open, catching the drop. She gripped her dress as a red haze engulfed her body, and she started shrinking, like literally de-aging into a baby. Chen pulled a face. What the hell is happening? But then she started rapidly aging up again. He leaned in. Okay, looks like she's rebooting. As the girl continued her rapid aging, Shen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she wasn't going to get stuck as a toddler inside a prison cell. That would have been a total disaster. Suddenly, another growth spurt hit her, lifting her body into the air and instantly giving Shen a massive nosebleed. Staring blankly, he realized she had morphed into a full-blown bombshell. She slowly opened her eyes, giving him a seductive look, and thanked him for the blessing, officially declaring him her master. A confident smile played on her lips, as she promised that her new strength would be their shield against the Foundation. Shen's mind raced at the mention of the Foundation, recognizing it as the entity his inner circle kept whispering about. Their headquarters dominated the third largest continent, Emery, where the public knew them as the Market Foundation. They fronted as historical preservationists, but behind the scenes, they were knee-deep in some seriously shady and terrifying operations. They were obsessed with every paranormal anomaly out there, with the sole exception of anything tied to deities from other dimensions. Shen shut that train of thought down, telling her he couldn't accept her full devotion right now, and ordering her to wait, keep praying, and prep for the next summoning ritual. She bowed her head, accepting his wish as an absolute command. Shen couldn't take his eyes off her, realizing this was his first time seeing a real-life elf. The urge to reach out was overwhelming, and before he knew it, he leaned in and brushed his hand against her cheek, marveling at how impossibly smooth her skin felt. But then, the gray fog started closing in, signaling the end of the connection, and he knew his time was officially up. Watching her silently, an intrusive thought popped into his head from her perspective. Did he just look like a writhing mass of tentacles? The girl, now soaked to the bone, stood frozen as Shen faded from reality. The magic circle dissolved, leaving the room clear. She shifted her gaze, sensing that the Foundation agents were seconds away. Luckily, they were clueless about the extra-dimensional god. They only knew about the smashed camera, meaning she was looking at a severe punishment rather than an execution. In a flash, her form collapsed, shrinking back down. A red haze poured off her as she reverted to that terrified little girl. She looked up at the ceiling, trembling with fear. She knew she couldn't survive being the sacrifice for another ritual, leaving her wondering what else she could trade to this merciful god. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Shen materialized back in his dark coffee shop. He shut his eyes tight, processing that his trip overseas was finally over, and noting that Anna had already bailed just like he predicted. Opening his eyes, he analyzed the terrifying scope of the Market Foundation. We are talking about an organization with files that date back before history was even written. The big bosses running the show were the highest council, a group of 20 senators who micromanaged every shadowy deal within the organization. Sitting at the very top was the chairman of the foundation, who doubled as the president of the highest council. This chairman was a total ghost. Nobody had ever seen his face, not even the high-ranking council members who only knew he existed. His timeline was insane, stretching all the way back to the invention of written language. Rumor had it he was the leader of the Lightless Dust. If you check the Anti-Magic Bureau's database, this guy is flagged as an untouchable class threat, only the second person in history to earn that terrifying label. It's likely that even the commissioner of the Bureau doesn't know who this guy really is. Suddenly, George loomed behind Shen, asking if he was finally back, mentioning he'd been waiting forever and needed to call in a favor. Shen jumped, clearly rattled. He side-eyed George, realizing the guy had spent the last few months in the Wicked Lands, probably taking out wealthy scumbags and dealing with some seriously evil characters. Shen turned around, reminding George that he had already pulled plenty of strings for him in the past. George admitted he knew the score, but insisted he had nowhere else to turn for this specific problem, begging for help to track down his severed connections, claiming he had to restore those bonds at any cost. Right then, Cola the cat strutted in, jumped on the table, and started hissing aggressively at George. George ignored the angry feline, swearing to Shen that he never hurt the cat. Shen just told him to let it slide. George got back to business, explaining that the weapon he unleashed at the Bureau was the legendary First Blade. Its power is absolute banishment, but the price tag is steep. You lose the memory of someone crucial to you. Basically, both people get erased from each other's lives. But George claimed he found a lead. Shen shrugged, implying he was just as clueless as George, admitting he didn't have the answers. George broke it down, explaining that the Deep Dreamscape is a twisted rank relic that works like a mirror for deep memories. He theorized that the blade didn't break reality itself, but just warped their understanding, meaning there was still a chance to fix it. He scrolled through his mental archives, piecing it together. That mysterious relic. It was sitting right in the clutches of the Nightmare Cult. Both he and Shen knew these fanatics worshipped the Eternal Nightmare King, and they had just set up shop in Baranda. Shen's mind drifted to the cult's rep. They were huge, across the smaller nations of the second largest continent. Basically, they stand a powerful, malevolent deity who ran the dream dimension, and their endgame was to let that nightmare realm bleed into and completely rewrite reality. Shen confirmed they were definitely in Baranda, and yeah, they were on his radar. George didn't miss a beat, impressed that Shen had all the intel and the coordinates. But he cut to the chase. What was the damage? Shen just shrugged, telling George to put it on his tab as a favor. George flashed a thumbs up, grinning because his debt to Shen was already mountain high, so what was one more? I owe you, Shen. Told him to expect the data drop in a few days, and George was all in. Cut to the next morning outside Shen's cafe. Christine was posted up with a squad of 4 in a sleek car. One guy squinted at the shop, skeptical if the legend was actually inside. The woman in the crew confirmed he was the real deal. This lineup included a silver-haired guy in a sharp suit, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes, face completely hidden. The suit-wearing guy couldn't help but think about Christine's glow-up. The boss of the Turmeric Flower Agency had mastered insane new astral spells, pushing her power level all the way to twisted rank. Her staff had leveled up overnight, and she had been recruiting supernatural heavy hitters left and right. Everyone in the underground knew Christine was the right hand of the chess player. The chess player wasn't just a name, he was a living myth in the inner circle, powerful, terrifying, and ice-cold. He moved the major powers of Baranda around like pawns on a board, holding the city in his palm. The rumors were wild, painting him as the undisputed apex predator of Baranda's underworld. No joke, around 10 heavyweights had allied with him, including 4 twisted rank monsters on his level. Christine's vibe shifted instantly. She stepped up, announcing it was time to face Mr. Shen. Whether they got a seat at the table depended entirely on their performance and whether the boss liked their vibe. The shop door clicked. Christine rushed forward, waving her hand to help hold the door like a loyal servant. She ushered Shen out. He was rocking a black coat over casual streetwear. He scanned the group, asking for a roll call. Christine laughed, chirping that they were his new hires. The squad stared at Shen, their internal monologues screaming, "This is the chess player." Suit Guy started sweating bullets, remembering how that overpowered entity, the god imposter who almost wiped Veranda off the map, got deleted just for offending Christine. When the agency was on the brink, she called Shen, and he made the god imposter vanish into thin air. In just a few days, Christine snapped her head toward the Suit Guy, her face turning stone cold, ordering him to get in the vehicle. He scrambled to obey. Shen watched Christine surprised, thinking she looked undeniably badass. Then she flashed him a sweet smile, pointing to the car as the guy pulled it around, politely inviting Shen to hop in. Shen thought the duality made her even cuter. He walked toward the door, realizing it was a legit sports car and wondering if Christine was secretly loaded. As the lead car peeled out, Shen and Christine followed in the second ride. Time for the roster breakdown. Natasha, the Russian, was a dark sorceress raised by a family of mages who came to Nolan solo, hungry for ultimate power. Yake Franchian, the blonde guy, was a master of assassination tech and a former top-tier hitman. He fled to Nolan after beefing with the Francis government and needed a clean slate. Luo, the hooded figure, was a local who had signed pacts with demons. He was chasing forbidden, astral spells in the Winterfield and had necromancy skills that could raise the dead. He had even turned down a job as an ender at the Anti-Magic Bureau. The final member, the silver-haired suit, was Alexander Nolan, a specialist in mind control arts. He held a twisted rank mysterious relic and was an ex-Class B investigator for the Bureau before quitting due to personal drama. He looked to be in his 40s, and while he might not have Su Ling's raw talent, his experience was unmatched. Shen, skimming their files in the passenger seat, told Christine she didn't need him to vet them next time. He trusted her judgment completely. Behind the wheel, Christine teared up, overwhelmed with gratitude. Her loyalty wasn't just deep, it was absolute. She was ride or die, swearing she'd follow him to the edge of the map. If he went, East-West didn't exist to her. She even dropped a bombshell, claiming she wouldn't hesitate if he ordered her to strip right then and there. Chen's face instantly burned a bright crimson. Since when was he that kind of guy? His voice bounced off the car interior as she teased, asking if he wanted a demonstration right now. "That's enough. Just drive," he snapped, shutting it down. She gave a quick confirmation. Moments later, they rolled up to a massive high-end villa. Christine put the car in park but didn't move, simply announcing, "We've arrived, sir." Chen stayed put, staring through the glass. The air outside looked normal, but his senses screamed otherwise. He could smell it, the distinct scent of winter. But this wasn't weather. Chen realized the freezing astral energy radiating from the place was the signature of the Winterfield spells. Only one faction had the skills to pull that off, and a connection to him, the Hush Strike. He shut his eyes, putting the pieces together. The bishop of the Hush Strike had touched down in Veranda recently, but the bishop's endgame was still a mystery. Chen frowned. No way was he moving into a villa sold for $20 million. Not yet. He figured Christine was innocent. She didn't have the guts to double-cross him. His mind drifted back to 30 minutes ago. They had been striding down the villa's hallway when Chen questioned how she even snagged such a prime property. Christine, keeping pace, admitted the place belonged to Mr. Moon, the auction house boss. Apparently, he sold it to her for pennies, just to flex and impress her. Chen's radar instantly pinged. Mr. Moon. He pressed her for details on the guy, sensing an ulterior motive. They kept moving until they hit the exit, stepping out into the sprawling lawn and garden area. Chen got straight to business. "I need intel on two things. First, dig up everything on this Mr. Moon character. And second, find out the current status of the nightmare cult in Veranda." She nodded, locking in the orders. Then came a personal request. He told her to find him a rental. Nothing flashy, just an ordinary spot in the middle of nowhere where nobody would look twice. She agreed instantly. Chen leaned in closer, dropping his voice for one final instruction. Transfer $1 million into Tina's account. Internally, he calculated the move he could fund Tina, without getting his own hands dirty, keeping his reputation spotless. Back in the present, remembering all this, Chen decided to use the downtime to test his new abilities. He focused on that weird sensation, nagging at his spine ever since he got back from the third largest continent. It wasn't a temperature thing, not hot or cold. It was sticky like a second skin. He pushed the energy, forcing it to coat his entire body, standing there, eyes closed, as a thick purple haze poured off him. Then pop. He morphed instantly into Cola, his cat form swirling in that same violet fog. Just then, the real Cola trotted over with a fish in her mouth, and froze. Staring at an exact clone of herself, she totally freaked out. Chen, now fully feline, examined his paw. What is happening? Did he actually just turn into a cat? The real Cola started hissing fur standing on end. Chen didn't back down. He flared a dark, menacing aura, sending the poor cat into a panic. She bolted, crying out with terrified meows. A moment later, Chen, still in cat mode, parkoured onto the roof. He realized he could project the scent of a literal god, while keeping his combat skills intact. Basically, he was now a disaster-rank kitty. Testing the limits, he shifted again, this time exploding into a black eagle. He realized this wasn't an illusion, it was a pure physical transformation. He could fully shapeshift. As he soared through the sky, a familiar voice echoed in his head. It was the girl from jail praying to the source of life, chanting his name as the father of the Xenos and her only master. Her faithful servant Ophir was calling out to him. Chen, gliding on the wind, wondered what her new role was. Ophir's prayer continued, her voice heavy with desperation. The Foundation is crushing us harder than ever. She explained that a few days ago, a strain was abducted by the Foundation and vanished. But a special, Xenos among them, during the torture and experiments managed to steal critical intel and leak it through the Tree of Heart. The problem was, nobody wanted to believe it. It sounded too insane. Chen swooped down, morphing back into human form, landing on a rooftop. He watched Ophir on a remote screen, processing this insane, but vital intel. Ophir dropped the bomb. The Foundation had futuristic tech, gear that defied the laws of the current era. She asked the question everyone feared: were these enemies from the future? Chen stood in silence, absorbing the shock. Ophir's eyes, still shut tight in prayer, whispered that another inmate had just been taken. During the experimental phase, he swore he caught a glimpse of something totally unprecedented, a glitch in reality he'd never seen before, a flash forward into the future. But Opia's world instantly plunged into pitch black. Shadowy tendrils of doom uncoiled, ready to suffocate her. As she prayed, snapping her eyes open, she desperately asked if her master had received the signal. Cut to the next morning at the cafe. Shen slid a steaming cup across the table to Su Ling. Here, he said, handing over the drink. It's a wet cappuccino. Smoother texture, less foam, heavy on the steamed milk. It's got that latte vibe, perfect for you. She nodded thanks and cut straight to the chase. You texted me to keep eyes on the Hush Strike Bishop and dig into the Nightmare cult. She admitted her intel was still patchy, but she was launching her investigation with the Nightmare faction first. The Anti-Magic Bureau just confirmed the worst: she dropped the bomb. The cult has officially inked a pact with the Lightless Dust. Shen's expression didn't change, but his mind raced. After he exposed the Lightless Dust's dirty laundry last time, the Anti-Magic Bureau had branded them public enemy #1. Now the feds were finally building firewalls against that elite sorcerer ring. Su Ling leaned in. The cult helped a Lightless Dust agent sneak into Brenda. No ID yet, she whispered, but our sources say his code name inside the organization is Disaster Drama. Shen closed his eyes, a cold sweat breaking out. The previous boss went by Horror Flick and fought like a literal nightmare. If this new guy is rocking the name Disaster Drama, he's going to be a catastrophic level threat. Su Ling clenched her fist. Their plans for Brenda, they're ugly. I need to grind harder. I need to put in more work. Shen shook his head. Hey, don't burn yourself out. Everyone carries their own load. Just handle what you can handle, and that's enough. Su Ling sighed. I get it, but it's pointless for the weak to scream about saving the world. She dropped another bomb. My suspension from the God Imposter mess got lifted immediately. So, I submitted an application to unlock a disastrous class relic. Before she could finish, Shen's voice cracked like a whip. Absolutely not. You stay away from disastrous class relics. Stunned by his outburst, she blinked. Wait, are you worried about me? A soft smile played on her lips as she blushed. You are, aren't you? Shen chuckled, nervously wiping his brow. Maybe a little. He leaned in, dead serious. Look, don't lose yourself fighting battles fueled by ambition. That's my advice. Take it. Silence hung heavy in the coffee shop. She closed her eyes, savored the moment and smiled. Thanks for the advice. Shen took a sip of his coffee. Anytime. Mr. Shen, she suddenly chirped. You're so gentle. Pfft. Shen sprayed his coffee all over the table. She pointed a finger at him teasingly. Powerful, mysterious, kind, and hot. You're gonna drive the ladies insane. Wiping his face red as a beet, Shen stammered. I think you've got the wrong guy. She laughed, standing up. Happy New Year, Mr. Shen. She waved goodbye. Thanks for looking out for me this year. As she walked out, Shen stood up, lips pressed tight in a panic. That was way too stressful, he thought. I can't be this nice to her anymore, or my heart won't take it. Meanwhile, at the villa, a lady and her maids were strolling down the hallway. Suddenly a chant echoed from the shadows, weaving magical strings around their limbs like marionettes. Snap. The strings pulled tight, hijacking their bodies. The caster bound the lady in darkness, framing her like a piece of art. I'll sit back and watch Mr. Shen's little strategy play out, the voice hissed. Direct combat isn't my style. A crescent moon mask gleamed in the dim light. Mr. Moon had entered the chat. Cut to the church's grand hall. Night had fallen. The strikers knelt in unison on the cold floor. A senior member stood before them, conjuring a glowing holographic interface. A digital scripture materialized. The text commanded the strikers to pray for eternal peace and serenity. The same message popped up in front of every single member. Suddenly, boom, a pillar of fire erupted behind them, splitting into a forest of blazing infernos. Anna stood amidst the flames, eyes cold. The civilians are clear, she thought. Everyone left here is a monster. The Hush Strike wasn't just a cult, they were unredeemable psychopaths. She knew they'd only keep hurting people. Flashbacks of her own helplessness flooded her mind. Never again. It was better to strike first than bleed later. She gripped her weapon, zero sympathy, zero mercy. She smirked, keeping her eyes shut tight. One of the seniors started yapping, wondering out loud about this whole Lord of Ashes deal. Asking what the heck it was, right as a massive stone golem started splintering, a crimson light pulsing from inside its skull. Fireballs detonated on the beast, ripping it apart. Ina announced it was her turn. Suddenly, she was engulfed in a blazing aura, levitating off the ground and drifting toward the monster. Seeing that the strikers backed off, panicking that the Shrine Maiden was about to throw hands, Aina reached out toward the beast, preaching that unlimited power is the reward for total loyalty to the Lord of Ashes, and that the Ashes never hang their people out to dry. She conjured a fireball, declaring it the cleansing flame that burns it all, and launched it. The fireball morphed into a raging inferno, slamming into the monster and literally liquefying its body on contact. The thing let out one last screech before crumbling into the fire, its charred remains raining down like volcanic ash. Ina, wrapped in the blaze, floated higher, her eyes glowing like actual embers. She commanded them to stay loyal and worship the ashes. Everyone immediately dropped to their knees, praying to the mighty Lord. A bit later, a local priest approached Ina, holding a box with a shining artifact inside, claiming they looted it off a Hush Strike member. She glanced at the item, it was just a coin. Meanwhile, cut to Shen inspecting that exact same silver coin. Noting the insignia definitely belonged to the crafters, he figured there was a massive chance that the crafters were cutting backroom deals with Hush Strike over in Baranda. Ina's letter mentioned they had raided a Hush Strike ritual, and this coin was the loot they secured. Shen closed his eyes, digging through his memories of the crafters, accessing the data stored in Yale's soul ball. These so-called crafters in the inner circle were basically astral alchemists, supernatural beings who mastered spellcasting, using that magic to forge mysterious relics. He flashed back to sitting in the shop, gripping the lightning-charged Yale soul ball, recalling that most crafters capped out at making odd-ranked relics. But the elite ones who could forge twisted ranked gear, those guys were high-value assets for every major faction, and if you could make a disaster-ranked relic, you were a certified master. Now, untouchable ranked relics are tied to literal gods from other dimensions, so even craftmasters couldn't forge that stuff even with premium ingredients. Shen shut his eyes tight, realizing Baron wasn't just an elite sorcerer, but likely a craftmaster too. He needed to find an opening to use him. He ripped open the envelope, musing that the Crafters Association was this shadowy organization, spanning the second-largest continent, usually known for being pacifists. It was insane that they were collaborating with Hush Strike, right now with a Hush Strike priest personally involved. Were they trying to forge an untouchable ranked relic? Just then, Christine's notification popped up on Shen's phone. He checked the screen. Looked like she already dug up dirt on Mr. Moon and wanted to slide by to report. Before he could even think, Christine banged on the door and barged into the shop. Shen jumped, totally startled. He looked at her, forcing a sweaty smile, realizing she must have been camping outside the door the whole time, waiting for his reply to rush in. Christine sat down and dropped the bomb. She had a ton of intel on Mr. Moon, but she was terrified to dig deeper, because a reliable source hinted that Moon was tied to royalty. Hearing that, Shen's mind raced. Nolan is a monarchy. If the royals are involved, Christine is going to get crushed by people way above her pay grade if she keeps snooping. Christine admitted she was warned to drop the investigation and was totally lost on what to do. Shen told her to kill the intel gathering immediately and to let the royalty drama go. He wasn't scared of some royals, but Christine was a civilian with zero status or power. He decided to take the direct approach and pay this Mr. Moon a personal visit, then asked her to spill everything she found so far. She nodded. The next night, Shen morphed into an eagle, soared over the city, locking onto the elite club Lufa. He dove toward the roof, shifting into his haze form, spreading mist everywhere. As the fog seeped into the club and drifted through the halls, he realized his upgrades allowed him to blanket the entire building now, making the manhunt way easier. He pinpointed Moon in a VIP suite, asleep in bed. Shen coalesced from the mist, shifting into his divine messenger form, looming silently over Moon's bed. Moon snaps to attention on the bed, that creepy lunar mask fixed tight on his face as he acknowledges the threat. "Mr. Shen," he starts, voice trembling slightly. "I feel like we've done this dance before. Honestly, didn't think I'd be seeing you again like this." Shen hits back with a cold stare. "Oh, really? What exactly were you expecting?" Moon squints behind the mask, defensive. "How should I know? He adds quickly, I just hoped I'd never have to look at your face in person again. Shen smirks. Let me guess, you thought our next meetup would be me visiting your coffee shop for a latte, not me raiding your room at midnight. Moon nods vigorously. Exactly. In that scenario, I would have had a welcome gift ready for you. Shen's gaze turns icy. So, is this apartment supposed to be my gift then? Obviously, Moon retorts. I sold it to you for dirt cheap. Then he freezes, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Wait, is there something wrong with the place? Shen stays silent, analyzing him. He doesn't look like he's acting, Shen thinks. But this guy is a slick operator and a master bootlicker. I can't trust a single word that comes out of his mouth. Shen presses on. Has anyone else been inside? Who exactly did you buy this place from? Moon taps his chin, thinking hard. Now that you mention it, a few nights ago, a weeping mess of a guy showed up. 30's dark hair looked totally wrecked. He hung around for a bit and then just vanished. Poof. Moon shrugs helplessly. I have no clue what's up with this crib, but if we're talking suspicious vibes, that guy was definitely the red flag. Shen frowns. Something isn't adding up here. Moon starts rambling, desperate to clear his name. Look, I'm practically royalty. The queen herself put me in charge of the auction. I'm just a connection guy, a middleman. I'm a supernatural entity, keeping an eye on the underworld. I swear. I'm just the broker. He squeezes his eyes shut, hands up in surrender. Mr. Shen, please. I have zero intention of crossing you. If this apartment is cursed, or whatever, that's not on me. You gotta believe me. Shen ignores the pleading and whips out the Decapith Traveler tome. Congrats, he says dryly. You're living here for the foreseeable future. Moon just nods, defeated. Shen watches the live feed of the room on the book's pages, then dissolves into his shadow haze form and vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, back at the shop, a letter sits ominously on the table. It reads, Dear chess player, we have Christine. The dog is still breathing. For now. Shen scans the rest of the note. Come to the slums tomorrow. Bring the ancient silver coin if you want to see her alive. We need it to close our deal with Hush Strike. Don't be late. Shen lowers the letter, mind racing. This tone, it screams Crafters Association, he thinks, catching the faint, sharp sting of alchemy chemicals on the paper. His eyes narrow in pure rage. The Crafters Association, do they really have the guts to declare war on me this openly? He lets out a heavy sigh. Or maybe, someone is playing us, using them to do their dirty work. Suddenly a sharp knock echoes from the door. Shen spins around. Enter. The door creaks open, revealing a guy who looks completely out of place. Looks like a total tech nerd, Shen notes surprised. The guy stammers, hi, I'm Weiss, from the Crafters Association. My teacher is Master Yin, the leader of the association, the legendary crafter. Weiss swallows hard. Master Yin needs your help. He sent me to ask you personally. Shen thinks perfect timing. He grabs the ransom note and flicks it toward Weiss. Take a look at this. Weiss catches the paper confused. What is? He reads it and the color drains from his face. Sweat beads on his forehead. This is garbage. Complete lies, he shouts, panic rising. We're being framed. You're a smart guy. Surely you can see this is a setup. It's a cheap trick to pin the blame on us, Shen reflects. Looks like I'm getting dragged into this three-way cult war, whether I like it or not. But that coin, why is it so important? Cut the crap, Shen commands. Tell me everything about the ancient silver coin. Weiss nods frantically. Okay, it's a soul coin. It traps the spirits of ancient elites. Weiss takes a breath. The Crafters Association. We already have 6 of them. He hesitates, looking nervous. If we get all 7, we can craft an untouchable ranked relic. A weapon powerful enough to wipe the Nightmare Cult off the map. Weiss connects the dots. The Nightmare Cult must have snatched your person. They're framing us to stop the weapon. Shen considers it. It's plausible. Weiss waves his hands eagerly. Please, you have to come with me. Come to headquarters. Master Yin wants to clear the air. We need to talk. Remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Shen agrees to the meeting, his face unreadable. Hush Strike has a grudge against me, and the crafters are working with them. I need to watch my back. All clues point to the Nightmare Cult, the sworn enemy of, well, everyone. They're the ones holding Christine. That's the intel anyway. Cut to midnight, Shen rocking his semi-invisible stealth mode, shadows Weiss through a dark alley in the dreamscape, snow crunching softly under their boots. Weiss glances back. I can see you, kid, but my sensors are picking up zero presence. Shen doesn't reply, just vibes. Suddenly the world glitches. They freeze as the snow-covered building ahead starts trembling and warping, distorting like a corrupt video file. Crack. An invisible barrier shatters, leaking eerie green light. Weiss panics. Nightmare Beast. He knows exactly what this is. It's a trap. The cult led them straight into an ambush inside the dreamscape. The beast tears through the fracture. Lunging for the kill, Weiss screams. If we die here, we die in the real world too. He slams a golden rune circle into the air, reaching in to drag out a massive hand cannon. Shen watches, analyzing. Now, that's some heavy artillery. Veins bulge on Weiss's face as he unleashes a hail of flaming lead, straight into the beast. The rounds shred the monster-hot casings clinking against the frozen pavement, before Weiss collapses. He's totally drained, gasping for air drenched in sweat. I can't move. As the beast dissolves, Weiss explains the nerf his relic is OP, but it drains his stamina for a full hour. After just one clip, spamming it, fatal exhaustion. Shen looms behind him, silent as the grave, eyes closed in a grimace. He's thinking, trash tier relic, high damage, terrible cooldown, useless. But the raid isn't over. Crack, crack, crack. 3 more dimension rifts shatter open. Beasts swarm the rooftops, locking onto their prey. Shen just stands there watching the chaos unfold. The sky fractures as a horde of monsters pours through. Shen drops the stealth, shifting back to human form, and gripping his cane. As the monsters dive-bomb them all at once, Shen raises his weapon, channeling the colorless town destruction, a technique that deletes existence itself, even in a dream. One swing, he smashes the source of the invasion, and staring back from behind that broken reality, Shen tracks his target down to the freezing snowscape, catching the girl on her knees, gasping for air. Crimson blood stains her lips as Shen coolly announces, "Gotcha." She snaps her head up, furious, demanding to know who he is and how he tracked her down with 0 effort. But before she can react, Weiss steps up, blocking her path like a human wall. He looms over her, radiating menace. Shen tries to de-escalate, telling him to chill, but Weiss shoots Shen, a glare that screams pure irritation, before leveling his massive rifle right at the girl's face, ready to end her. Shen screams out a command to freeze him in his tracks, and Weiss halts instantly. The girl is shaking like a leaf, realizing she was 1 second away from being obliterated. Shen steps in, dropping the accusation. Someone pinned the kidnapping of his subordinate on her. The girl scrambles back, desperate to put distance between herself and death, swearing she has 0 clue what he's talking about. Shen isn't buying the act. He tells her to drop the cap and come with him, because they need to have a little chat. She goes silent, hesitating, asking why she has to go. Bad move. The freeze command wears off, and Weiss unloads. Bullets start flying, forcing the girl to zigzag frantically to avoid getting Swiss cheesed, screaming that she surrenders, begging Shen to call off his attack dog. Smash cut to the 3 of them, sitting awkwardly in a coffee shop. Shen leads with the first question, simply asking why she's in this region. She closes her eyes, taking a deep breath, and reveals she follows the teachings of the Dreamscape mentor. She arrived with a single mission: put Weiss in a grave. But Weiss didn't flinch. He just hit her with the million-dollar question. Why exactly did she want him dead? Her answer was cold. He was the enemy. That set Shen off. He was furious, shouting that he'd tried to pump the brakes on this, but Weiss was dead set on the kill. When pressed for a motive, Weiss drew a blank. He claimed it was pure instinct. He was running on autopilot, with absolutely 0 logic behind it. Shen warned him to think real hard before opening his mouth again, because this standoff was one wrong move away from a funeral. Weiss took a sip of his coffee, eyes glowing with eerie power, and swore he wasn't lying, insisting neither he nor the Crafters Association had a clue. Then things got physical. He reached out and aimed for Sandra's throat. Sandra, the girl sitting right next to him, freaked out. "What the hell are you doing?" But Shen ignored the panic. "She's got a scent on her," he noted coldly. "What does that even mean?" Weiss asked. Shen didn't explain, he just barked the order. "Do it." Weiss, breaking into a nervous sweat, didn't argue. He clamped his hand around Sandra's neck and held on. She was trembling, eyes squeezed shut in terror, confused by the hesitation waiting for the snap. Suddenly he squeezed, hard, her face flushed, a violent red eyes popping open in shock, her neck straining against his grip as she stared at Weiss in desperation. That's when Shen finally made the call, "Let her go." Weiss turned a deaf ear, his fingers digging ruthlessly into her windpipe. Shen's fuse finally blew. He roared a lethal ultimatum, "Let her go this second, or sign your own death warrant." Her vision swam in red. Tears blurred everything, her throat locked up so tight she could barely croak out, a desperate plea for him to let her go. But Shen didn't hesitate. He hit the pause button on Weiss instantly. Once the time freeze lifted and Weiss's death grip finally loosened on Sandra's neck, she collapsed, eyes streaming, screaming at him between gasps that he'd practically murdered her right there. Weiss snapped back, asking if she was the one trying to take him out. Shen cut through the noise, explaining that Weiss had totally blacked out a second ago. Something had been puppeteering him. Shen could smell the stench of death all over it. He ordered Weiss to reach out his hand. Weiss obeyed immediately. Shen clasped his hand, channeling pure energy as he commanded radiance. Boom! Blinding golden light exploded from where they touched. To Sandra, it wasn't burning, it was a warm, comforting vibe. Shen guided that glow to her throat, instantly healing the trauma. But simultaneously, something pitch black violently purged itself from Weiss's mouth, rocketing upward. Shen's warm golden aura lashed out, trying to grapple the entity and contain it right there. Shen glared at the shadow, realizing the enemy hadn't taken the bait at the apartment trap. They'd pivoted to snatching Christine instead. First, they framed the Crafters Association with that fake letter. Then, they used the Nightmare Cult assassination to deflect suspicion. The plan: have this evil spirit force Weiss to silence the assassin, making the Nightmare Cult take the full rap for this mess. Suddenly, a tortured screech erupted from that inky smoke. As the evil spirit writhed inside Shen's golden cage, Shen let out a heavy sigh. Hush, Strike. Would have walked away with a clean alibi regardless. He shut his eyes, cutting the light, thinking what a waste it was. Ever since his summoning, he'd tracked Hush Strike's scent, even sensing those interdimensional gods recently. Suddenly, the dark spirit saw an opening and bolted for the door. Weiss spun around, yelling that it was making a break for it. Shen just pointed a finger. Freeze. The spirit stopped dead in midair. He launched his gray orb at the shadow, which swallowed the ghost whole, shrank down, and zipped back to its master. Clutching his book of Decapith Traveler, Shen ordered them to stay put. He stood there in his divine messenger form, wielding the book and gray like an absolute boss.